Yeah. Futures fading this early move to the upside so far this morning ahead of what's to come this afternoon. We get Fed Chair Powell at 2 p.m. We get the dot plot at 2 p.m. That's going to be closely watched by the market. And then, of course, the press conference coming up at 2:30, which will be his second to last appearance at an FOMC press conference. So nothing's going to change as far as interest rates are concerned, but what their plan is going forward with higher oil prices, how many questions he will get on said higher oil prices will be the focus, and how that's going to affect inflation, the economy overall. Lots to come later on this afternoon. We are seeing a little bit of strength across the board in individual names as well. Lululemon, not so much though. Downside. Nvidia, upside here on an H200 headline. Jensen confirming they have received the license to sell the H200 into China. So not a huge move here, kind of looking a little bit like the futures, but I mean, this stock has kind of proven over the last little while that it doesn't tend to move on headlines anymore. We're still in this really tight consolidation, on a higher time frame coming into the 200 period, which could end up being a thing once we get there, maybe the next couple of days.
I think the China news that we got yesterday about the H200 could be a needle mover, but we need to see firm orders, not speculation about getting export licenses and whether ByteDance or Tencent wants to buy them, but they're actually ante up the money, Brendo, and send the revenue Nvidia's way, because as Jensen said, all but zero. Lots to talk about today, guys. Good morning. Did you see that Swarmer IPO yesterday, SWMR? What a move. Wild. And perfect timing. I hate to put it like this so crudely, but drones are in focus at the moment, and this is basically one of those ones where it swarms. Like literally, that's what it said. I mean, I
sometimes it's all in the name.
No, I mean, and the ticker too, right? That was a really good one in the afternoon yesterday. I think it'll probably be another play today. It's green this morning, Brendo. It's up another 27%, so something to focus on. Also, Bob Iger out. New CEO in after taking over again from Bob Chapek, his handpicked selection, and we'll see where the.
It didn't go too well the first time around. Let's see what happens the second time around. Disney not really doing too much so far this morning, but a couple things. Lulu, as I mentioned, downside here this morning. My chart's not working, but the number's actually not too bad for Lulu. The guide was the issue, way below for Q1 on the guide for Lululemon, which was kind of interesting. The China angle for Nvidia, also curious given what else is going on in the world, how this meeting between the U.S. and China delayed, for a month, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, we have some give and take once again, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an on again, off again type relationship. Again, I think really when the needle moves will be when the firm orders are placed and the chips are shipped. We'll have to keep an eye on that. What else do we have? There's a whole lot moving this morning. Let's take a quick look over here. The morning note is loaded, Brendo. Tesla picking up that $4.3 billion LG battery deal that was basically kicked to the side by GM as they shifted their focus back to these extended range vehicles away from just BEVs. Meta with Manus, and they're going to get like an open claw type thing. They're trying to, catch up with the hype, and SoFi pushing back against that muddy waters short seller report.
As they should. Yeah, nice little bounce here for SoFi. We'll see if it can stick. We had a bit of a move going back probably half an hour ago or so in oil. I brought up USO here, but it came right back down. So we did pop up to 119 there on USO, which was that level from last night, or late in the day yesterday. It came right back down again. So oil is still up 4% on the week, but off these lows anyways here so far this morning.
See what Macron said this morning, the president of France. He's basically, we'll help you secure the strait, but after the drones and the missiles stop falling. Well, I mean, you need to secure the strait for exactly that reason. I want to mention one other thing. More deterioration we see between the relationship of OpenAI and Microsoft.
I saw that. Yeah.
Microsoft weighing legal action over that OpenAI Amazon deal for AWS, saying no, Azure is the exclusive distributor or the exclusive host for OpenAI. So we've been seeing more of this. It wasn't a rupture, but it's been, trickling in.
And remember when they announced that, $50 billion, I think it was, the tie-up between AWS and OpenAI. And remember when they announced that, Microsoft right away came out with a statement saying that their relationship with OpenAI had not changed. Everything's still the same. They still have exclusive rights to the API and yada, yada, yada. And now we see a couple weeks later that maybe it wasn't so rosy after all for Microsoft and OpenAI. Lots going on, guys. Good morning.
Card. If in your bingo card it said that all the earnings names were going to do nothing and Macy's was going to move, which I'm pretty sure nobody.
Yeah, we didn't even have Macy's on the watch yesterday.
And that's the one that it's only like 8 or 9%, but that's like a heck of a lot more than what you're getting out of Movement Lululemon or DocuSign or. I mean, Oklo.
They didn't even report, it seems like.
Oklo went crazy all yesterday. And then today it does absolutely nothing. No, but, in all seriousness, we got a few things happening. I know we got PPI coming out in 25 minutes or so that can move the market. The Fed, meh. Just a second, fix that mic right there. The Fed, we know we're not getting a change, but it'll be about the comments. Maybe they'll even... my guess is it's been focused on labor a lot, but this time they're going to be probably talking about inflation, or at least having to respond to, the effects war could possibly have on inflation there. We get a headline here from CEO Jensen Huang, shifting 40% of Taiwan chip production to the U.S. is very difficult. Yeah.
Very, very difficult.
It's not that... I mean, it takes a long time, whether you're building flat out fabrication plants or whether you're upgrading a facility to handle more capacity or to handle more advanced chips. Like those are the other things. Like right now, it doesn't, like the most advanced chips are not even getting made in the US. They're all getting made for actually a really good reason still in Taiwan. Like they call it like the shield. If all the advanced chips are getting made in Taiwan for the US companies, then guess who has an incentive to protect Taiwan? The U.S. If all of the advanced chips weren't made there, I mean, heck, Taiwan does not want that to happen, actually. And here comes Randy with our morning snack, let's call it. Appreciate it, brother.
Yes, thank you, Randy.
Yeah, well, you got to get it.
Injection,
you get your vitamins.
Said there, thank you. Yeah, I saw it was little egg muffins today.
Yeah, dude, little
pieces. Yeah, I'll take one of those, sure.
I don't know what you call it.
It's
egg bite.
Egg bites. Yes, that's what they're called. That's
because who does Starbucks does?
Yeah, and McDonald's. Yeah, I think they're all. Or Tim Hortons. They all think they're doing them, but I think Starbucks definitely doing them. So it looks like SoFi gets all the way back to their sort of muddy waters situation here, and it's all the way back to where that came out at. And Anthony Noto bought more shares, and there's been some refutes for that. Discussion yesterday, but there goes SoFi to the downside and all the way to the backside. We'll talk about that. It's all in our watches as I look forward to going over everything. We didn't even realize, I didn't realize Micron reports tonight, so we're going to have a name that's should be an interesting one here as we're at all-time highs right now for Micron ahead of their earnings report. It's probably going to be a great report, but can it just continue this move? I mean, just last week we're at 410, now we're at 470 and looking to go higher. So that's 20% in a week already for Micron. So yeah, man, I mean, I think it's going to be another kind of a rip-roaring day, but the NASDAQ right here is like dropping almost like it's hot right now. I mean, this is just like boom, boom, straight down there to the downside right here for the NQs. So I don't know, is ES sort of following suit here? Yeah, a little bit. So the ES also ticking lower. It looks like it's more dramatic here on the NASDAQ. So not sure what exactly is causing this move. I mean, I wasn't really looking at anything going, I mean, Apple's up, Google's had a great day yesterday, Microsoft as well, sort of trying to kick around that $400 marker as well. 310, so this is still up on the day. I mean, look, the NASDAQ's up, but I think maybe we just got a little excited. Brendan brought us that story, or mentioned oil. Not really a story there, but mentioned oil earlier as well. So we'll have to watch out for crude here. Nice move higher, back in, back up. So yeah, I think this is just sort of the ebbs and flows of the early morning.
Bitcoin's dropping a bit here.
Bitcoin's dropping?
It's been dropping this morning.
What is it, 72.7?
72. We rejected, 74 has been rejected on Bitcoin. If I'm looking to see what might be moving the most, or it could be this. Let's see what's going on with ETH here. Yeah, that's also going to be trading pretty much at the lows, but that's just what the NASDAQ and the ES are doing, but you're down like a couple of points here on both of those. So right now, it looks like almost everything is dropping. And not a great start, but remember, like anytime that we get, this will be one of those days where it's not just the 8:30 number. Obviously, 2:30, the Fed can then shift things. So you'll get like three markets today. They'll be like, what's happening now, and then what happens at 8:30 until lunchtime, and then you worry about the Fed potentially giving you some kind of another move. And then, as you said, after market, Micron then becomes a whole other deal. So yeah, you got to take this compartmentalized. I wouldn't overreact until after 8:30, but might not want this. Yeah, we're about to turn close to red here. The other thing to keep in mind, actually, as I look up, and it's like, well, the Nasdaq did get to that 25,000 level, and that's been some trouble the last time we were up here, right? Like you had a little bit of an attempt to break it out over there, but yeah, it looks like we're just turning away from that 25,000 so far this morning. But we got numbers to come in. Absolutely anything can happen. One headline, one print from PPI that surprises maybe in a good way, and we could be right back up. But for now, market at the lows.
Yeah, a couple numbers coming through, so get ready for all those. What you just said, PPI for February, 8:30, should move something here. I was, again, looking at oil, it's not doing anything. Tesla's underneath 400, still above here, so there's some good looks there. I like that battery story that Sharif was talking about, so we'll see if we can get another one of these plays like we did yesterday there early on Tesla. We'll see if we can dip down, and not into these same areas, that's 394, but maybe we can get into this area here, 399 to 398, somewhere like that. Yesterday's closing prices for Tesla, maybe if we keep on this dripping down, then we will get that rate off the open. So looking for some Tesla there as well. And then I was saying this earlier, I think the next big stock is Nvidia. I know that sounds crazy to think about that, but with their valuation and with the fact that they're not really moving on any stories anymore, I think it's everybody's sort of hands are already in the cookie jar, but there's gonna have to be something that creates action to the upside. And I think that once it starts going, I think it's gonna be hard to stop because I'm just not sure anybody really wants to sell Nvidia. We saw it get bumped up there on that excitement for that $1 trillion number, came right back in once they realized it was like over 2 years, it was, RPOs and all this kind of stuff, but still, it's still a huge number to come through. And, Nvidia around the 200 period is actually quite strange. Like, there's a lot of Mag 7 names, but this one hanging out, I think it has like the best trajectory, and we're getting it at a very, very good valuation right now based on the numbers that they're putting out. So I really like Nvidia, but I don't know about today. Like, you're starting to fall back in here. I mean, we'll have to wait for levels again, but nothing right off the jump for me. Oh, we had a good day from Uber yesterday, actually, as well. Uber, it's $78. So,
but it's right back to 78.
Yeah, I know it's not that great in here anymore. Yeah. I'm looking at Nasdaq long, Tesla long, SoFi short. Other than that, wait for the PPI. I almost said PCI. PPI at 8:30. So.
PCA didn't do enough for the USA last night.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was a great game again.
Great
I saw
game.
It.
Actually,
very exciting, man. I watched
for the championship. I'll stay up, but
yeah, right to the end.
If like Bryce Harper,
that was crazy.
It was crazy, and then it just didn't hold up. That could have been one of those moments.
That'll be like the home run, like the greatest home run that everyone will forget.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You win the game, and that's like one of the biggest home runs ever hit. Probably the biggest home run ever hit in international play for sure. But what are you going to do? The USA, so the better team doesn't always have to win. The US had a great team, but shout out to Venezuela. I was going to point this out because someone said gold is tanking hard. Oh, so like we showed the crypto charts, like Bitcoin and ETH, and we threw up the Nasdaq. So this is a 15-minute, the other one is a 3-minute. But I think you get the idea that everything is falling right now. So like GLD is not any different. You pull up SLV, like almost everything is falling currently. But it's worth noting, we broke in the 50 period on GLD, SMA on the daily, and it hasn't been underneath here since August of last year. So we haven't really been talking about the metals for a while, and it's now caught up to this, or the 50. I guess the 50 period caught up to it, or it's coming back into the 50 period, whichever way you want to look at it. But this could signal a little bit of a trend break potentially if we end up with this close underneath. again, like you could see the sentiment start to shift over here. You would think maybe there'd be some flight to safety. I think there's going to be a chance to pick it up. But remember, when the metals go a little bit parabolic, they need to settle down and normalize a little bit. And maybe this kind of a breakdown could potentially cause that. So keep your eye on the metals. I know we haven't really talked as much about silver and gold recently, but looks like they could be back into play here today. Volatility seems like it's going to be back in. And shoot, I was going to ask Sharif what his thoughts are on that ridiculous IPO yesterday. You love that thing? That sucker was scary.
It was, yeah.
I liked it yesterday, Neil. I mean, obviously it was a multiple holder, but I was actually telling Brendo off camera, I'm like, this is a perfect timing for something like this. Obviously, they've been operating in Ukraine apparently since 2023. What I didn't like, Neil, is actually their 24 revenue, their 25 revenue actually saw a decline from 24 revenue. So that was a little bit of a concern. I mean, the war is as aggressive as I think it has been in Ukraine. But what this obviously opens up another front with the Middle East, and and I think all over the world. I think everybody's wise to what's happening in Europe, what's happening in the Middle East. They know where war is going, and these type of companies tend to do well. Yeah,
and as we've said, many times on this show, this is the direction that these types of situations are obviously going. It's actually pretty active here so far this morning. Just broke back down through $40 there when we came on. Trying to hold 38 bucks, pretty thinly traded right now. But yeah, what a move yesterday. Even after the close, like in the aftermarket, another leg higher. Two that moved in the opposite direction yesterday. One, SoFi, as we mentioned, trying to recover this morning. We'll talk about that coming up. This one, however, is not. TTD just made a new low. $24 coming into play here after that absolute tanking. Late in the day yesterday, Publicis comes out and says they failed an audit and cannot recommend TTD anymore. This is still one of the leading, if not the leading, digital advertising platforms. It's essentially a marketplace for advertisers to go and purchase campaigns, digital campaigns right across the web, essentially. So, I mean, this thing's still in trouble.
And that story led to two downgrades today, one from Rosenblatt, the other from Stifel. Let's talk about them. Ratings got cut from buy to a hold, with price targets lowered to kind of 25 to 26 bucks. That's coming from 48. It really does reflect a sharp shift in sentiment. With respect to some of the concerns here, concerns that this could mark a broader shift in the agency's relationships with Trade Desk. It looks like they're bringing ad buying in-house to move away from the Trade Desk ecosystem, kind of something we've been seeing with the software space, Brendo. Ad tech sector facing slower growth, consolidation, pricing pressure. So not getting a lot of love from the rating agencies, and the price reflects that. Yeah, and then SoFi, the other one, as we mentioned, nice bounce back after the short report comes out late in the afternoon yesterday. I mean, we're kind of rolling over here right now with the overall market heading downside also. But I mean, this area right now, 1750, 1740, actually ended up being a bit of support late in the day. Let's see if we can hold on. Yeah, there was a lot of accusations made. We covered this on the afternoon rundown yesterday. Basically SoFi is saying, no, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our business model operates, saying that about Muddy Waters. They emphasize the compliance with U.S. GAAP standards, the generally accepted accounting principles. They say we're following all the SEC disclosures in the way that we're supposed to. And they highlighted the fact that they are that as a bank holding company, they're regulated by the Federal Reserve, and those are high standards with which to follow. So we'll have to wait and see. But Muddy Waters came out with very specific allegations about how they're kind of leveraging their loan portfolio and trying to market as an asset, and it was really more of a liability. A lot of different accusations went through. Default move is downside if it seems like, anyways, if we get a move to the high side in the pre-market over the past couple of days, it's all been faded. Here we go again. We're about to go red here, guys, for the overall market. A couple of downside movers yesterday, TTD and SoFi to watch.
Yeah, I think with both of those, I mean, sometimes you like to say the ball doesn't lie, and in this particular case, it looked like that could have been true. But like SoFi, it gave you this sort of obvious floor that got broken down at the moment the report came out. Like, I don't know how many times you've seen a situation like this where a stock is accumulating for like multiple days and shows a very obvious support line and then you get a short seller report that gets dropped right as it's testing that support. So therefore, it's almost like they dropped it at the exact moment where you'd want it to fall. And with the fact that we're back underneath that price, it's pretty simple. If we can't hold 17.5, that was the support before all this mess started. Even if there wasn't this story, we'd be talking about 17.5 as significant for the stock. So under that, I call it like an over-under. Like under that, it's like the short seller report wins out. And the only response was nodal buying. I like that, but there hasn't been like an official response to any of the substance in depth just yet. But I think I just heard something about oil actually getting a bit of a bump here to the high, right through the highs. So yeah, you're starting to get another bounce here in USO oil price going higher as the market just continues lower. You got nat gas spiking around because, well, the conflict. So yeah, we have another weak market with USO bouncing. Oil stocks should probably be in place. Some of those small cappers could come back to life if we get a sustained move here. Like that battle might be something to watch earlier or today.
Yeah, I have. I'm just getting the sticky note out. I have SoFi as a short as well at 1750. Just, whatever. It made its way all the way back. There's going to be, Muddy Waters can put out a report on literally any of the 10,000 companies out there. They chose SoFi. There has to be something there. It's nice that it came all the way back for sure. And maybe it's not as bad, hopefully, as SoFi had mentioned. But I still want to go short right here. That's the level that broke yesterday. So if we get that opportunity, it was right there in the pre-market. I'm going to be going short on SoFi at some point today. We just got to make sure that the market gives it to us at the price that we want. And yeah, I mean, I've been sort of mentioning the trade desk for quite a long time, man. I mean, there's been many situations where we had pretty epic drops, in trade desk. Obviously moves higher as well, keeping this name afloat. But the fact that now you're going to have like auditors and accounting firms backing away and, not recommending the stock. I mean, you're going to have like 7 or 8 straight down days right now looking to break lower. So we're going to probably watch out for a $20 break. I don't think it's going to happen today, but that's down 20%. But yeah, the trade desk keeps getting hit there, looking for a good story and then maybe stepping in and buying, but not right now, man. I mean, it's pretty, good little bump up there on earnings. I'm guessing I should look that up. That was from March 4th. And then straight down, So I would say the trade desk is definitely in trouble. And a good short, like if we can get, even now, but like 24.50, 25, 200 period moving average for the trade desk downside. So if this name does get bumped up here early, I would just short the pops on trade desk. I mean, definitely something's wrong with this name and not a great report today and leading the way to the downside. It's only 8:22, man. 8:30 we have the PPI numbers coming out, so that should be, was it PPI or PMI? What do I keep saying?
PPI.
PPI, okay. So it probably won't move the market. If it does, it'll probably just revert right back anyway. So NASDAQ going red and is now red and ES red as well. So I think you might have nailed something there with USO and oil. That's starting to move around a little bit here. USO back to 120. I mean, as the market goes down, oil now making new moves higher. I didn't see a headline about it, but there's going to be something about it. I mean, here's crude right now, $95.94. Breaking now, $96. There goes crude, right through 96, almost into 97 again. But yeah, there we go, man. Taking out yesterday's highs and now looking to get even higher into, well, I guess yesterday's highs is the open, trying to break through $97 right here. So yeah, we're going to have to look for some of these headlines on oil right now. You turn on the news service and figure this out because it's definitely helping the markets get to the downside. So, Iran takes several phases of the gas field offline. Yeah. I thought we did hear something about that gas as well. So, okay, thanks, Darwin Trader there. Yeah, it looks like there is going to be some supply issues coming here as Iran answering by taking some offline, it looks like. Is that what Darwin said? Was it Iran going offline?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Iran. Yeah, okay. Part of South Pars gas field was attacked. Okay. So not good, man, as supply becomes an issue. Obviously, oil goes up, market goes down a little bit here. So I guess this war is not that close to being finished after all. 824 and change. I mean, I love...
That battle stock is already up 12%.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, battle or TEPT.
And from the lows, it's actually up 30%. But you know what? Let's have a look at some of the options activity. Probably going to be some volatility heading into, we got the Fed and Micron earnings as well. So let's see what Joe has to say.
Yeah, let's take a look at SoFi here, guys. We've been talking a lot about it here this morning, so we may as well get into some of the options activity. And what we're seeing is a substantial amount of open interest at that $20 mark. We are currently south of that, 3 points, roughly 1740, so a little bit less, but 193,000 contracts. That's substantial. That's a massive, massive short position for the individuals who are selling those calls. You can see they're almost they're worth nothing at this point, but they weren't necessarily yesterday before that report came out. Volume still relatively light, sitting around 4,480, open and closed on yesterday's session. And then a dollar spread. The liquidity's in there, but again, those are essentially worth nothing and will expire worthless come this Friday. But what we want to do is look at further expiration cycles to see if we still have that large amount of positive gamma hovering around that specific strike price. And if with that being so, if we don't, then maybe we'll see a little bit of a rally. But as long as we see that continuously rolling over, then by all means, I think that we stay below $20. Now, as for your delta, relatively cool here, guys, considering it is now out of the money. And then also your gamma exposure relatively light. But we do have an increase in your at the money implied volatility, sitting around 82.4%. Moving forward, let's take a look actually at some IBIT calls. What we got going on here at that $45 mark. This is going to be the largest amount of open interest. There is some size at 42. We were talking about that earlier in the week, but this is something that I want to focus on considering it expires this Friday, and this is where we're going to see the most amount of positive gamma. 75,300 contracts there. Volume around 4,640 open and closed. A dollar spread. Once again, these contracts are not worth very much. And your delta exposure relatively cool considering we're trading around $41 right now. Gamma relatively light, and then your at the money IV 51.9%, not bad whatsoever. So that could, and we typically do this, right? You can use your implied volatility also as a gauge of what current sentiment is. We know that as you're heading lower, the volatility tends to uptick. But as you slowly climb, there's less fear in the market, and that's when you see that cool and implied volatility. So let's see if we can continue this climb here in Bitcoin.
Back over to us. Yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin 73,000 is kind of an interesting level here. I mean, I know you looked over the IBIT look here, but yeah, BTC itself continues to struggle in and around those highs, right? I mean, here's a Bitcoin chart right now, and we've been up here before, and it's gotten faded. That's all. It's like it tried to. I thought yesterday was that breakout moment, and it might still be. I still feel like it's intact. I mean, there's a take there of 73,000. We took it out. We went up to 76 or so, and then just got hit back to the downside. Obviously, if the Nasdaq turns on its head today and goes down, you probably will get a break now of, looks like 70. I mean, 73 has already been broken, but for me now, I think that next level down is basically 70,500, something like that. This is your 50-period moving average. We'd like to get back to the 200 period, and this is, as far as structure is concerned, this is kind of like what you'd like to see, but then like the next move was down. So now you're barcoding right here, and the next move is trying to go up right here. But you see what happened up in this area? So around 94,000, we sort of touched it 2 or 3 times, broke through, and then it looked like we were trying to get back to 100, and then all of a sudden, and this is just in January, that's when we made that move down after that last final fail. So it's kind of setting up very similarly here, where it looks like we're trying to take out this 73, 74. We get one kind of bump up, and then like right here, and then there's that last little fail, and then we got to come back down again. So it's very, very important that we at least hold the 50-period moving average, which we didn't do here, and then it turned out to be resistance all the way back in. So if we're just looking at Bitcoin here, and this is just me looking at charts, and I don't know, it's just what I do, I guess. That to me looks pretty similar. We're gonna have to hold this. You know, we tried to get going again right there. We finally did. We break higher, we stop, we come back. We have to hold in and around 70,000, or else I do think we test back in here, low 60s. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple weeks, or maybe even week here for Bitcoin as it looks to hold 70,000. So as we get closer to that, I don't know exactly where that would be on IBIT. Maybe it's 40 or so on IBIT. But yeah, I think we got to hold that level. And if not, I do think we retest some of those, February lows.
Yeah, I don't like it. That's why, basically, that's the same chart's the reason I like it for a short today. It's just, it's a failure of higher lows before, higher lows on the last dump, higher lows that turn into a fall, and it's the same thing here. So underneath that 74K, I think is a short today. But a lot can change in the next couple of minutes or a couple of seconds because PPI is coming out, Brendo.
Yeah, February number here, the delayed version. A couple of seconds. Here's what to expect. Month-over-month number is supposed to be 0.3%, 0.5 on the core. Again, this is the producer side of things, so it typically doesn't move the market. There it is. 0.7, so higher than expected. 0.7% on the month-over-month number. 0.3 was expected. 0.5 in line for core month-over-month. The overall headline number, 3.9% versus 3.7%. PPI, the index, 153.2. 152.6 overall year over year, 3.4% versus 3, guys. So a little bit higher than expected on the producer side.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you want to see.
3.6 versus 3.5, that's what it was there. 3.9 versus 3.7 on the core. Okay, what did the market do there? Downside? Okay, I mean, it's Fed today. So, as we look at some of these numbers, obviously they won't digest these. The decision's already made. So, the market on a weaker PPI number, obviously not that great for inflationary purposes. But the market's reacting a little to it. Small little gap down there. It's not the greatest number, that's for sure. It's 3 year over year for February, 3.4 versus 2.9. So not the greatest look there. And then month over month for February, 7.7 versus 0.3. So yeah, I mean, finally some numbers that are a little away from the mean here, and we're starting to react. So maybe this number does not come back. Those are pretty significant misses, or I guess increases on the PPI here, month over month and year over year.
And you don't want that, and that's going into now. All of a sudden, you're going to have things affected by the war in Iran for the next couple of months at least. So, and if that's not abating anytime soon, look, we've lost everything that was gained. Forget about just overnight. If you think about yesterday too, like the majority, like everything that was gained at that open is getting lost here. The SPY now solidly into the red here. Let's have a quick look at, I know we had Bitcoin up there in a second. I'm just going to get the VIX up because I want to see exactly where we're sitting here. Okay, it's not a huge spike. I mean, we're staying underneath that. We're only 23 here on the VIX, so you stay underneath that 25 level today. I think it's not all the doom and gloom, but it is getting a bit of a bounce. And if you look at when it started, the last time we were over 25, it kind of started from breaking out this 23. So keep an eye on the VIX here. We were already weak, and man, Nvidia just went almost red. AMD was gapped up nicely. That's going to go red, 3% down on IBIT. Let things settle, but I do feel like that's not the number. That's not the number we needed, and certainly when we already had these headlines coming out of Iran, not a good start. Not a good start at all. But I think overreacting to the 830 number or chasing it is not the best idea. Like, I still feel like you wait for your levels if you're looking for shorts. Chasing it as we're about to turn red with an hour to go till the open. Possibly not the way to go. Not a good start at all.
No, it looks like this might be a day, obviously, where we're going to be trading indexes. We just talked about Bitcoin, but we can't forget about the other side of it. And we do have today Luis here. I see he's ready to go, so we're going to go over back to the desk. And this is like a little bit of a small cap kind of recap there, depending on what style of trader you're.
Watch, it'll be the oil ones because those are the ones going to move, I think.
Yeah. I mean, there's whatever's popping around. I mean, we can talk about that SWMR maybe from yesterday, how crazy that was. No one, I was putting in the chat here, no one traded it yesterday, but we definitely watched it, and it was an exciting one. SWMR overnight, Swarmer there got going, and this is an IPO that we missed yesterday for sure. But it looks like it's a little bit more stable here today. Spread kicking around, 20, 30 cents in the pre-market, actually pretty good there. Let's go back over to the desk and find out what they want to talk about, the boys with Luis. I don't hear.
What's he doing? What's going on over there?
I don't know. Oh, Andre's working on it. It's still on me, I think, here. No, I don't. I didn't hear Brendan in my even ear. Did you hear Brendan in your ear there?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, okay. I think we might have been having some problems. So Andre's going to get that all figured out. Because I know Brendan was talking, it was like on me, and I was like, okay, maybe we have another
I
problem.
didn't even realize. I was like, thought we were throwing.
No, it's
you
all
see me,
good.
I'm grabbing some eggs. No, but literally in the time.
Andre, just let us know when you're ready.
In the time that we did that, we actually made some fresh lows there again.
Yeah.
I was pulling up gold just to show you. Like we're getting right now is like a risk everything off. This is not one of those moments where you're seeing any flight to safety. Like we're not catching a bounce. Like you think you get a sharp inflation number, right? Like, okay, well it's not bad necessarily for gold, but no, it's going down with everything else. The only thing that I think that anybody sees that's holding strength is going to be the energy names. That's why we're sort of. Or like speculating. I mean, I don't know. I'm speculating that if looking at the small caps today, like maybe the battles and the TPETs, which are both very similar charts, are going to be the ones to look at. They didn't do much yesterday. Look at the tight range. But with oil moving around, these small caps, maybe like Indo is going to be in play as well. That one's not as good as the others. I think battle is probably the one that's doing the best volume. So we'll definitely get Luis when we are ready. Always be thankful says have a look at TLT. Yeah, look at the treasuries today. It's a Fed day. Why not? Ignore that wick there. But they're also falling. So pretty much, if it's not energy, it's not looking all that good. We are now ready to see what Luis is interested in this morning.
Yeah, I was going to mention yields spiking here a little bit. Both ends of the curve, short and 2 and 10 years, both back above 4, unfortunately, with this move down in the market. But yeah, what I was mentioning before when nobody could hear me was 3 million share float on this SWMR. Yeah, bring in Luis. We can talk to him about this as well. Actually wanted to get his take on this because it's more often than not, Luis, good to see you as always. It's more often than not with IPOs that they fall on the small end of the market cap scale, the performance of which that one yesterday had that just monstrous move, acted more like a small cap, a traditional small cap in the trading sense. Coming back in here right now with the overall market, again, 3 million share float, so teeny tiny, which led to a number of halts initially. Just from an IPO standpoint, just give me your thoughts here on how to trade these.
Well, first of all, you have to take into account that it was a very low float, as you said, very small IPO. It is true we were opening above the initial price of the offering, and it seems like the underwriter, the banks behind the IPO, were taking care very good of it. So usually we're looking for longs on this kind of setup if it's opening above the offering price and it's in a uptrend during the opening. The tricky point here was the spread. It was very wide sometimes, and the very tiny bids and offers spreads, and so you have to measure the risk pretty good with the sizing and the possible halts, taking into account that it was halted several times.
A lot of people struggle, I think, with wrapping their head around something that has a tiny float, like we said, but might fall under a category. In this case, we're talking about a drone company. So given everything that's going on in the world, very topical from that standpoint, if you start to see prices failing and you get that traditional setup that, we've talked about many times here with this thing coming back to earth, is that something you're interested in?
Yeah, but take into account that considering the tiny float, the locates were very expensive. So almost no one could go short on these ones because of some regulation that avoids shorts on the first days after an IPO or expensive locate. So it was very difficult to short in this case.
All right, let's expand the view here. Let's talk about how the week has gone. There's been quite a few high flyers so far. Just give me your highlights over the past couple of days. What has worked, what hasn't, and then we'll get into anything else moving around here.
That's been very strange week because pre-market we are having a lot of pump and dumps. So stocks moving up like 50% or 60% or 100 and all the way down during pre-market, even going negative during pre-market, which is not that usual, that common. And also we had some crazy runners like this IPO, of course, and we have another 600%, 500% runners during the day, holding VWAPs and holding volume and everything. So Tariff was very, very comfortable, very confident on this setup. So it's been a mix of a week. Today we have several interesting stocks as well.
All right, give me your top three here. What's top of mind so far this morning?
Let's make top three. We have AAPL. Okay, this is a very tiny float. You have to take into account this was reverse split a few days ago. So it was a candidate for a runner today because the reverse split 1/3. So the tiny float divided by 3, I think we are below the million shares float. So it's a very, very tiny float. So it has some numbers to go crazy. And if you check out the chart as well, it has a lot of room to go. Okay, at least until $18 could go, even fill the gap at 27 with this reverse split, anything can happen. Right now we have lost VWAP. This is the first week signal. It was very, very strong, as you can see in the pre-market, holding VWAPs here, another push to the highs. This is a tricky point. So right now it's very difficult to forecast what's going to happen here because losing VWAP and with a tiny flow, it gets more difficult. We were long on all these consolidations.
If you zoom out a little bit, I mean, that thing just moved, what, almost $1.50 here in the span of about 5 minutes. So obviously a liquidity issue a little bit anyways for something like ARTL. If you zoom out and try to find some sort of level to trade against on something like that, just give people a general sense of how you're calculating risk in a trade like that.
Yeah, it's very important to measure your size and according to your stop levels and your goal, your taking profit levels. We always measure everything with cents. We don't measure like percentage moving. If it's up at 30%, I never measure talking about I'm losing 5% or not. It's about cents. If I'm going long here, where is my stop? If it's in $6, I'm risking 30 cents. And then we measure everything according to your daily stop loss. I think most of the day traders trade with a daily stop loss. You shouldn't lose, let's say, more than 15 or 20%, 25% of your daily risk in one single trade. So let's say if your daily limit for today is $1,000, you should risk maybe 300 maximum in this trade. So that will tell you should trade around 600, 700 shares in this particular setup. So it's all about how many cents are you risking and what's your daily stop loss, and then you measure the size.
All right, we saw your screen there that you showed earlier with the names on it. Give everyone a quick overview of the data in that, and if anybody wants more information on that, where to find you.
Yeah, for example, AAPL, I haven't checked this one, but it's 14 gaps up since 2020, 86% red close probability. Of course, you have to put all together. Maybe today is not the best day to look for a red close day since we have a reverse split 3 days ago. So the numbers tells you a lot, but doesn't tell you the whole story, right? So the narrative behind is very important above the numbers, of course. ARTL is one of them. The other one was we were trading was VNRX, which is very sub-dollar ticker. It is true, but this has a very high level of offering probability. So this ticker, it's very likely that they will need cash. They will do some offering during the market. So we will short this one because of the high probability of dilution.
Great stuff. And if anybody wants more information, where can they find you the best?
Well, the best is X, 8day trading in X, or they can email us to info@8daytrading.com.
Great stuff. Luis Barbato over at the Real Trading Office in Barcelona, Spain. We will catch you later on this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll do a market recap in the afternoon. Let's see if we make some profit till then.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Profit is always good. Looking forward to more conversation with Luis this afternoon. Guys, make sure you check us at 1 o'clock. He's going to be back on with us during the midday. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. And at the top of the list, we have the trade desk. Yes, Rosenblatt downgrading them from a buy to a neutral rate rating with a price target of $25. You're down 3.7% here this morning. Once again, Rosenblatt. Duolingo also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a hold. You're down 1.5% here this morning as the market continues to slide. Gemini Space Station also getting the downgrade, $13 to $5.50 by Citi, and you're down 5% here this morning. And then Tencent Music here also going from a buy to a hold by Benchmark. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the nods that we're getting. Constellation Brands up 1.8%. You're going from a neutral to a buy, and a price target increase to $175 from $155 by Citi. Block also getting the nod, guys. We know the massive layoffs, so the analysts are really starting to like this one. You're up 1.8% as well, too. $72 to $77 is going to be that price target, and then also going from a hold to a buy rating. Now, moving forward, Micron continuing to climb, still slightly positive here this morning. San Francisco, Bernstein giving them the nod. Price target increase from $330 to $510. That's substantial, and you're up about 0.7% this morning. And then Oklo going from a hold to a buy this morning, guys.
Couple good earnings names there, but
The only one that's like right now, the market's trying to make a bit of a bounce, and the only name out there that when you look at that upgrade and downgrade list can pull up a chart and have it not feel like doom and gloom would be Micron's. The reports tonight, and someone would say that that's a little bit baked, and they're going to have a lot of pressure on them here today. But I just saw Finch Jane had a comment in the chat. It was like, it's like, oh, between oil and the war and credit issues, like what could go wrong? I would throw in the fact that, like, what else could go wrong? There's always something else could go wrong. But the other thing to throw out there would be, hey, let's not forget the U.S. and China aren't talking deal right now because of the conflict. So you also have that going on, and that could weigh. And we had some good news with Nvidia, potentially getting some orders for some chips out of China, restarting the H200. So that could be positive, and I think that was leading things higher. You had AMD get some good news with Samsung, but ultimately all of that is gone. We always talk about what happens after the 830 number. You don't want to overreact to it, but even the strong, like Micron and the chips, those are all pretty strong, and you're not really seeing any of that bounce just yet. So we're right back into some of those lows. I don't know too much that's changed there. If you're looking at what was already weak, I think one of the names that's going to stand out, the trade desk, about as weak as it gets. This is going to be SSR, and again, I think you could find some dead cat bounce levels for this one. It would have to get to almost $20, so you almost have to walk away from it. But for now, the market weakness, we just tried to bounce off 67 on the ES, and it's just right back at the low. So you're not seeing many. I wanted to show that Micron chart just to show you, hey, it's not looking all doom and gloom. But Joe was even talking about Block here on an upgrade. I mean, here's a stock consolidating underneath the 50-period moving average. Underneath, not above. Consolidating under the 200, consolidating under the 50. There's not much to like, except if you like a flat bottom break. But I don't want to sound doom and gloom. But even this stock, it's well, if it loses 59, look at the gap on Block. At least it hasn't lost that level yet. So be patient. I mean, I'm sure even if you're looking short, I was looking AMD short on my note today. It's it's so far down away from that 200 level. It's forget about it. If we do pop, you're going to have to show a little bit of patience here. Because when you look at this resistance level, it's wow, look at the resistance on AMD. Well, we're literally at the lows. So if you're favoring short, it's hard. You can't really be pulling the trigger here. There's got to be some kind of a play back in to test some resistance.
Yeah, USO back over 120. I mean, a hotter PPI, basically means it's costing the factories more money to produce their products. And that is fearful that, of course, when businesses cost more money for them to produce their products, that it's going to get passed on to the consumer, which is going to be an inflationary problem. And we're going to have Fed today, so we're going to hear what they're going to say about all of this. And maybe they will comment on today's number. But this is a big turn on the head, man. Like, everything that I put in for the watch for my sticky note has already fallen through. Like, this is, you know, we're writing these notes here. This is 7:45, 8 o'clock. You know, this was 4:02. You're down to 397 right now. You know, like, there's a lot of, you know, sort of, I don't know, I don't want to use a bad term here, but, you know, there's a lot of, you know, names that are getting hit to the downside, right? So getting kicked in the face a little bit here, right? And so just there goes Google, down $4 almost. Right here was cruising around 311, 312. Now you're looking at 308. You know, so names are coming in. So on this kind of a number, like, look at this, 183, and we were just loving life not too long ago on Nvidia. Now you're down to 181. So this could be a pretty big sort of downward push until we get to Fed. And I'm not sure they're going to save us here today. So that PPI number is a little bit more important than we thought here, coming out a little hotter than expected. The market does not like that, you know, signaling maybe CPI issues. We'll have to see what that print comes in. But for right now, it's a downside push on the whole market. And we just looked at oil. We looked at gold. That was going down earlier when that was brought to our attention as well. So thanks for all that. Here we go again. You know, silver still going lower. Bitcoin 72.3. I don't know. It seems like risk off kind of a day today. When I was writing the list on here, I had Q's long, I had Tesla long, I had SoFi short. We've got Alibaba. We'll talk about the Alibaba story. But I was looking long until now. So I think now we got to flip it up a little bit and think about going some shorts here. But hey, man, we still got a half hour until the market sort of opens up here, 40 minutes to be exact. So lots of stuff to talk about, lots of stuff to happen. And I think it is all that stuff. There's the attack on those gas fields there, and that's choking out supply. So it's not going to be a good day for oil, it looks like. Well, the long on oil will be good, but for traders hoping that you get a little bit of a relief at the pump there. Doesn't seem like it's happening. I did see 168, 169 again out there. I mean, it's part of the reason why I like these EV stocks, because I think that more and more people are going to start to get fed up with the price. I mean, Joe was telling us it was $2-something a liter for the premium. And I don't think gas is going anywhere but upside right now. But whatever, I mean, summertime, hopefully it can come back down for that. There's a lot of people traveling in the summer, and we'd like to see lower oil prices for all those road trips, right?
I think the problem with the EV names, it's like none of the US ones make any money. And then the one that does it trades expensively, so it becomes difficult. It trades with that, like, you know, future tech premium, automated driving, and robotics and all that. So when the Nasdaq falls, like, Tesla doesn't necessarily get the bump. It's not that it can't buck the trend. We've seen it move opposite to, like, the Mag 7 all the time. But, you know, looking over, it's like, wow, well, Rivian's not doing a heck of a lot. That had a good day yesterday. It's like, well, maybe you could look over there when oil prices are higher. But it's even giving back and going a little bit red. I know Lucid had a pretty good day. I looked over to see Uber with that a positive headline. I'm like, oh, is that support level going to hold at 78? Nope, absolutely not. So there's even the things that were looking really good and starting to break. Like, this was so close to breaking out there on Uber. But again, we've still got 40 minutes until the open, so we can at least preach a little bit of patience. But it's not a very good start here. And I'm trying to...
Bad.
You know, I feel like Brendan, we're going to have the Fed come through at 2 o'clock, and really, we were never expecting rate cuts. What are the chances with this PPI number? Remember last time, there was at least, like, small grumblings of, like, well, what if there were raises out of 1 or 2 members in the minutes? And I know we're not going to get the minutes for a while, but you start to wonder if you start to hear that chatter from the Fed again. Even though I don't think it'd happen.
What we do get today is a dot plot, and that could definitely show that indication down the road from, you know, maybe multiple members. But let's see. I mean, 2 o'clock could be important from that standpoint. Yes, we're not going to get any change, as you mentioned, coming up at 2 o'clock for interest rates. But we'll definitely see a forecast. I mentioned yields popping here. Q Gold off a cliff right now. This thing just fell $120. That's gold futures. So metals, I mean, higher yields, you know, obviously some money going to come from the safe haven spots, the dollar, gold, et cetera. maybe going back into yield, looking for a bigger number.
And this has been interesting ever since the beginning of the oil boom with the belligerencies in the Middle East. We've seen the dollar really pick up, and that's for one reason only. If you want to buy oil, you got to buy it in the U.S. dollar, and the dollar is inversely correlated to gold. So it has been an interesting trade here. You can kind of see we've been bleeding here for the last couple of days, trying to break through that $500 area. Now, coming into that key technical support area, Brenda, we were holding up 440 for the most part there in late January when we had a bit of a dip off that all-time high. We'll have to see if we hold it. We're at the 50 moving average as we speak right now on the daily.
Couldn't even get back to 5,000. I mean, we hung out there for a while, just chopping around a little bit, but definitely nowhere near all-time highs, but accelerating on heavy volume here, guys, for gold. I haven't checked silver, but I'm sure it's doing the same thing right now.
Oh, yeah, like you're not going to see, it's not too big of a divergence. I mean, silver's SLV is also going to be down. It makes you wonder, like it would almost take like a perfect storm, and let's go back to gold for a second. It would almost take like a perfect storm to see like a world where the conflict gets resolved whenever it does, and oil prices start to come down, then you get a shift in the dollar. But if that happens, and let's just say the tech markets are still looking overheated for some reason and don't get a bounce, like then I think you'd see a flight back into GLD. But as you mentioned, like it's all like on Fed day in the middle of war. Like this is the day that we're losing the trend on GLD as there's all of this uncertainty. There's just parts of the brain that are like, okay, well, if gold's gonna dip into all of this, it should be find a place to buy the dip. I don't know whether that's like we're literally right here, right now, talking the day trade. I'm talking in the general sense on the daily chart here, that I think there's gonna be a spot to start looking to jump back into this. And maybe it has to do, when we had like that unwind, it got down to like into 420 here on GLD. Maybe that's the area where it got bought up before that you have to wait for. But you're at a big inflection point here. No questions asked. And I keep saying, look for this market. When you, instead of looking for bounces, participate in them. So when you're losing the trend, probably isn't the moment that you want to have it in your head to buy the dip, but you want to at least start looking for that opportunity. Like that's where my head's at with gold. It's not like I want to buy the dip today. It's now I'm starting to think, okay, we're now getting into a zone and territory where, picking it up on the longer term is going to make some sense because we're getting a secondary unwind.
Yeah, I think you got to add gold to the portfolio at some point. And why not in and around now? Copper downside as well. I mean, this has been a play here. We know that copper is going to be used in the data centers, used in housing, new home sales, and housing starts were actually up on the last print as well. So you're talking about, all these names kind of falling back in. It looks very similar to the silver chart as well, where we're trying to bounce around past possible support areas, right? And so as silver comes into $70, you have this as the industrial. They talk about, silver's industrial uses as well. Apparently in all these missiles, there's like a lot of silver being used in these missiles as well that are going through. So there is like sort of a war angle here. The buy is probably between 65 and 70, and you're at 70 right now. So if you were trying to think about another run at some point in silver, it's going to start sometime around here, I would think, with dip buys happening, with big money coming into silver around $65 or so. I mean, it's been bought up there on this tank, tried to come back in, and then it held. So upside from there, right? We went from 65 to 85 already, but we're waiting for 50 to 55 right here for silver. So I think they're all now getting to be spots where if you're under owned in this space, and I don't know, for me, I don't really own very much. I really only own gold, and it's a very small percentage. If anything, I own, more Bitcoin than either one of these two. So I think getting more into silver and gold is probably a good idea, and maybe starting a silver position somewhere around that $65 mark if we're able to get it. But we're now just hearing like, energy facilities are being asked to evacuate, around the Gulf. So, they're expecting some sort of a, legitimate target here somewhere in the Gulf. So we're just hearing that they're evacuating a lot of energy facilities in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. They're all evacuating the facilities now as they're starting to get bombed. So yeah, not good there for oil, up 2% right now. Looks like it's trying to go higher right now. Yeah, there it is, 121 breaking right now on USO. So it looks like you're going to take out this high right there. We're actually at it right now, 121.20 on USO, and there it goes. This is these high levels that we're talking about. So for everybody that thought oil was going the other way, man, it looks like it's going one way upside as there's more and more unfortunate news about the Middle East. So here we go, man. Oil keeps going higher and higher and higher. And I just got the note that my the car is full in the basement right now, so that's good. Right there as we plug in and don't have to pay for gas right now, but not a good story here as obviously energy prices affecting all prices. So, all right, man, yeah, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar all being targeted right now with their oil fields, so not a great story to talk about, but
unless you're in one of these like energy small cap stocks, or if you're in USO, you know what? Like when we say not good, it's just because high oil prices aren't good, essentially for the economy. But yeah, I guess if you're there, then you're happy that these are flying around. Battle just got to hit $13. This was at $10 when we sat down. Now at 13. But keep in mind, this thing dropped about 20-something% intraday yesterday. So it's essentially just putting a lot of this move right back in. It is 9 o'clock, so we're going to get in, talk a little future. You can see they're headed down. They're pretty much back at the lows after that hot PPI print, and then get into our watch list as well. There were some earnings names that we haven't really talked much about because I'd say they were disappointments. I mean, no, they were disappointments. Lulu was a disappointment. Oak Globe was a disappointment. DocuSign, disappointment. All of them pretty useless is the better word. They didn't do anything. Option writers won on those earnings names.
Oh, hello. 670.75, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're below it right now as we got that PPI number, and that sent the market very much down. But that thick black line in the middle there, I want to bring your attention to that line because that was a key area of support. That's around 672.5, and that's a level we've been talking about now for over a week. And we really can't seem to breach that level on a closing basis. We did wake up into 675, but down we go again, Brendo. So at 672.5, I really want to point out here on the daily. Now, if we catch a bit of a bid, we're going to look to yesterday's closing print again as a resistance. That takes us to 60.75. If we continue selling off aggressively, we're going to look to 665. We bounced off there yesterday off the low.
All right, a lot to talk about once again this morning. If you haven't done so, link is below in the description. Grab the watch list, absolutely free, has everything on it you need to know. Every single morning comes right to your inbox. Nvidia, top of the list once again this morning on this on-again, off-again relationship with China. H200, I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere, really. Yeah. Jensen, saying they finally have received this license to sell into China.
And as you mentioned to me off camera, what a weird time to have that happen with, the delay of the meeting between the two leaders. So we'll have to wait and see if this actually gets done because we've reported to you guys multiple times that this was a done deal and it hasn't been. So they apparently received approval from the Chinese regulator to sell the H200 chip. It's the second most powerful chip in Nvidia's lineup for now. It opens the door, of course, to renewed revenue streams from China, which used to account for about 20% of the revenue. Now it's zero, according to Jensen's own words. Approval follows U.S. policy allowing some advanced chips, but you got to pay 25% in order to sell these higher-end chips into China. The U.S. government gets that 25%. CEO Jensen Huang indicated NVIDIA's already received purchase orders from Chinese customers, talking about Tencent, ByteDance, Alibaba, all the big hitters that they have in that country. Company now is restarting manufacturing with Taiwan Semi to fulfill this demand. We had heard that they were looking at producing about 700,000 of these. We'll have to wait to see if Taiwan Semi's got the capacity for them, Brendo. And they're also reportedly preparing, modified AI chips based on the Grok architecture that we talked about for inference for Chinese customers. And they want to build it around U.S. regulations. So yes, they're going to have a new inference chip. And yes, apparently it's going to comply with the export regulation.
And this is on the back of yesterday. If you missed it, U.S. government going to get $10 billion for the TikTok deal, just as a thank you, I guess, commission for arranging that agreement. But anyways, NVIDIA weekly chart still red as of this morning or as of right now, but still chopping around here in the middle of the range. Sean.
Yeah, before we get to Nvidia, this segment is sponsored by NextGel, ticker NXGL on the NASDAQ. NextGel develops advanced hydrogel technology used across medical, healthcare, and consumer applications. Their high-end water content gels are designed for comfort, performance, and next-generation healthcare products. To learn more about NextGel and their technology, please visit nexgel.com. And we want to thank them for their sponsorship of this segment. Yeah, look, it's funny because like the whole market's coming in, as is Nvidia, but Nvidia is just turning red now. So, you know, back into the closing prices. I didn't write Nvidia down today because honestly, I didn't really think we were gonna get into these levels. And it just hasn't really been reacting the best. I mean, we had a great short yesterday off of this exact level, and we caught it there, and I think we even added to it, and I think we might have got it there as well. And we just played sort of VWAP a couple times to the short yesterday. So, it gave us the indication what it wanted to do early, and then just kept on following form. Obviously, we dipped down and bought some of this area yesterday as well. The market did anyways, 182. So it looks like we're back into some dip buy zones. It's going to be hard to do it right off the open. It's just going to be tough to sit there and think about, okay, looking at this chart, where exactly do we want to buy this name? Because if the market continues to go down, then you're at a level right now that looks like it doesn't want to hold, right? I mean, if it comes in and breaks, then I think you're looking at 180 flat. So I don't really want to do anything until we get down to there. And I'm not loving the short, but look at this. The 200 period hit there, the 200 period hit there. So, the last couple bump ups, we've gotten hit back down off that 200 period moving average. So maybe 183, but like, I just look at the daily and you see it's done nothing in 8 months. The numbers have gotten better, man. The space I feel like has gotten better. The demand for their chips seems to be growing every day. They got into China now. They're accepting those orders. And I like the stock to the long side, but choking saying that because it doesn't look like a long today. So for me on Nvidia, I think it's going to be a pass. I've already talked about, my opinion on the space. I really want to buy more Nvidia. I'm sort of pretty full on Marvell because I don't love Marvell as much as Nvidia. But again, a name that is still up today, Marvell. And it was 92 down to 90. Like, I think this name, if these data centers are going to work out and if the demand is still there, I really like the custom ASICs. I like everything that Marvell is doing. So for me in this space, I like Nvidia and I like Marvell and a little head nod to Broadcom as well. But Nvidia for me is the one. And that's the stock that I own the most of. It's just today, I think it's going to be tough to buy. Maybe we just wait and see what happens with Fed, but market right now down 0.5%.
There's a difference between like today and the future, and if we're looking at the future, they're 4Ps 22. That means you beat expectations next quarter, and we're talking, and if we don't go anywhere, like we hadn't been going anywhere in the stock for a while, and you could be looking at a 1 handle, like 18, 19, and when it gets under 20, like I think that the value buyers gonna be like, okay, now we're back loving Nvidia. Until then, it's almost like all bets off. I kind of thought this, like today, AMD was at more interesting levels. They have their own story as well, but if it wasn't, there's some people in the chat noting that it's at like a bounce reversion level right now, but it's 906. We're 20 minutes from the open. It's the pre-market, so it's not. I don't think this is like a standard like trend reversion trade. Not at 9:07 in the morning. So I'm going to be hands off this. And the other side of it is just not more of a distinct range on AMD. Like this was set up a little bit better for the short off the 200. Obviously, we're not going to be dealing with that unless we get a complete V-shaped recovery. And if you get a complete V-shaped recovery, that's not a stand in front of moving freight train. It would have to trend to get there. Therefore, if we trend to get there, it'll require a trend break to be shorted. So unless this lower high holds at 197 on AMD from the afternoon, then my short there would have to be a trend break of an upside move here in Advanced Micro Devices, which I'll be looking at over Nvidia. But yeah, we got an earnings name and yuckity yuck. At least, you know what? It could have been, I know I said that it was like a disappointment for Lulu, but the disappointment was that it didn't move more. The fact that after their guidance, it's only down a couple of points, you could read that as a good thing.
Guidance, the problem here. Downside right now with the overall market, we're right back to the lows here for pre-market trading action. But I mean, I was just reading some comments. Founder saying, more changes needed on the board, and supports the ones that have already been made. But I mean, you and I are just talking about, like, you can barely get into a retail store around here. So
and that's the weird part,
Yeah.
right? Like, their sales are down, but in Canada, at least when you go into the malls, they're packed to the brim and they're annoying to be in because there's so many people.
Yeah.
At least that's been my observation. Guys, I want to bring your attention to something that happened in January. It's called the Get Low fiasco, and it was essentially a new line by Lululemon for workout clothes, for strength training. It wasn't for yoga or Pilates, it was strength training. And then quickly, it was brought to users' attentions on the internet that this thing was like pantyhose, especially if you were squatting. Everything was, in the open, so to speak, and the company responded to this by basically telling their customers to take a size up or to wear nude underwear or whatever the hell, basically blaming the customers rather than pulling the merchandise off the shelf. Now, they did take it off online, but they left it in stores. So the company has not been doing well lately, and especially when you guide below consensus for both Q1 and the full year. Q1 revenue is expected to be 2.43 billion. That misses a 2.47 billion expected by Analyst, with EPS supposedly coming in between 163 to 168. Again, that's a marked miss from the estimates, which was looking for $2.07. Full year sales also missed. We won't get into that. Tariffs and cost pressures, Brendo. Tariffs expected to cost the company $380 million in 26. They're blaming pressure from labor, pressure from marketing incentives and operational costs. And they said, we're not raising prices any further, nor are they going to cut it. And that's what they actually been leaning on. They've been leaning on price cuts to drive up demand. They're saying they're getting away from that, which is very unusual, by the way, for a premium brand. As you mentioned, founder Chip Wilson continues to push for board changes and strategic shifts. He criticizes the company for a loss of creative direction and brand identity. I hope they can get it together.
Yeah, I mean, that's the year, essentially, so far. If you go to a daily chart, just nothing but downside here, guys.
Opened, like they did have some growth. Their same-store sales growth was all outside of the U.S., so they're getting traction. The problem is almost all their sales are, in the U.S. So therefore, it's not looking good. They have not had an increase in same-store sales in 2 years in the U.S. That right there probably sums up what's going on with this chart for the last 2 years. Like, that was when you made that high, was a couple of years ago. So again, it could be worse in that, if you look at this chart, like, you're losing a monster level here at about 160 on a monthly chart. On a monthly, you're losing the 200-period moving average in that big 160 level. So hey, if it can hang around here after this report, then I think that would be a good sign. You give it that. We usually say give it the 3-day rule, but my eyes are on a monthly chart for Lululemon for its next opportunity. So I think closer to the end of the month, or maybe at the beginning of next month, will set us up for what's happening next. And if we do end up holding this 160, then I guess bad report be darned if they're going to hold this bottom, and maybe there's something constructive there. But for now, I don't see too much of a, like, when you report earnings and you're down 2%. And the markets move this much after the 8:30 number, I'm not sure this is the thing that anyone's looking to trade, but it's at some big levels, so the monthly chart's going to be an interesting one. It could set up, obviously, it'd be better if it set up a bounce long at the end of the month. For now, it's underneath that 160, though.
Yeah, only now an $18 billion market cap company. I mean, it's not a huge company. I mean, it could move easily with good news, but I don't think it's going to be happening today. I mean, it's a 5% short float for Lululemon, and it's just like, you're seeing... It's bad. Like, it was just, you could have had this at 185 2 weeks ago. Now it's too late. It's too late to do anything about it now. If you want to get out, fine, but it's at these levels that you're starting to break lower. If you don't like the report, I guess there is one way to go lower right now. And just not great. We got out of some of our trade up here at 220. I'm actually or in and around, I think it was 218 or so, maybe not even that high. But in this area, because we did buy the last dip on earnings, but I'm not doing it now. And obviously, if I have any shares, it's probably too many. So I don't like Lululemon down 2% today. I don't think we're going to get an SSR bounce. Like, I don't expect it to be that bad. But right here, this is a holding spot. It's got to hold 155. You know, it's tried to break it below. It went to 154.75. So anything lower than this, man, I think we just fade any pops. Like, it could go back upside right now. The numbers weren't horrible, as we just covered, but the stock does not look healthy right now. And I mean, you're just looking at other names like Nike and all this other stuff. It's all these names are so bad, regardless of ON or Nike or anything. You know, most of these names continue to bleed lower. You know, heading into World Cup, we just finished Olympics. Like, I'm not sure, you know, if sports aren't on everyone's mind. We just had World Baseball Classic. You know, baseball starting up, NCAA happening right now. Nike also, similar to Lulu. This goes all the way back to April, the tariff lows. So this is the reason why. I mean, I'd rather hold Nike now just because of this low than Lulu. But yeah, good little spot there for Nike. I like this one better than Lulu. I think there's more of a chance for it to bounce back up. Oh, thank you, Rob. Right there, nice coffee. And here we go. I want to say thank you to Tasty Coffee and to Rob for that one. And I guess Neil probably.
I didn't even see the message.
There we go. Yeah, thanks, Rob. Yeah, Randy, Rob got the coffees today, so thanks for that one,
I'll take
Rob. All right, we'll go back over the desk right now. SoFi on the bounce.
If that is the case. This was a note yesterday. Muddy Waters, if you mentioned or missed it, came out late in the afternoon. Tanked this stock, comes right back up to basically where it started. It's not looking healthy, to say the least, here pre-market so far.
No, well, yeah, it's not a good look, especially when you get a hit piece like this. But SoFi came out yesterday and they strongly rejected the claims made by Muddy Waters in that short seller report, calling them misleading and factually inaccurate. Muddy Waters alleges the following, amongst other things, okay? This is not the full gamut of the short report. You can go on their website and read it. It's right there. They say SoFi's true loan charge-off rate is actually about 6.1%, and that is more than double the 2.89% reported in earnings. The short seller claims SoFi may be managing optics by offloading or isolating risky loans before defaults are recognized. And, you know, anecdotally, just on this side of the border, there was a company here that lost 50% of its value in one day because they deal with subprime loans and they had higher write-offs, et cetera, et cetera. So consumer pressure, especially with credit, starting to pick up. SoFi stated the report shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how they do accounting and how they operate their business model. They emphasize that they're absolutely compliant with U.S. GAAP standards, and they highlighted the fact that we're a bank and we're regulated by the Federal Reserve and the OCC, which have high standards. That's their counter there. They also pointed out that Muddy Waters disclosed a short report, so there's always that financial incentive in the background.
And I zoomed out to a daily chart to kind of emphasize that simple point. We get down to, on that note, we get down to 10-month lows for this stock, so just squeezing out the last little bit of the move, maybe on the downside for Muddy Waters, guys.
Yeah, like maybe, I mean, come on, it's not just that it was already down, right? Okay, so yes, it was like what you could have been technically trading this flat bottom break or technically liking this for like the 200 period or whatever it was, like this head and shoulders up here. There's all kinds of, oh, this looked like a short up at that top. But what it also looked like for the last 3 or 4 days going into this report, like this is when they dropped the report. Look at the support at 1750 on the stock. Like it's essentially just consolidating off of a low that's a fresh low. And then they drop the report right when it's at the bottom, so you can get kind of like maximum like slippage. Look at the volume spike, like did more volume in the next like 30, 40 minutes than it had like the previous day, so that you get some turnover. You don't wonder if they haven't exited. If they haven't exited the majority of their position, I'd be surprised, but you don't know. But presumably that's what it looks like. All of that said, and I like the fact that they leaned on, you know, there wasn't like a panic response or anything or mudslinging. They kind of kept it brief. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more directness, but leaning on the fact that, hey, we're regulated and the regulators aren't saying any of what you're saying. You misunderstand it, and you're doing this to make money. That's what you expect to hear. It wasn't anything that was unexpected. There wasn't any like personal thing from Noto, which I kind of thought maybe he would, but he bought some shares. None of that matters if we can't regain this 17.5. Like that's what it's a significant level for a reason. To me, a recovery after short sell reports, kind of like earnings. Put in a higher low, regain a support level to the point where anybody that's short is like, okay, well, this is where the buyers were winning before, holding up. We get back above there, I got to start thinking about exit. before we get to like 1820 for potential breakout. So underneath 1750, still a short. We close a 15-minute candle above that, and then I want to start thinking about the bounce long. Obviously, the market's going to have something to say about all of this today, as we just put in our first green candle on the NASDAQ on the 15 minutes since that 8:30 number.
Yeah, that's good. You know, glad to see that. We had SoFi written here at 1750 short as well. Our Tesla long, the BABA long is still intact. Tesla 398, Q's 48. We may have to look at that, but I like the SoFi short there. It's all the way back off of its most recent move, but this is a daily chart on SoFi. So 1750, Neil just talked about it. I like that short. Hopefully that comes in. But there still is like, you know, really $14 down into 12, something like that. Like this to me is sort of an area between 13 to 14 where we might wind up going. I think it's too much. I think it's probably too far right here, and we need to be starting to buy some SoFi up. But, you know, a lot of those other names, you know, the bank names haven't been very healthy anyways as we worry about some of these loans, right? And, of course, SoFi is going to have risky loans because they're not prime. I mean, they're not the JP Morgans, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Like, these guys are getting new customers, and a lot of the businesses that they're going to be interacting with are going to be of the more risky type. So I do believe that part of the report coming through, but does that mean that they're, you know, in danger of anything? Probably not. Failing or, you know, bad loans, and as Sharif had mentioned there, we are worried obviously about defaults, but I think we're okay now. This is JP Morgan, you know, under the 50 period, under the 200 period as well. So there's a lot of bank names that are getting hit, and you can go back. Brendan just said SoFi at 10-month lows. I mean, that's the exact same thing here. This goes back to June, yeah. So, you know, 10-month lows as well coming in on major banks. So although SoFi is obviously under fire right now because of that report, I think you can pick up a lot of these names at great discounts now. And I think the financials are going to go back to where they belong upside. So for right now, I'd say leave it alone, but I don't think it's a specific SoFi problem. It's interesting on that report. We saw Noto go in and buy some shares. So maybe that's sort of helping calm the price a little bit. But I still think the short is in on the banks for now.
TTD, if you did short, when we talked about this initially, that was a pretty good trade, down better part of $1 right now from that point early on this morning. If you missed it, both Rosenblatt and Stifel with downgrades after what happened yesterday. Publicis, the firm comes out midday or afternoon-ish yesterday and tanked this thing, saying that it failed an audit and can't recommend it any longer.
Yeah, and they're no longer recommending trade desk to clients, Publicis that is. The third party audit, according to them, flagged failures to meet terms of service, which is obviously damaging to credibility. Analyst did note that the trade desk still has strong positioning, but a loss of trust is a major near-term overhang, and that led to two downgrades today, one by Stifel and the other by Rosenblatt, cutting the price from a buy down to a hold or neutral, with price targets lower to about 25 to 26 bucks. That's down from 48, Brendo. You know, there's mentions as well of tensions with major agencies like WPP, and Dentsu. Agencies may be increasingly bringing that buying or the ad buying in-house or move away from their system entirely. So something to keep a lookout for.
Yeah, green candles, hard to come by here so far, guys, for this one.
I think that like the difference between SoFi and the trade desk, in addition to the fact, I mean, the trade desk just, it fell further yesterday and is falling more today, has been the sentiment in the stock has been dead for a very, very long time. Like the point at which this lost any kind of bullish sense was back in February of last year. And it's been an absolute dumpster fire since then. So it's, to look for something to change here on this headline, I can't see what and where outside of looking for like dead cat bounces, right? So like an extreme move down maybe would, like an extreme move down that's just like, okay, too far, too fast, and in a day or two we're back at the $20 level, which is the 52-week low in here. Like that could be a spot that you maybe look for downward trend break. But you know, this stock's been a short till it's not for a while. Like this hasn't been new for it, right? Like SoFi recently broke a trend, like just like a couple of months ago. In this particular case, this has been going on for a couple of years now, and there just aren't any signs of a bounce. And there's always going to be traders and everyone out there always wants to try to pick that bottom. But when you zoom it out, like we were looking at a Lulu chart before, when some of these levels that you look back, when they don't hold, you're like, okay, well, let it get to the next significant one. That's why we point out that 20. Like on the monthly chart, you go all the way back to the COVID, I'll call it the COVID high or low because it's not the actual COVID low, is it $20? So I think you wait till it at least tests that level before even thinking about this one catching a bid.
Yeah, I was going to just look at IGV quickly. This is a software ETF, and we really got, pummeled over the last couple of months on this name as they'll hold CRMs, the trade desks of the world, and, Adobe, and you do your research into what stocks are. I showed the top 10 a little while ago. But yeah, all the way to the downside. Look at the volume, right? I mean, it was basically doing nothing, then just spiked up there on Claudebot, and just on the fact that, all these software as a services are eventually people are going to stop paying for them. And Trade Desk obviously is an ad-supported business there, and where you go and it's like a shopping mall. I think like a lot of that can probably be duplicated, but if Stifel's downgrading there, Publicis downgrading, not recommending anymore, it's just people know more about it than I do. So for me, looking at the IGV, you've already had a nice little bump up there, and the Trade Desk is not bumping with it. So I would say, we continue the short move there on TTD, and watch out. I mean, it's been a nice move back. If anybody that sort of bought the panic there on the largest volume right into their back-to-back days, one down day, one up day, might have given you sort of a little bit of an indication there that some of the software names are bouncing back up. But now with volume starting to die down a little bit again, I wonder if we're going to head this way, southbound. So Salesforce, Trade Desk, names like that, HubSpot, maybe back down to the downside. Salesforce, I think, had a decent we still have a little bit of time left, only 9:25. We'll get those imbalances in a minute. But you can see here as well, Salesforce, similar bump up, right? And now trying to hold, but still looking like a short to me is Salesforce. So there are some names here that do have a few issues behind them, and the Trade Desk today getting exposed with that downgrade. There's SoFi with a little bit of a buy, right up to our 1750 area. That could probably be the first trade that's in there today. Nvidia with a buy as well here. Early, it's only 9:25. These just got dropped. Other than that, nothing else that's on my mind. Teladoc, Snapchat, no. So I don't know what CMCT is. But other than that, yeah, penny stock, okay. Other than that, Intel with a small buy. That's only 100,000 shares. That's surprised it's actually bumped up 10 cents there on that. But yeah, so right now it's not looking too bad. Actually, more buys than sells on the open look right here, guys. So Nvidia trying to bounce. Maybe we do get a little bit of a bottom pick there. NASDAQ trying to hold out as well. So nice move higher. All right, 4 minutes left. We had Boeing. I think this is a name where we can get away from all this tech talk, although Boeing does have a lot of tech involvement in their planes. A little bit of a different story. Let's go to the desk to find out. And maybe we want to dip by some Boeing.
That was ugly yesterday, right out of the gate, on some comments from the CFO, more delays, unfortunately, to come for certain models being pushed out to 2027. Some of the numbers they were talking about deliveries this month and last month, just nowhere near what people were expecting either. So yeah, this thing absolutely tanked yesterday down to 207 and change. Not looking good here this morning. Not a lot of volume so far.
No, and they're warning their margins are going to take a hit specifically because of the acquisition of Spirit AeroSystems, a company that they used to own, offloaded, and then had to bring back in for quality assurance purposes. All right, the commercial division operating margins are expected to drop down, I should say, to -7.5% down to -8% this quarter. That is higher than expected costs tied to the integration of Spirit that are driving the downside surprise. As you mentioned, Brendo, the CFO, indicated the margin hit is just a short-term headwind, but timing for the recovery is now pushed out. In fact, they're actually saying the prior expectations of positive margins that were expected in 2027 are now uncertain or undetermined. The key issue here, though, is a lack of full cost visibility until the acquisition fully closes and the operations are fully absorbed. They acquired Spirit to regain control, of course, of the critical infrastructure.
Yeah, again, not a heck of a lot of volume here, guys, but if the market does continue downside, this one definitely weak.
You can't have it both ways. I mean, like they spun off Spirit in the first. They went to Spirit in the first place because they wanted to lower costs on some of the production, and then it led to some issues. And they want to keep it in house so they can have tighter control over quality, and that's going to cost more. I think that's understood. It's not good news that it's going to push things back a little bit here, but it's not like this is a change of plan. So I think they're still on course. The 200 level, we mentioned this yesterday, that I think, a retest of the 200, maybe look for a bounce or a break a trend is going to prevent a dip buy opportunity for Boeing. I don't know about today, right? Like, it's not, like, this isn't really anything that stands out unless we get all the way down to a big support level like the 05 on Boeing. Maybe look for like a snapback up there. Otherwise, I'll be sitting that one out. There were some, SoFi kind of bounced here going into this, going into the open on that. It was a 400,000 imbalance. I want to see if it's still there.
I don't think it was that much. There was.
Well, it's gone now.
Okay, I don't
Yeah,
think
it looks like it's just Teladoc.
I think Nvidia might have been the highest.
Yeah, it wasn't that big, but either way, it did bounce a little bit, so it's going to retest that 17.5 pretty much right away. I think we'll get a determination very early, like probably on the first 15-minute candle, how we're doing with that prior support here in SoFi, so that's going to be on watch. Got to be patient with. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here in AMD, so first look will be, can it hold under 97, or maybe we get that big V shape to wait for a fade up here, 199, 200 on a Fed day. I just can't see us blowing all the way back out after that PPI number. That would surprise me on a Fed day.
Yeah, I'm looking for Tesla, so I'm bidding right now. Tesla down here at 397 near the lows. We'll see if we can pick something up. Bidding also Nvidia near the lows as well. See if we can pick that up at 180, 150. Actually waiting at the very low there. See if we can grab that. That's a little bit of a shot there. I don't know if Nvidia is going to go lower than where it is, but and then Alibaba is the one that didn't break on my board yet, 138, but not going to sit there. It's a little too close for that, but keeping an eye today on Alibaba, and then of course SoFi, and then the Nasdaq, right? Maybe we can fade that. I still like the long in the Nasdaq. Less than 10 seconds to go right now before we get open. So I think the first trade that I'll probably be in will be Tesla. So welcome everybody, 2 and 1. We are now open. There goes Tesla, almost right up to 400. Immediately as the market, there, almost back to 400. There goes Tesla right now, 400, 405, 401. Tesla's gone. That was the very first offer that I put, the bid that I put in there down here at 397. We do not get it. There it goes to the upside, goes Tesla, 401, and absolutely rocking. Nvidia holding bid right now. We're going to wait a little lower there at 180, 150. Maybe that comes in, maybe it doesn't. And then SoFi would be the short that I was looking for, but again, a little too early to step in. Dow down 168, NASDAQ still down 0.3.
Yeah, Intel just went all the way to 45 from 44 at the open. You're probably hearing in the speaker in the background, I think it's probably some fire test nonsense.
Yep.
So probably saying disregard any of the fire tests. Whoa, what happened to Nvidia? I was just looking at Intel at the highs and AMD retesting
long on
and Nvidia just hit back into the low. So that's going completely opposite of what I was seeing here in advanced micro devices. SoFi looks like it wants to hold above that 175, and then Bitcoin is still down at 72 and change. That's not getting anywhere near VWAP. I don't think we see 42 for a fade. Probably got to look at the volume weighted average price. I want to be short on Bitcoin.
All right, we're long now on Nvidia, man. We picked up some of that wick down there. We'll see if we can get something out initially, but then see if we want to hold. See if we want to hold this one. I was going to wait for 181 break. It looks like that might happen right away. Nvidia not catching the bid that I sort of thought it would. So we got to think about getting, well, here it comes. We got to get out a little bit here if it does break lower. No point in, again, sitting in this trade if we don't need to. But yeah, Nvidia, okay, there it goes. Nvidia straight down. So we'll take a little bit of a hit there, going long early on that pre-market low. I just was not expecting this kind of a move, but there, wow, okay. Now we're starting to get extended a little bit here. We'll wait for Tesla to potentially bounce back to the upside, or downside, sorry, right now, because they're getting faded just a bit. And Nvidia, yeah, not holding the bid right now. Downside for NVDA. Give it just a heartbeat at this level, but the next ones are lower. I mean, there's really nothing here. That's why we were saying you got to wait for 180. That might be a disaster to wait for that long. So just give it a couple heartbeats, see what happens right now. NVIDIA trying its best to get going again. We're still long at 180, 150. We got out of about 2/3 of that position right there. So fail early on NVDA. Tesla holding 400 though.
And by the way, SoFi is still excuse me, still screaming. It just hit 17.8. USO oil prices back into the highs as that caught a little bit of a bid off the open. Still not getting that IBIT short. That doesn't seem to want to go there. You're going to want to watch for some of those energy names that are going to be blasting your battles of the world. But look at that. That first 15-minute candle almost certainly is now going to close green on SoFi. You're holding that 17.5. I think a bounce off that level, any kind of a dip is going to make sense. Going in the other direction from Nvidia is AMD. It just tagged that 197 a second time. So if it can close under VWAP, VWAP matters here because we actually had some volume this morning because of the number. So we'll look for a close under VWAP and then try that one short. The only offer I have out is we get like any spike of like 20 pennies and I'll be short IBIT. It just hasn't really gotten up there just yet. I'd say the biggest surprise, maybe for some it's not. I don't know. The biggest surprise was the strength in SoFi. Small buy imbalance and firing off to the upside. Maybe Noto was buying some more shares. I like it. I like it a lot for the long term. Just should have given us an entry.
All right, so yeah, Nvidia finally eventually does break again. So we're just gonna wait now for it. I mean, we tried it, did not work there on Nvidia. Give these trades, I mean, a little bit more time, I'm guessing. The NASDAQ, I guess, would have been maybe the one to buy on those dips, but that's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. I thought Nvidia would be going more than where we're going right now. It's still going lower, so that's kind of strange considering what this market's doing. Let's go back over and look at a stock that we know can be strong if it needs to be, and that's Palantir. That's coming back in pretty aggressively right now as well, 154.50. Let's have a quick look at oil. Nvidia broke back above 81, which is kind of something, but I don't want to chase it. Look at oil, days high right now. So, you know, USO and oil right now busting through $98, not good. And there goes USO right back to its highs as well. So oil really driving this market so far. There's USO higher. SLV, once it gets going, it gets going. We've seen that many times. SLV trying to get lower as well right now. But yeah, everything's sort of turning on its head.
Alphabet looks like the one that's strong. Alphabet's holding green.
Okay, that's
You're back to green in Google here. Talk about a name that didn't actually have a catalyst that we're going over, but probably one of the better rallies that I'm seeing. Let's see what Amazon is doing. Just want to double check. I keep looking up.
Google's the only one that's up.
Amazon's at the lows.
Amazon's at the lows.
Let's check what Apple is doing. Apple's off the lows, so it's actually looking a little bit better. You're like, well, what is giving this NASDAQ the juice off of these bottoms? And I'm not saying we're having a huge reaction, but it is at least sustaining through the open despite what was just happening over there in Nvidia. Okay, here comes a little bit more of a bounce. Might actually get to pick up this IBIT on a bounce here. We're just at 72.5 on Bitcoin, so that's I mean, the two resistance points are VWAP and then right here. Just can't seem to get filled on the offer. Oh, is there a halt already?
JXJ maybe? I saw JXG.
No.
AIM.am?
No, AIM is not on the. That's gone.
Okay, I thought that was maybe a halt stock there.
No, someone said AIM halted, but I thought AIM got.
I see it on the halt indicator.
Okay.
AIM. Well, here it is here. AIM and
it's not on mine.
Yeah, so it's open now. It's really whipping around like crazy. Here, 156. I don't know if this is a relatively new name here. Coming at 9 o'clock. We don't have any past data on this, so
whoa.
AIM. Not really sure what this is all about here. Maybe Adara, AIM, that stock. An interesting one. I don't know. AIM. See if you find any information on that one. Okay, go ahead.
I already have info. This is AIM Immunotech. They got a full Japanese patent for Ampligen use with checkpoint inhibitors in cancer treatment. So basically, Japanese patent sounds like for one of their
these days,
treatments for the use to treat cancer.
Oh, I don't know why.
Oh, I know. You know what?
You don't have Amex selected.
I probably don't have Amex selected on my halt
That's
scanner.
Exactly
it's
why.
anytime someone asks me about a halt, I'm like, I have a halt scanner up, and it probably doesn't have Amex on it. There it is, right there. So that's on me. I have to add Amex to my list, which I'll do in a quick little second. I got IBIT and AMD, but AMD blew right through resistance. Like I got filled, and it blew right through this overhead resistance. So it's about 50 pennies I wanted to risk on it, and that's exactly what we end up risking. IBIT, we did get a fill there. So actually, it's actually holding first resistance, so it's still underneath the volume weighted average price. So this looks like it's going to stay relatively weak. I guess we're in that world where Bitcoin is just going to be relatively weak. Here, I'll make that change. You guys can see me live adding Amex to my list. That's all you got to do. I'm going to have Canada on there as well. So yeah, that halter, we'll see. I think if you're looking at the small cappers today, you want it to be like Battle. you probably want it to be our good friend Indo or TPET. They're all flying. Battle just hit $14. TPET, I know, broke $1 earlier. That's at $1.30. And this is all because of what's going on in oil futures. Just be careful, because if you make the top here and we get a big pullback in oil, some of those small cappers could go nuts.
Yeah, right now we're, we did buy back some Nvidia. We're now in a 50-cent winner, but it really sucks to make the lows of the day there on Nvidia, but we had to stop out there. The mistrade for me, we were just waiting for Tesla to get back into the lows again, and that never happened. It comes back into 398 and change. That should have been bought. Obviously, it hits hindsight, but that hits the 25-period moving average, and the 50-period moving average comes into play there, and then it blasts right off there. Nice little buy the smiley face there, as we hear from Michael all the time. So that could have been a good buy opportunity there as well on Tesla. So we want to see if it comes back into this area. So I'm still waiting for 397, but if it does come in there, let's have a quick look at that. All right, I'm going to put an offer right there. There we go, 53s. Some more outs up here on this as we go. They're going to issue the Jones Act waiver today, possibly, so that was, again, the U.S. ships and everything like that carrying through. And, 122 makes it easier for U.S. Companies to move energy through the Straits of Hormuz there if they do that. And that's just throughout the whole, anything shipping-wise is what that Jones Act is referring to. Looks like that's going to go through today, but USO is still ticking around near the highs as we wait for some more opportunities. I'm not just short IBIT there. Okay, good. So SoFi, it does have that bounce up. Wasn't not really expecting that, and we get right to sort of some levels yesterday where we thought about getting that short in before that report came through off of VWAP again, right? So VWAP yesterday held on SoFi, and right now we're right at VWAP again here today. So give this one a little bit of room to see what's happening there. Nvidia is trying to still go to the upside. INTC, that's been a big mover the last couple of days. Up 1% there. Looks like the market is sort of fading off of that PPI and starting to sort of get back to the upside a bit there. Looks like oil is going to lead the market early. Let's see if some of these names like Google, Apple, Nvidia, and all that can lead the market back up to the upside here. What's up, Adara?
I want to do a review here of some of these earnings day one plays. Lululemon actually near intraday highs. We know the earnings and EPS here, the revenue and EPS rather, that wasn't the issue. The issue here for Lulu was going to be guidance. They're actually doing quite well. OKLO, which as we know, still not profitable, unfortunately. They are chopping around here, initially move higher, now pushing back to the downside. DOCU doing quite well, though nowhere near its pre-market highs. So just a couple earnings day one plays on watch. GIS also on earnings day one watch, and same with Macy's. Neither of those two active this morning. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, usually with General Mills, you're probably in it for the 6% dividend, if anything else. Macy's, I just saw, was sliding back down. It was the only earnings name that actually moved anything. It was up 8%, but that Lulu move, hey, it doesn't matter if the guidance is bad if it's been so badly beaten up that people think it's the low. So good for them. Just got to reload. You got to scalp out halfway on this range trade in IBIT, at least for now. It's just holding that low. So we're going to play into this range down into it's about 72.3 or 72.2, 72.5 here, and then probably 72 quarters down at the low. So as long as that one holds the bottom, and it's doing so while the NASDAQ is at VWAP and screaming higher. Now keep in mind, at 8:30, we were pretty much at 603.7. Like we're up here on the NASDAQ when things fell apart again. So that would be the key spot to look for. So that's about where I'd look for like another opportunity to jump into some kind of short trade. SoFi, we thought we'd be a little bit more involved in SoFi. It's really putting a test on that 17.5 on the way back in here. So if it's going to hold 17.5, this is kind of the determination. We'll get that determination in the next 3-minute candle. And then if it holds VWAP, it turns into a trend up trade. But I can't give up the notion. All we have is one spike at 9:30 and very little follow through yet. So I don't want to give this one a long until I see some confirmation of it in the next couple of candles here. Maheen, one name I didn't mention was Rocket Labs. There was a $1 billion offering on Rocket Labs. And it did lose 75, but it was just like SoFi. Like the over-under, like it blasted it on the way up, and on the way back, it kind of blasted it through. So I want to see this level show me a little bit more confidence that it's going to trade underneath, which I think it is. But I'll let it pop back up and hold VWAP. Be patient with this. Rocket Labs was huge yesterday in terms of upside, so it's got a lot of room under $75 to continue to fall. So this pops into VWAP. That's where the short would be.
All right.
Market's blasting, so you want to be careful.
Yeah, market's going up for sure. Nvidia seems to be blasting a little bit here. We've almost got $1 on this one, so that's so far so good there. But we got stopped out near the lows a couple times, so we're just trying to make back the damage that we put on early here on Nvidia by taking those pre-market lows and not letting it settle down. You know, so getting ahead of it a little bit, not paying off today, getting involved early on our good friend Nvidia, but up to 182, sorry, we just took some more out there. We still have half left, exactly half left right now. And on that note, might as well take advantage of that, get some more out at 90, so it's a good trade there. Now we'll look for some more. Oh, we wrote down Alibaba we haven't even looked at this yet, 138. It's not really moving around, so like, when we're writing down that level, it's at 140. I thought if it came in there, you know, we could see, you know, a little bit of a reversion back upside. But right now, it's not doing anything, and that's Alibaba just hanging out now at 138. So some talk about they're increasing their prices on their chips. So that would lead to a bigger EPS as long as demand stays there, and I think demand is there right now. So that's probably going to be a good little looking trade there for Alibaba if the market wants to rebound a little bit. Good trade. I mean, Neil's got IBIT over there. We have Bank of Canada in 1 minute, so everybody brace yourself for that one. We'll wait to see where that's going. But here comes Nvidia right back down in. Not really a reload spot for me right here, man. I'm going to wait for 180 and change down near here to see if we get a reload at all on Nvidia. But still in the money, but yeah, getting worse here for NVDA.
Micron just broke its lows of the day. They report after the bell. It just took out 460. Thank you for throwing it in the chat. We'll get to the visualizer in a second, but first we got to go to the desk. Adara.
Yeah, in terms of economic data on our side, or not our side, but on the U.S. side of the border, rather, other than that PPI we got this morning, and of course the Fed at 2, we're going to be getting factory orders at 10 a.m., so you will see me in about 15 minutes with some economic data just because the CPI, or the Canada data was mentioned. I want to talk here about USO because as we did have Sean mention, we were hearing reports that President Trump could be waiving the Jones Act as soon as today. Now I'm seeing reports that, in fact, he has issued a waiver here for the Jones Act. That did happen, according to Bloomberg, and they're saying that this waiver will apply to oil, gas, fertilizer, and coal. So, again, the Jones Act is part of a larger maritime act, and it basically says that you're not, and again, I'm paraphrasing here, but no water shipments between U.S. ports of goods unless you've got, like, the U.S.-backed crew, U.S.-made ship, U.S. flag. They're going to be waiving that again for certain exports, according to Bloomberg. And they actually have issued that waiver, according to Bloomberg. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Adara.
Those fertilizer stocks were crazy last week. Like, what's CF doing today, maybe? Yuck. No. That got smoked off the open here. CF. That's the first one that came to mind. I promised we'd look at it, and it's the visualizer, and it is a four-way battle right now for the top. Battle, BATL, the stock's not battle, AIM, TPET, and Lululemon. So none of the big cap names. SoFi is blasting. That'll be up there. Nvidia is going to make it to 5th. I see silver. I should full screen this so you can see silver. We haven't looked at the metal since the open. ARTL I'm not really familiar with. Trade Desk, Palantir. So all names with the exception of a few here, like this ARTL is the only one that I'm not too aware of, but it's a lot of small cappers, and I think the theme might be energy, especially when you look at those small cappers that are running. And as long as USO goes, it's right back up at the highs, then things like Battle, BATL, it's Battalion Oil Corporation, can look good, although that is pulling back. So 18% up now. Remember what this did yesterday if you're a small cap trader. You know, this fell from basically right here at 14.5 all the way down to 11. So a little bit of a resistance at that spot on Battle. You got to look at those old bag holder levels on small cap stocks to look for potential turns. So inside the range, like again, we just sort of tagged the low on IBIT
like Baba's right here.
As the market's still going. Like if we keep holding the low at some point, there's no other place to go. Like I look over, the NASDAQ is still moving higher as we speak. So I'm going to tighten this one up. Looking at this one for VWAP, but I feel like if you break this consolidation, given the strength in the overall market, then you're probably going to head for a level like this, like 14.15, where I can look for the reload. But certainly relatively weak is Bitcoin for now, because good recovery here. We saw it led by Google. with the biggest, well, it was the only one of the Mag 7 that actually was super strong that I could see, but good bounce so far after that 830 number.
Yeah, so far so good. We're getting some more out here on Nvidia near the highs. We did get a little bit out at VWAP when it broke a little lower there through 181.80, but here it comes, man. You are now into, look, it's fine. It's $1, but you know we got stopped out there. It's too bad we punched out there. We won't even be green on Nvidia right now. So we didn't put back on as many shares there as we had. We put back on like basically maybe a third or so of what we had here. So yeah, it sucks, but we can get back to Greensville. We're not going to cry over that right now. Okay, you can also see here as we continue to look to see what that next trade is going to be. I'm into a new one, so we'll hit the sirens up. It's Alibaba. We wrote this down today on our sticky note. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. I'm in it very light now because it is at this level, but 138 price hikes on AI chips, check mark, equals more earnings per share. But right now, if the market turns around, I mean, I think it's been fine holding up. I'm in it light right now. I'm going to take 2 units, and that'll be it. So we have half a unit right now, looking for another unit and a half right here at 80. So it comes down to 80, fine. And then I'm not even going to play this wick. That's just the open. Like if we break below 70s, I'm going to get out. So I only want to give this one about 15 or 20 cents worth of risk. Alibaba right now, you know, the spread can be 10, 15 cents when it opens up. So you got to be careful about trading Alibaba, especially you know, with the market on precipice of figuring out what it wants to do. I mean, we had a nice downside play all morning, and then the market opened up, bounced a little bit, didn't even get to VWAP again, and then, you know, returned back lower. So let's wait to see. I don't want to be caught long on everything, but we're here in Alibaba, and it's only half a unit, so I really, you know, willing to let this go at least to the 50 period, which is 30s, 35, and then up here at 139. So, you know, so far so good. Spend the money a little bit for some of these trades that we have on right now. I know IBIT over there, Neil's done well on, and then we have BABA and Nvidia right now. So those are just the 2 trades for me, and we'll get a little bit more out. Oh, I wasn't even on Nvidia. A little bit more out right there at 182 on NVDA. Right now, and then yeah, you guys, I see in the chat anyways, we can go over the visualizer in a minute, but SoFi is still there. Lulu up now 3%. Okay, that's nice. What about Trade Desk?
Lulu with a huge bounce. Lulu high of the day. I know what Dara mentioned this one as one of the earnings names. So again, I guess it doesn't matter the guidance, which was putrid. It doesn't matter that you've had 2 straight years of U.S. same-store sales decline. 2 straight years, but Lulu's up anyway. It's a Trade Desk. One of the worst looking charts you will see over the last 2 years. Huge bounce off of those lows. Maybe this was already a dead cat bounce for the Trade Desk. I don't know. But yeah, this is one I don't want to be involved in. SoFi is looking for a break of the tops. I don't know if it'll actually get all the way to 1820 on this move, but we are going to get this one finally. We'll hopefully get a solid close over the volume weighted average price. It gets so whippy in here. There haven't been no consolidations or anything. You had to have sort of guessed at the long. If you simply played the 1750 and said that's the level it's gonna hold, my initial thought was if it broke down, I was gonna short it. So, you know, I was looking for that to happen. It ends up holding the bid. So we'll higher low and we'll play it. IBIT is at the low and continuing to fall here. So this looks like it might end up setting up for just short pops into VWAP on Bitcoin the whole day. Although I do want to look over, like I see ETH, like it's not really, like it's weak, but it's not nearly as weak. And then you keep an eye on what's going on with gold. That's actually heading right back in a little bit here. So yeah, IBIT still looks relatively weak. SoFi hasn't really set too much up yet, and Rocket Lab is nowhere near my price short. I wanted to be short 75 on the way back through. The candle that broke 75 went all the way down to 73.7. So it hasn't really settled in to give us a trade-off VWAP, but it is trending down. So Rocket Lab down 7%. In perspective, it was up double digits yesterday. So I know that's bad, but it could be worse for Rocket Labs after that $1 billion offering.
Yeah, the name, when you mentioned Rocket Labs, and it's not obviously not the same thing, but Aero Environment, I'd rather buy this name. They're down 2% right now, so you know, downward push here. Still looking for 200 print on Aero Environment. That could be a good looker there if we can get something in and around that area right now. What the hell, Fannie Mae? There's nothing going on from what I can see, but $4 again. Like, wow. I don't know, Adara, is there something going on? Is there something going on with Fannie and Freddie? Because I didn't see anything either, and I normally look on here when volume starts to spike up a little bit, but it's just straight down. I'm not. It hasn't been a huge tradable opportunity in my opinion. I mean, this started right at 930, right to the downside, but I just bring it to your attention. This is another one of those names that, like, look at this. This is the worst. Sharif, I don't know if you've seen Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, but or Neil or anybody here, but like this is a pretty. Go ahead.
On X, people just seem distressed that it's going down. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Come on,
just look at this. Yeah, look, come on, Ackman. Where's Pershing Square when you need it? Right here. You know, right here near a nice level though for Fannie Mae. Like this name has been getting crushed, down half since mid-January. Fannie and Freddie. Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Right there, right now.
I only say that because, like Ackman, Pershing Square has been touting them for a while.
Oh, yeah. And they're coming public, Pershing Square. So you got to wait to see.
Yeah.
Allegedly, according to it.
Oh, they're not, Adara? I thought.
Last time they pulled it last minute, so I don't necessarily, because he's like, oh, there wasn't enough interest. So I feel like he does like to kind of play the field a bit when it comes to if there is going to be an IPO. So that's just, and I mentioned that last time this came up too. I'm just a little skeptical.
Kind of jokes is like there's not enough interest in a Pershing Square IPO. Chamath sets a SPAC out there where you have no idea what he's going to invest in, and that's the best performing SPAC of 2026. Look it up.
What is vibe coding exactly? Apple cracks down on vibe. I always hear people, you don't know anything about vibe coding, do you? I always hear people mentioning vibe coding. So I think that's something to do with the open claw and all that kind of stuff. Apple cracks down on vibe coding.
This story is at least 30 minutes old, just so you know. So coming through, I just looked into this.
Do you know what vibe coding is, Adara? I don't know.
I'm familiar with the term.
Yeah.
I think it's like just kind of like coding based on vibes. Like people call it like vibe trading, like just doing whatever based on feeling. I don't know the exact legal definition, but it's something around that.
Yeah, that's probably not the exact legal definition for sure, but yeah, I'm wondering what it is as well. Maybe you guys in the chat could help. And I think that is the open claw thing.
It's just from what the chat's saying, this makes sense. It's like you tell it what to make for you, tell it to code for you.
Yeah, okay.
Right? But I think that's a useful skill. Like having a deep understanding of like what you want an app to look like or what you want it to do. Like that's what you want, because you're using AI to do it for you. But if you don't understand what it is that you're trying to accomplish,
that's what I was saying there about OpenClaw.
The Apple story is what.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it has to do with anything, but it's just Apple. I was only looking at it, and she had already reported the story, so it's just they're cracking down on that. I don't think that's anything. Okay, we did, just quickly, we're going to go over to Adair just quickly. Just want to show you that we did get more down there. Our fill on Alibaba came through, so that's all. Let's go over to Adair. We're now more than $1 as Nvidia's ripping. What's up, eh?
Yeah, just be aware here, the White House now officially announcing a 60-day waiver of the Jones Act shipping law. So we heard reports earlier they were going to announce a waiver, then Bloomberg reporting a couple minutes ago that this was going to happen. Now White House confirming it has issued a 60-day Jones Act shipping waiver. Again, the Bloomberg report suggested it wasn't going to be for all transports, but just certain transports. Back to you.
All right.
Still seeing oil prices head higher here, though.
Yeah, blast off right near. Yeah, oil prices going higher for sure. And what else is going higher is this name right here. Let's go. We put a little bit more money in our pockets here with Nvidia off that long. So we still have a third of it. You know, if we can get the 200 period, good. We did lose out. We do have the low tick of the day. It looks like we may have the high tick soon as well, but not good. Getting stopped out there, but buying it back. And we told you I only bought back of a third of what we had there. So trying to make it a little bit back. We did get a little bit of a bump there in Alibaba, almost into 200 there. 138 there. And we got a little bit out at 93s, but it looks like we are getting close to getting stopped out if this breaks below. I think I put below 70, so we're getting close to getting stopped out of Alibaba. Not really worth it. You know, if it doesn't want to go, fine, Alibaba, man. We got the fill that we're looking for into this pre-market low. Doesn't look like it wants to hold, so fine. We got to break through. There's just not that much volume going on right now here in Alibaba, and there might not be as much interest in this story as I thought. Cutting the prices today doesn't seem to be affecting Alibaba shares, if anything, going lower rather than higher, rate. Now, I feel like I got like a little throat action over here, but eyes feel heavy, but I think we're fine. Okay, so yeah, just there's Nvidia. We are getting up near the highs again. I do have an offer at 38, so just ahead of the 200 period there for NVDA. Let's see if it gets going there through 182.50 or so. Randy, how's the ladder moving going over there? Good, 2 thumbs up, all right. As we correct
I'm sure he's doing more than
not correct, get more spaces going on here in the studio, man. We're really excited to see where this thing goes.
Yeah, our secret room is now built, so we're locked and loaded there. I'm just gonna quickly change, the stop's gonna move on IBIT. Stops move all the time, but I'm not looking at this trend. So now that we've confirmed we're breaking through the low of the day, then I'm going to respect like our entry in here at that 41.12. And there's our lower highs. If you break this trend line, forget about VWAP. That's where I want to get out of this trade. But it's also where I'm going to look for potential reloads over there. Whoops. That's hilarious. I moved the level 2 to Rocket Labs, or I was going to. But I typed in Roblox because someone in the chat was mentioning Roblox. Roblox actually having a very good day today, worth noting. Rocket Labs does not want to come in and give me a pop for the short. And I'm not chasing that one to the downside, but because someone had mentioned in the chat, Roblox is having a strong day in the midst of market weakness. Not aware of a story here, but it is distinctly different. Good bull flag. For whatever reason, just shot up at the open. Not a good day yesterday, but Roblox, certainly worth watching. Anytime the market is weak, if you can find some relative strength, at least today that isn't an energy name, then good on you, for sure. SoFi is another one of those names that looks incredibly strong. And I'm gonna look at this the same way that we just did on IBIT. It's got a trend from the lows. So you've seen it hold these higher lows. It's going to leave that up and look to try to buy on the trend line here for SoFi. So the short seller report, be darned, it's up 3%. It's above that 17.5. Before it gets to 18.20, I want to buy the dip into the trend.
All right, bang, 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 bang. Now $1.50 in the money on Nvidia. Nice trade happening, hopefully on Nvidia. We just got some more 138s. Like, this might not go. So I'm already out of a third of this trade, waiting for higher now as we go. But there goes Nvidia, man. Like, obviously we have the red mark right down there, but there it goes. Nice upside take there. I'm going to get out of one more piece here in the 40s. 44, there it is. We get that out as we break through the 200 period, and there goes Nvidia battling back to the upside when the futures really aren't doing anything. We like the TQQs down there, but just didn't pull the trigger at 47.50. I'm still not convinced, man. We have, what is it, factory orders coming out now? So let's go back over to Adara and get those numbers in 10 seconds. Factory orders.
Following harder than expected PPI across the board, we're beating factory orders month over month for the month of January. Forecast 0.1%, previous negative 0.7%, and actual print 0.1%. So again, factory orders month over month exactly in line with expectations for the month of January. Core durable goods also in line with expectations, 0.4% versus the forecast of 0.4%. That is going to be a revised print. Market, as we can see, started to drop here around 8:30 a.m. As I mentioned earlier, core and non-core PPI month over month and year over year all coming in hotter than expected. And that's with a couple of hours to go here now until we get the FOMC rate decision for March. Widely expected to have rates held in place. We're going to have to wait and see because we're also getting the summary of economic projections, which will give us a bit more of a sense of how these Fed members are feeling with certain inflation metrics and in terms of rates in general going forward. So this will be a nice gauge for the rest of this year. Let's take a look here at some tickers. SOFI got hit pretty hard yesterday, short report from Muddy Waters, but then later in the day yesterday, SoFi responded to the report calling it misleading, and CEO Anthony Noto picked up another $500,000 worth of company shares, roughly 29,000 shares purchased. Another stock that got hit pretty hard yesterday afternoon is TTD. TTD, the trade desk, getting downgrades this morning from both Stifel and Rosenblatt after reports suggested that Publicis was no longer going to be recommending TTD following an audit. Tons of earnings on watch as well. Lululemon, initially kind of a muted reaction to that report. They did beat EPS and sales. The guidance left a little bit to be desired, but the stock does continue to push higher here. OKL low, DOCU, GIS, and Macy's also were among the names that reported for earnings day one today. And after the bell, we're going to get Micron MU. Back to you.
Micron will be a big one, but this next hour of the show. And here it's 10 o'clock already, brought to you by Trade the Pool. The markets have been extremely active, and for traders, the kind of movement creates opportunities. Big moves, more setups, more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com, scan the QR code you see out in front of you, and you can get 10% off. I do believe we'll have Mitch coming on next week. Or so tomorrow, I mean, next
Oh, good. We'll hear from Mitch. I want to talk to him about SoFi, that guy over there.
Talk to Anthony. $500,000. I'm glad there's insider buying, but $500,000 worth is not a lot.
No.
That got bought.
No.
Okay, so like I know it's a good response, but throw a couple million in there next time.
Yeah, I would like to see
Anthony?
that for sure, Anthony. I'm sure part of his pay package is something to do with shares as well.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, BABA is actually a completely flat trade right now for me. Like literally P&L it's down $7. That's pretty much flat for me there, but there it is. So it breaks lower. We did get a bump up there, and then we lost it once it broke, and we actually got a decent fill at 71. So we didn't get out of everything, but basically a flat trade. The problem was going long there at the beginning at 138. We did get a great dip buy at 80s, but our best outs there were like 10s. Then for some reason, this huge ass candle just happened, and it just went whoops to the downside. So it's a good thing we got out there, and that's where you need to have stops so that a flat trade looks something like this. And so that's so far so good over there as Sharif is jamming to the left of me over here. This guy's feeling good, and I like that. We like to hear that right now. Disappointed that you're not at the gym. I mean, I was going to say something. Feels like you're slacking in that department. But anyways, he's over there working it for you guys, man. So shout out to Sharif getting things cooking on his end. So appreciate that. But there it is, man. It's $1.70 now on Nvidia. So we're happy with that trade. Just need to have more shares, of course, on that one. And then, of course, people saying Lulu right now. And that is, I guess, because it's going higher. And there goes Lululemon up 4%. So finally, a little bit of a relief rally in that name. It's been a minute. So that's going to be good for shareholders, up 4% right now.
Yeah, you can't hate on the stock, even when if good news gets treated poorly, then it doesn't really matter. But it's nothing better than when you have bad news and the stock gets bought up. I think that's a pretty good sign for Lululemon. It's still only day one. I put the 3-day rule on it. I wouldn't be doing any victory laps yet. But into SoFi, the only new position is SoFi on this trend is dipping in. I kind of caught it off this prior bar high because I didn't get this break of the bar, so I just jumped in there. But we get a green candle. It can be an ad. You break the trend. I'm out. But then the same thing works for, I'm trying to buy the dip there, but the same thing works for IBIT. On that number, we kind of challenged battling through that low. Like you failed twice to make that fresh low, and you're starting to draw back into the trend line. So we're hanging on to this, looking for, and zoom out, go back to last week, actually, because it's actually on Friday. We closed around that 40-50 area. So that's where I'm looking for an exit point on IBIT. But we could still break this trend, then have to jump out of the trade in that regard. So only new trade was getting into that dip buy in SoFi. Come on, Anthony. Buy another 500,000. Just keep buying more and more. Adara?
Keep an eye here on USO. Iraq now announcing that Iran gas supplies are completely halted. So again, seeing reports that according to Iraq, Iran gas supplies are completely halted. If I get more details, I will let you know. There's also comments coming through from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She's testifying right now, looks like in a Senate hearing, saying that if the Iranian regime survives, it will begin a years-long effort to rebuild its missiles and drone forces. So again, there will be some comments on the situation in Iran coming from the Senate hearing. Be aware if you are trading oil. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like a very good headline at all whatsoever. But you are seeing a potential rollover. I don't want to call it a rollover, but you are seeing a pullback in USO. Like here, it's actually breaking trend as we speak, potentially. I haven't drawn a trend line, but it looks like it if I eyeball it. Yeah, exactly. It is breaking trend right here. So watch out for your battles of the world. Watch out for your TPET would have been the other one that I was watching. I'd look for those a little bit later on in the day when they settle down. But the trend is not holding on SoFi. I'm not reversing short. I know this is a trend break. But because it's over 17.5, that was the over-under level. Look longs over 17.5 and join on trend. So the second there was a trend over that price, I'm looking to buy the dip into it, and I have to wait for that level to come back in here again. It's another percentage till it gets there. IBIT's still kind of doing what it was doing before. We are now we're thoroughly breaking the low. We still haven't retested for an entry cleanly. But it's only 10 o'clock. There's still plenty of time. This wants to go down the rest of the day. Then we can wait for that reload anytime we're able to get it. Just jumping back over, and we haven't really talked too much about all of these earning names, and one of them kind of really got lost in the shuffle. It's not doing anything yet, but remember we said about bad news being good and it goes to the upside? Oklo's not bouncing. Watch out for this, because if this can't hold on to yesterday's lows, even with the market bouncing, even with almost everything else seeming like you're getting dead cat bounces, this could be a bit of a breakdown for OKLO. They got a good piece of news and they missed on their earnings. It's a pre-revenue company. Revenue is 0.
Yeah, not great. We're still on this Nvidia trade. It's now $2 in, so that was a good idea, at least to look over here. There goes Nvidia upside. We really like that stock. I really love some Tesla stock as well, but that's not moving. So I think we picked the right one with Nvidia, it seems like. So that's going to be a good trade there. We maybe have to look at some Google. We know we like that for potential long. Wow, Nvidia is really extending, man. This is a monstrous move here for Nvidia, up to 183.30 right now. There it goes. Wow, okay, slow down, my friend. Nvidia, just nothing but love right now, back there to the upside. I mean, I started the show by saying I think the next great long is Nvidia, but obviously they get hit today, and it's only up a little bit. But also AMD straight up 2% now. There that goes. Wow, we are really extending on this play there on NVDA. I hope my guy Marvell is going as well. Not really, 91 and change. Not the greatest day trading stock is Marvell, but again, as an investment, you guys know where I feel about that. Yo, what's up, your doorman? Third generation stock trader here. Third generation, nice. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm in my almost in my third decade, but my dad is an HVAC guy. Okay, 100+ years of experience, says Nvidia has bottomed. Hey, man. That's what I was saying. So you and I, you got horse sense, your doorman, and you have also 3 generations of it as well. But you and I on that exact same page, man. I think Nvidia, I'm like I said earlier when I started the show, I think this is the one that goes, man. I think you could have a 225 print incoming on Nvidia. I like the stock. I don't know if it's bottomed or not, but for me, I even said today would be a day where I'm going to try to go in and buy a little bit more of Nvidia. So yeah, I like the stock. I think you're 100% on that one, and I'm riding the long here with NVDA, $2 in right here on Nvidia. So yeah, I like that talk, and I hope you're right. Needless to say.
Look, the valuation makes a ton of sense. You can't tell me that the most important stock in the world, like everyone calls it, ends up that cheap relative to like the S&P on a PE basis, and then doesn't. Like the forward is the 22, man. You're one beat away from like every analyst in the world having to slap a big buy on that bad boy. So it is what it is. We did get another super chat here from Lawrence. Where is it?
Andre.
I don't have the page up. Andre, you're going to have to throw that one up yourself. I don't have the page up. I had the ad still up there. Lawrence Mansour. Sean, the greatest trader I have ever watched. You're spot on all the time. May the force always be with you.
Appreciate that. But, I mean, all of us here are, trying our best to get all the trades through. But, hey, man, can we screen cap that? I mean, I'll show that to my wife over there. So thank you so much. That means a lot. It really does. So thank you for that. Maybe I'll tweet that out. But thank you, Lawrence. I hope May the Force be with you. But we already have, coming up is May the 4th. So that's a Monday, actually. May the 4th. So May the 4th be with you as well.
It's weird. They're not dropping the movie on May the 4th. They used to do releases of their movie, like Star Wars, I mean.
Yeah.
And there is a Star Wars movie coming up, but they're not doing it on May the 4th. Because that's. Oh,
is there a new Star Wars movie coming?
Yeah, it's the Mandalorian one. It's Mandalorian and Grogu.
Oh, Okay, thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, everybody, for your nice talks in there as well. Okay, so yeah, that's interesting. I haven't watched or paid attention to any Star Wars in a while, but I did watch the first series of Mandalorian season. No, not.
Mandalorian's
good.
Just quick, I'll finish that thought in a second.
Yeah.
We just had a bit of a bottom tail again. This is the third time that we've tried to test that low on IBIT. Let me show you the 15 as well here, because as we're coming in, you're filling in this gap, and we're not really we're not breaking through. And with the market kind of in that bounce zone, like how many times do we want to wick that one before just saying, let's get out, take the scalp trade. It's a chase anyways. Like if my thought was the short was up here, and then because of the number, we're not up here, then this is our first chance to get in. We'll play with the trend line for the rest of the way. But no, all I was saying is the show that you want to watch is Andor. That's the best
Andor,
show.
yeah.
It's not particularly close.
Okay, good. We'll get involved in that because us and the family, we're almost done Abbott Elementary. We watched all 5 seasons of that. The kids really like that. It's a grade school show. It's like the teacher's in grade school. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's got the guy.
It's in the Philadelphia, so it's like urban Philadelphia. So it's a good.
Yeah, everyone hates Christmas. I like that.
There we go. Yeah, you mentioned that. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. There we go. All right, everyone loves. Money. And Raymond, not a bad show. Everyone loves Raymond there. You don't want to live too close to your in-laws. But there it is right there. Thanks for the long on Nvidia. So you guys are 100% welcome. I hope that it was in most of your portfolios there today, or into your blotters as there it goes. And I'm pretty much like I have 15% left of this trade. So what I'm doing better, and I stayed back a little bit last night and ran some studies and looked at some charts, like you really got to wait for this 200 period moving average and then try to get out like as much as you can in your VWAP. You don't want to just get out of everything immediately right away. Let the trades kind of mature up sometimes, because the difference that can make is huge. So like that's made a huge difference today. Like if I just got everything out at VWAP, still would have been a fantastic trade. And there's, I like doing that. And if you're trading more shares, like having outs when you think that there's tops, like I know I have a bunch of marks here, but you could see this looked like it was potentially topping out a little bit right into here, right? On Nvidia, kind of back into those pre-market levels, topping out a little bit. So we did get a bunch out. But then when it broke, we get one out at the top part. Then we let it go about 50 or 60 cents right into the 200. And then we just took like quarters out every single time on the way up. So printing out for us so far here today. So far so good here on NVDA. We'll just wait to see where we can go from here. We don't know, right? I mean, upside so far looks pretty good, but we could easily drop out at any moment here on Nvidia. So let's be patient with it. But only 15% left. And again, thank you for all the nice super chats, everything there. And even Adam DeLuz here. I am the second best trader he knows. The first one is up for debate. Well, hey man, if you know Joe, Sharif, or Neil, then you probably know amazing traders as well. And rank them however you want. But I think the best trader maybe should be yourself. I mean, just get focused, get in there, and although it's really nice to mimic trades around here, it's always better to get your own kind of style, right? And Obi, sorry, forgot about Obi there. I just looked to my left and to my right. Right here.
I'll be straight up. One of the things is to that point about like the best trader's got to be you. It's really important because I love sports and I was a track athlete, and it's one of those sports where I know you're racing against somebody else. But especially if you're a sprinter, your focus needs to be on you in your lane. Like you can't, a 100-meter race, you think you're racing other people. Like you hear guys talk about that, but you are focused on just executing what you are doing. Because at the end of the day, like you're gonna run what you're gonna run. And if you're not Usain Bolt, you were never beating Usain Bolt. You just had to run the best race you can and hope that he falters. And in trading, you just got to do the best that you can do and make your green wherever it might lie. And when doing that, you got to look for those opportunities that are out there. I was just looking over at a name that I ignored this morning. It wasn't intentionally. There just wasn't particularly a catalyst with Intel. And I might have missed a bit of a trend. No, I didn't miss a bit of a trend break on Intel. Like it's all green candles from the open. This is your first red breaking the trend, and now it's trending down. So when that happens, you know what I'm going to say next? Well, if the opportunity is missed for that short, the next one is going to be a trend break to the long side. It did this early. It did this yesterday where it caught a bottom and trend broke into VWAP, and then it did it kind of again here with a trend break. So I'm going to have this one loaded next. If we get a reload on IBIT, so be it. It hasn't really popped to give us a reload on that trade, but I am looking for, now that we've made some kind of a trend to the downside in Intel, look for a bit of a bounce play. The NASDAQ is also trying to hold off of some of its lows. Oh, and for those of you still looking at oil, I know that's going to be a popular theme today. Right back up at those highs. So yeah, a little bit of a pullback. It just can't seem to get any real fallback, which is interesting because as the market was trying to bounce there, you would have thought we'd still have that back and forth, market down, oil up. When the market tried to reverse, you'd think oil reverse. Didn't happen. Battle and some of the other small cappers, not nearly as strong. So you're probably going to need to break the high out for this battle to pick up again. And if USO doesn't do that, I'd be very, very careful here.
Okay, yeah. Similarly, thoughts there about USO and the market, because like I'm trying to find some opportunities here, because you always got to have sort of a trade that you're looking at and maybe potentially setting up, because you never do know what's going to fall in. And I'm always looking at Palantir. I just, this VWAP is just too. Right now, it's too much. Like it's too much in the middle right now. Like we've already dipped down below. Like if you take a VWAP fill at 155.50, actually it's not bad. 155 as maybe your bottom, 155.20. Some decent. Actually, now that I look at this, it's not that bad. Whoopsies, I'm still on the ellipse. Get off of that. Right there, I got to delete that in a minute. But yeah, this looks like a decent little bottom there. I just don't know about the market. Underneath VWAP, not looking like it's a great little take here on the overall market to think about going long right now. So Palantir is a little bit of a different, this is going to bug me. I got to get rid of this. Ellipse, remove, right there. So maybe Palantir is not the one that I was thinking about, but nothing else is really hitting any of these scanners of mine. SoFi right now, kind of boring. I mean, this is a level that we liked. Doesn't mean I'm in it or anything right now, but 1750, I was actually looking for it for the short, and it's actually held up as a long there at 1750. We did get out of a piece of Nvidia right there again at 182.90 or so. So that's trying to fall back in. We do officially have 10% left. Let's get a little lighter on that one right there. We'll put an offer at 70s and get some out right now as it's trying to bounce off the 20 period. We'll wait to see if Nvidia can get going back up to the high. So the other idea that we had, you already sort of talked about IBIT. BABA, we're in and out of that. We could go back and look at BABA. We've only traded BABA and Nvidia today. So right there, Alibaba was 138. We were long there. We got 80s because 138 was just a risk because it came in and it sat there. And then it didn't do anything. So I was like, if it's going to sit here, let's take a long. We get 138.05. That goes up into 25 or 30 there. Should have taken that profit and been out of there. But then we reloaded it back when it broke through. We got 138.80. Then our best out is pretty much right here at 05s. And then one big candle downside got us out of that trade. So now we just wait on our hands to see if Alibaba gives us another trade. And then the earnings play tonight that everyone's going to be really excited for.
Micron.
Yeah, it's going to be Micron. So it's still up today, MU. So watch out now. I think it's pretty priced for perfection. But if the demand story is real, then Micron keeps going higher. No doubt about that. All right, Tesla could be another trade lining up for me as well, as it's trying to base right now right at the 200 period moving average. So watch out, maybe a 399.50 hold for Tesla. Let's go over to Adara and then we'll discuss that, but I don't mind that trade there for TSLA.
Let's start here, our small cap recap with an oil play, BATL. You've got like an 8% short float for this one, roughly 220 million, I believe, market cap for BATL. Now we know oil and energy plays are going to remain on watch as tensions in the Middle East continue. Most recent update we had was the White House confirming a 60-day waiver of the Jones Shipping Act. So that is going to basically allow certain goods, including oil and fertilizer, to pass from U.S. port to U.S. port, even if not manned by a U.S. ship with a U.S. crew featuring a U.S. flag. Let's take a look here at AIM. This one was mentioned earlier by Sean and Neil. AIM Immunotech story here is a full Japanese patent for Ampligen use with checkpoint inhibitors in cancer treatment. So one of their treatments can be used to treat cancer in Japan. Last but not least, LBGJ Li Bang International. This was on our watch list this morning. There is no news catalyst for this name, but it is worth noting $580,000 market cap, very small market cap, float here of roughly 3 million shares. So small float, small market cap for LBGJ. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. And you don't have to just join us on YouTube. You You can join us on Rumble. You can join us on X. You can join us on our website. You can join us on, I think, maybe Twitch. Lots of places you can join us. And we're going to send you back over to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, join us everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere and anywhere that we're not. If you think we should be, then you let us know. Let me just make sure I have it up there on TikTok. Get all the way to the top there. I see a few people joining in there. We just had Cisco join, Albert Rodriguez. I see you there joining. Cinnamon Toast Pump over there.
Another classic name.
Hey man, the names you guys on our YouTube follow. You better up your game when it comes to these names. Cinnamon Toast Pump. I'm a big fan of there. But shout out to all of our viewers, and we appreciate you. And we're on Kick, like Peter Ryder mentioned as well. Rocket Lab. Hey man, the initial idea was for a short in the stock, and we talk about this. Like you don't know necessarily. If I knew what was going to happen with the PPI number, then you would just make like some kind of a futures bet, like if you had insider information. You don't know what's going to happen to the market, and that 75, once it gets washed back and forth, end up missing the short. So the only next trade, it ends up being a trend break. It's kind of like the Intel. Like I didn't see that short, so looking for a trend break long, but we get a bit of a trend break here on Rocket Lab. We'll play it into the volume weighted average price. Already scalped some out at 1-to-1. We have a user from TikTok saying, you guys are wonderful, started following you from last week and you're grateful. You know what? Thank you. And this is all we're trying to do, just grow that community wherever we're going to be found. We want people to be able to watch, see what's going on in the markets in real time for free. And that's what we're doing here. M. DeRider, you change your name again? Anyone here? Oh, it's on Kick. Okay, fine. So Mike Peter Ryder is over there on Kick and saying anyone here. LOL. Hey, watch them in all of them if you want to.
Yeah, man.
If you have like 5 trading screens or like 1 million, then throw one up on each one of them.
Yeah. Give us all the love on all of those channels. Thank you, Mr. Peter Ryder. Yeah. Join us everywhere, man. No matter where you're watching, we appreciate that. That is for sure. So shout out to Mike P. DeRider giving us the goods right there. New position alert. We said we are a little interested anyways here in our good friend for now, Tesla. We made some good trades there yesterday, but I'm only going to give this to 399, or sorry, 398. I wrote down earlier 398.50 as a potential area to look at. So maybe we'll just hold out to see if we break finally 398. That low take. So, we are getting stopped out a little bit too early sometimes on these plays. So we'll try to buy some 399.50s or so, kind of the low take right there. We're actually bidding 40s. Yo, what's up? At Checo there, Ash, CEO, I guess. What's going on over there? Thank you for saying hi to us. There's Mike. Oh, that's Mike DeRider again. Oh, he's saying hey to everybody.
He's everywhere.
Okay. Shout out, Mike. I mean, thank you for
Random Oddities makes
all
a very
fun
good
stuff
point,
that
though.
this guy has. Yeah.
Random Oddities, you guys haven't responded to Mike's MySpace request yet. We'll get on that.
Mike's MySpace. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because he's everywhere. And
Are we allowed to be on MySpace? Is that even existing?
I don't know.
Maybe it is.
I'll cop to being old enough to remember MySpace.
Oh, I was not on MySpace, but Sharif was. Sharif still is, he said.
Yeah, for real?
Yeah, he's holding.
He's scrolling something now. Is that you scrolling Instagram? Oh, okay.
He's on Marketplace.
He was on Marketplace looking to buy stuff.
Trying to find
the
shoes
last
or
time I saw Sharif scrolling on his phone, it was it's topical. He just says we're going down that road again. No, the last time it was some very good fitness content, which obviously a dude who works out every single day is going to be looking for that too, right?
Yeah, you need to.
It was good fitness content. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, mine. I was looking at mine the other day. It's like all steaks. I feel like I must have been looking something up about a steak, and now my whole feed is like something to do with steaks. So that was fun times. Bank of Canada, no change today. All right, we did get a little bit more Tesla at these levels, so let's wait to see here. 399. I said we wait for 398.50. That's what we had written down here. But look what the market's doing, man. We're breaking pretty decently lower here, obviously giving me an opportunity to get this 398.50. So let's go 398.50 right here. We'll see about like maybe doubling our position or so at these levels. The market's really coming in now, so not sure what exactly is causing this move, but there it is, the low break of the day, getting me in to Tesla one more time, but there's the low break right now on the NASDAQ, taking it out and getting lower right now. How low can we go? Don't know, but it's going lower. And maybe a quick look on USO Yeah, I mean, going higher now. I don't know if that's the reason for this whole move, but there it is right now. It looks like 398.
Not helping.
Yeah, 398 is going to break. Looks like here on Tesla, straight down today for TSLA, or at least on this move anyways. There it goes, Tesla, 398. I'm going to give it a little bit more room because of how dramatic this is, but Tesla's going southbound pretty quickly right now.
Oh, so here's the thing. I wanted to reference something that I saw from one of our viewers, but it's like I can't say the name that you've chosen.
Oh no.
It is what it is. I'd let that fun with, but I'm not saying your name. You can always tag us. Anyone that ever wants to ask the questions, you can tag us. Like if I want to talk to Sean, I would just do this, right?
Yeah.
I could go hi. Whoops, as you see me like not hi. That's what you would do. And then it'll show up on Sean's thing. Like, anyways, if Sean had it up, it would show up, and it would be easier for spots. You can always do that, but just try to keep it clean.
Now shows me right there.
Just try to keep it clean with your names. I don't know why YouTube allowed that name, and you know who you are. I'm just throwing it out there. But I would love to be able to talk to everybody. I don't like this break of the low. So I'm tightening up the stop to basically like right underneath this bar on Rocket Lab. Like this is not a normal, yeah, okay, fine, trend break and all that stuff, but look what the NASDAQ is doing here. So I'm gonna really tighten the stop up. We just rejected through 73.8. So it tried to get that 50 cents again, and it rejected it. So, don't want this to get all the way back into the lows and think it's going to be a home run. It's too much counter trend here. So that's the only change for me here on Rocket Labs. Like, where is the strength outside of energy? It's weird, but chart. DocuSign, which was a nothing burger on earnings, is holding above VWAP. We had Lululemon, which is still holding on some strength above the volume weighted average price. Believe it or not, it's a weird one, but it is doing it. So yeah, while the market bleeds, it's a couple of names that you wouldn't have expected. We were talking about how disappointing some of those earnings were in that they weren't moving. Well, now they're holding up better because the market continues to flush. And it's the Iran headlines and it's that hot PPI print. But remember, we do have the Fed today.
Yeah.
So we get to see what they don't do, but maybe what they think with the dot plot. And how much does the dot plot matter until Powell's out and we get into the back end of the year and the war's resolved? I don't know. Adara?
So to keep you guys posted on a couple of headlines related to oil and gas. It's nothing massive, but just stuff to, keep you guys aware. According to Gas Buddy, the gas prices have hit the highest level since 2022 in the U.S. The average gasoline price currently at $3.86 per gallon. Furthermore, Citi forecasting that Brent crude oil could hit $110 to $120 per barrel here in the coming days. Also worth noting, we do have some comments coming from NATO Secretary General Rutte, saying that allies within NATO are discussing how the Strait of Hormuz can be reopened. If I get any more details on that or any plans there or what countries are involved, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. We're still sitting, so we did get out of some Nvidia right there at the 200 period, so we have 5% left of NVDA. We told you we had less than 10. We got out right there, 7.5, another 2.5 right there, 5% left of Nvidia as we do bounce off VWAP. So far so good there, but not really good holding on to this Tesla down $1 now, reverse dollar club right now on Tesla. It just tried to go back up. We do have crude number out, a build right now of crude. So expecting a draw, it's a build. So that should help. So USO should be going to the downside right now. We'll watch out oil. Again, I don't think the inventories are going to matter that much. We already heard about the U.S. releasing some of their reserve, as well as many other countries there. And it doesn't look like it's doing anything. It's a build instead of a draw. So I was expecting more of a dip, obviously, than this. It doesn't even seem to be doing anything right there. U.S. crude inventories, a build of 6.15 million barrels versus a 1.5 million barrel draw. So much opposite, 6 up versus 1.5 down on oil. But oil saying hold my gallon. Yeah, hold something. I don't know, but I was gonna say maybe not beer, but hold something there. But now oil is going back up to the upside. So interesting trade there on oil. Just gonna wait. I honestly breaking below 397 would really suck, but I think I got to give Tesla just a little bit more room. Starting there was fine. Getting that 398.50 is where we liked in the first place. It only dipped down on the pre-market, and we saw that PPI number. And so we probably should have waited instead of just like averaging in down here. But I like this take near the lows. We'll just see if it holds. Right now, we're trying to base out. We've seen this happen before on Tesla, and it can get back to VWAP quite easily. But, you know, the market needs to go, and right now the market is down at the day's low right now for the NASDAQ. So, you know, obviously a bump up would be really nice, but we got to wait for that to happen. So there's not much for me to do right now. I mean, we could get out for 75-cent hit. If it's not in your wheelhouse right now to hold on to something like this, it is bouncing a little bit, and you may have gotten a decent dip buy opportunity there. So maybe if you're long, sort of where we took our last bit there at 80, then you're in the money now, 40, 50 cents. Could be worth something, but I'm stuck a little longer than that. So I'm just going to wait. It doesn't really matter the price you're in, but it's just looking, I mean, that's matters for P&L, but when you're looking at a chart, you got to sort of think like, I think there's an opportunity to get this back to VWAP right now, especially if we can hold down here. So I don't just want to punch out immediately and then regret doing that. We already made a low take there on Nvidia. It's not revenge trading. I like this spot. This is a spot that we've talked about, but with oil, man, like that was not a good look. I was hoping oil was going to go back down, and it's not. So yeah, the market may crash the party. I think that's about right there. Shout out to your doorman in the chat there, maybe. But here we go. Right back up to the upside right now comes Tesla. I'm going to take a little bit off at 50 if we can get that, just to relieve a little bit of this pressure.
So two things happen. One, I did tighten that stop up in Rocket Lab. I know usually it's a prior bar low, but again, Rocket Lab's down 9%. I initially did like it short, and it just could not break through when the market was breaking the low, so there's a tightened up stop. I'll do this to save you from having to watch me flip charts in case it doesn't go right away. Oh, and it did. All right, there you go. Intel breaking and like the all morning trend is a break that's already happened. Like if I go from the high at the open, it's already breaking that trend. So it's at VWAP that it happens to be breaking. I know VWAP is just a line on the chart. I wouldn't usually enter a stock at VWAP, but it doesn't matter. Like that prior bar after the trend breaking happened to be the volume weighted average price. If we lose the 30 level, or like 29, it's about 15 cents worth of risk. It's like 28, 29 in here where that wick is. So if we lose that, then I'm out of Intel. But just looking for those trend trades, I would be at least a little bit concerned if I was trading. Like look at USO, look at TPET. Look, and we already showed battle. Like this is, like they're not going up anymore with it. So if I see an actual turn in USO, I want to pay for locates on this because it's a small cap gapper with an obvious catalyst that it's running on, which is going in the other direction. And if it holds under VWAP, then I think this turns into a short for most of the day. But that's only if I see the turn in USO, so I'm going to keep that up. But I got to pay like whatever the 1/8 of 1 cent that this will be for locates on TPT. Just feel like it's not as strong as Battle. That's why I would pick it over BATL and some of those other small ones. And there's also, I know Artemis just mentioned, there's a bunch of these that we haven't talked about. Artemis. TMDE is another one of these small cap energy names that is moving around precipitously. But this is, again, above VWAP, and TPET is below or just underneath VWAP, relatively weak. I'd rather look short if we get a turn in oil on one of those, on the weaker of the names. Like instead of picking on the strong one, pick on the weak one. So this will be a couple of cents. Well, fractions of cents for shares is probably.
Yeah, I think that's smart to do that. I mean, with oil, just everyone talking, you know, everything right now about that play. I mean, looking at a battle, looking at TPT, things like that. But I think it's smart to make sure that you do what Neil was doing there, double check if it's pay for short or not on your platform.
You don't want to go punch for short and then.
That's it. Like this trade's setting up, you're waiting for it, and it's like, boom, there it is. And it's like, nope, can't punch short. And it would have just cost you $10 or something. Make sure that you can get that opportunity going. We take an opportunity there to get some out at 398.50. We talked about that. It did come back in. I am looking to reload this. If we can come into 397.50 is an area that I was thinking about. And then dropping it out, you know, that low is 396.75. I don't really want that to come into play. What I want doesn't really matter. That's a pre-market level. So, you know, thinking like 397.50 is right into here, right where the market opened up. So, you know, maybe a drop in below this that's 397.50 right there. A drop below 397 might do it for me. We can wait. It's just a matter of the amount of shares. Like even waiting 50 more cents, you know, depending on how many you have, that could be your week or whatever, you know, and you want to be sized accordingly. And with the market coming back in like this, it doesn't really feel like the long is, you know, the most solid playbook trade right now. So if it bounces, great. I am willing to take a little bit more down here, but also waiting for this thing to mature back to the north side right now. So that's going to be that trade. Roblox, what is that hitting on my? Okay, that just pulled back a little bit here. So this hit.
It was strong earlier.
Yeah, that's why I think, because it was, as Neil just mentioned there, stronger earlier Roblox. Yeah, just pulling back in. I missed it. It broke through VWAP, so that alert was a little while ago. Didn't realize Roblox was this strong. We had that question yesterday about software stocks. I said Roblox. I mean, I like the name. I think that, you know, especially with March break right now, spring break right here happening, and you know, I know there's a lot of kids. Obviously, this is just in Ontario, but a lot of kids on Roblox.
Well, in the U.S., they do spring break.
Yeah. I
Like
just
colleges.
I just don't know if it's this week. But anyways, Roblox, they don't announce daily active users or monthly active users anymore, so it's not like it matters for right now. But I like Roblox. I think there's an opportunity to go upside. The other name that I mentioned yesterday was Take-Two, based, of course, on the fact that Grand Theft Auto is coming out, and that could be a good little take as well. So a little bit lower on Grand Theft Auto. Watch out for 200, 190 and changing. Just getting hit, right? We heard that software, they were making games easier, and Google announced some sort of a gaming engine that really sent Take-Two down and sent Unity down and different names like that to the downside. But I think this is a decent level. Just to wait to see if Grand Theft Auto is exactly what they're hoping it's going to be, and that is a monster blockbuster. So if that can come out, that's decades, hopefully, of recurring revenue for them. I don't know. I assume you pay for something in-game purchases or something there. I don't know enough about
Anything that doesn't have in-game purchases at this point is just like you're throwing money away.
Yeah.
Like that's it. When something is the expectation, then you know you can get away with charging it. It's like you have to charge. You gotta find a way to adapt. We're gonna go to Adara, look at Sector Watch. Hopefully we can find something that is stronger than the market that isn't energy.
Neil, unless you're looking for energy, unfortunately, you're out of luck here. Energy is really the only sector where you've got at least a couple names that are notably strong. CVX, VLO, MPC all to the upside. Now, we have some strength in producer manufacturing, though certainly not the entire sector. GEV and PH here, both to the upside. Utilities, you've got almost a 3% move to the upside in Constellation Energy Group, one of Brendo's picks for the year. Everything else here is going to be red. Now let's get into weakness, which is pretty much the rest of the market, unfortunately. You've got a lot of weakness here in consumer non-durables. Philip Morris down 3% PM. Health Tech, Eli Lilly with its second red day in a row following a pretty big downgrade yesterday. AbbVie down 3% as well. Consumer services red. Process industries red. Non-energy minerals bright red here, so keep an eye on like copper and gold as FCX and NEM both to the downside. Communications to the downside. Retail trade sharply to the downside. Finance, a little bit kind of more flat than anything. Tech services, again, also relatively flat, though you do have Intuit down 2.5%. And electronic tech does have some relative strength. Intel up 1%. Fun fact, today is the 1-year anniversary of Lit Bhutan starting at Intel. So happy 1-year birthday at Intel, Lit Bhutan, and happy 1% to the upside for INTC. AMD up about 1% here. We know they entered that deal with Samsung for HBM. Back to you.
Shout out to
Hey, I didn't know that. And yeah, 1 year. Shout out to him.
Infographic celebrating it to come.
I'm sure you'll have like the performance of that first year. Although when you're talking about a big turnaround, you know, like 1 year is not when you've had years of losing ground. 1 year for any CEO is kind of unfair when it's been a mess for longer than a year. How do you expect? The stock price, yes, but that's because the U.S. government took a bid, and we probably just jinxed the turn. Because there was the trend break, and the thing that it's doing too is it's like the market's at the lows and it's trying to put in some higher lows, but this is it breaking trend. It just turned right around at the $0.50, but Intel does this every 25 cents or so. It's it gets a $40 stock, so support at 44, resistance at 44.75, resistance at 45. So it's going to need to hold VWAP, and then I think this can be a potential add for VWAP long, so long as the market can evade this drop. I don't see any way in which we make some more fresh lows here in the NASDAQ and even a strong relative stock. If it's in the tech space, it's probably going to be a rejection. as well. And Tyler verse, you're like, why long Intel? It's pretty simple. The market's at the lows. It showed relative strength by putting in a higher low. If you slap, when I look at my 3-minute chart, this is the open, this is the higher low here, then a higher low there, and this is it breaking trend right at the volume weighted average price. In here, stop there, play to the high is the play. Do I like the chart on the daily chart? Nope. We said this the other day. I don't like the fact that you're losing the 50 period on the daily, but that has nothing to do with the trade-off of VWAP intraday. It doesn't look very good here for Intel. It's been beneath the 50 period before, but if it lingers for more than a couple of weeks, that's generally been a bad sign. It hasn't done so just yet, but the fact that we're back underneath is not a good sign for Intel.
Yeah, I'm taking, just talking about chip names there, I'm going to take another out here on Nvidia at 40. So we just did that right now as it's just hovering around here. It's like I feel like it's going to go meme crazy to the downside. Like it's not running the bid like you can see it do sometimes. If anything, there seems to be like some sort of a supply issue here, holding this down into 182.40 right now. And I don't know, maybe the same thing happening on Tesla as it's trying to go up and just bouncing off of here again. I mean, we could just sort of swallow it and just say we're out right now around 398.50, take a 35-cent hit on this. But, you know, if the market blasts and the seller relieves, then, yeah, I really do think the 200 period, something around $400 is going to be in sight for Tesla today. It's just that, can we hold it all that way? You know what? Like, all right, I'm just going to get out another 10% at 45, you know, if we're able to do that, and then ease back and wait in case we get that move up. Because, you know, to sit here in the long when it looks like right now we're just rejecting, we're underneath everything. We tried to let that thing go. It doesn't look like it wants to. We will take a bid somewhere around here. But yeah, the bid looks like it's getting degraded right now, to say the least. Breaking back down and making a new low possible there. And we saw sort of in Nvidia that there was, I don't know about a supply issue, but there was someone selling. It looked like at 182.40 at the 200 period. So good thing we got out of that one. We didn't have the same sense here for Tesla. But if we do get a bump up, let's take out another 10% or so here at 398.40. Maybe we get out of that one alive, or we don't. All right, market right now going lower. Micron, we've seen a run to the best names when the market gets hit, right? And you can see that's happening right now on Micron. It's not even going down right now. So market at lows, Micron saying, wow, yeah, you know, we don't want to go down, so we're not going to, regardless of what the market does. So for me, it's looking strong, right? I mean, if the market turns around, then where could we possibly go? We've already gone 460 up to 464 right there a couple times. This time we went to 67. So 460 looks like a decent buy zone here if the market can't get going. Maybe we'll look for some strength in Micron at some point there today. And then SoFi would be the only other name. We did trade, I only traded Alibaba, Tesla, Nvidia today. SoFi, good look, but look at the chart. I think we all thought that was going to do a little bit more than it's doing there today, but nice to see that it's stabilizing a bit on Tesla, on SoFi. I'm looking at Tesla because I'm almost got filled there. It went to 398.50 again. I'm at 398.44. It went to 398.40s. But yeah, look at Alibaba. That was in and out at 138. Yeah, that was funny on Tesla. It literally just printed 1 penny outside of where I was sitting. So hopefully we do get a bounce up. It's only 10%, so I'm not going to move it. Let's just hope that we can get that, and then Tesla will mature up into that $400 mark, and that'll be good. There it is. So we get it anyways. Not diamond hands. We're going to see if we can have some now on the upside here for Alibaba, for Tesla.
And even I was
traded a few names today.
I know, even you had me saying Alibaba right there instead of Tesla.
Oh, Google, yeah, that's probably a good one.
Hey, no, Google was the strongest name this morning in the Mag set. No, it's at VWAP. Like it's actually very similar to like the Intel. Put in a higher low here. I'm trying to find a sneeze. Put in a higher low when the market's at the low and try to break through VWAP as the market tries to hold the low. So yeah, that's like relative strength. I always would rather try to look for a continuation long in something that's relatively strong, as opposed to like trying to pick the bottom in a general sense. But it doesn't mean it has to work. And it's a very similar setup here for Intel. What could, and I want to say hopefully give the market some juice, would be if we've made a bit of a top. Like USO is now just hanging at the highs. And it's been failing to make a new high since we had the inventory number 15 minutes ago. So if that does turn, it's still trying to turn. If it does turn, I'm still looking at TPET, which is Trio Petroleum. I actually didn't know what the name of this. I just call it TPET because it's TPET. So Trio Petroleum for a breakdown underneath VWAP. But you are starting to see some signs of the top there in USO. Tyler Verse just asked what about BBAI lows?
Was it low again?
I haven't looked at BBI today. It's the first thing I'll always say. If it's not in play, there was no story here on BBI, so I don't know a reason why it would be in play. And you're probably looking at the daily chart, holding this $4 level. Well, if you look at when it broke off the $4 level last time, so here when it broke off of it 4, would it have even been that bad if you had it when it confirmed at 5? Like you're just hoping it's breaking from here now. Like you could take the consolidation long, but you could also just take it when it either, oops, I don't have my tool drawn. You can maybe connect those and say, let it break that. But then you're just talking about the 50 period and the $5 anyways. I don't like trying to guess where the low is going to be on a stock like this. I'd rather it break some kind of a downward trend or start to get going before getting involved. Or look for a catalyst, right? Like if you're aware of some upcoming catalyst in BBAI, there's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, I don't think there's any upcoming catalyst, but
they've already reported.
Yeah, they've already reported.
Unless there's
everything's
conference
through that,
or something.
You have AI on your name right now. We've already talked about this. A little bit of a problem coming through. We did get a little bit more there just because we got out at 50s last time there. 44s. So I'll buy some 07s again. Now and not even that much, man. My average price was 80 last time. Now it's 75. So we're not really adding to the kitty too much here, but willing to be long that name just in case it does come back in. Like I'm looking for things to trade here, and honestly, like nothing's really hitting too many of my levels. If you're gonna look here at the broader market, pretty red today, needless to say, right? I mean, it looks like energy is gonna be the one spot where we've seen some strength in the market as we've heard, some of those oil fields being attacked, gas as well, nat gas being hit, and then we had a complete sort of evacuation of some of those oil and fields and whatnot there in the Middle East, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and all that, sounded the alarms just to get out as they were expecting potentially more action in the region. So not great there. And we have Tesla's falling back down again here as the Nasdaq's trying to make new lows. Look at health technology, man. We gave that to you yesterday with Eli Lilly, and we talked about that break of 965 yesterday was a good way to get out. Now it's 912. So swing trading Eli Lilly probably done pretty good so far there on that short, I would say. All right, that's what this looks like. I mean, AbbVie down 3%, not going well either. The financials, man, Visa down 3, MasterCard down 3, American Express down 1, Berkshire, JP Morgan up. All these grays are slightly up or slightly down. The greens, obviously what they are, and the more red, the more dramatic. So puts my eyes over here to Robinhood down, yuck. Robinhood down 3%. Looking for that a little closer to 70, I think. And then Coinbase down 4% today, back to that 201 area. So yeah, things aren't looking too rosy here in the broader landscape as S&P 500 was up yesterday, down both indexes right now, down 0.75%. So all right, it's 10:50 right now, so we got to get ready for Money Talk. So if we're ready, Andre, we can go over there. We have the thumbs up, so let's go over to Adara for Money Talks.
Before we talk about money, which I promise we will, I do have to talk about a report from Axios citing some U.S. officials, because this does concern the situation in Iran. Axios, again, citing U.S. White House officials, saying that President Trump views regime change as an additional gain if they can get it in Iran, but apparently he does intend to end the conflict once his main objectives are achieved. Said main objectives are apparently to destroy Iran's missile and nuclear program, its navy, and the funding of its proxies. Now, they're saying Israel, though, also has other targets. Again, this is from the same White House official, and that Israel is actually looking to take out, as it were, the new leader of Iran, though the U.S. is not too focused on that. So again, just some comments here coming, reported by Axios, coming from some White House officials on the goal in Iran. Keep an eye on USO, of course, with that in mind, but also keep an eye on the US dollar. This uptrend that we've had here, again, from those lows on January 27th, it's been maintained quite nicely today, trying to bounce here a little bit low of session around 99 halves, high around 98.20. Let's see if we can break back above that 100 level when we get that FOMC rate decision, which I'm going to mention, but I do want to remind you guys as well, PPI was in focus today. Producer price index hotter than expected for all 4 of the readings. PPI month over month 0.7% versus 0.3% expected. Year over year 3.4% versus 3% expected. Core PPI month over month 0.5% versus 0.3% expected. And core PPI year over year 3.9% versus 3.7% expected. So all of those prints going to be a little bit hotter. This is how we got the votes last Fed meeting on January 28th, 2026. There was no rate change. 10 Feds voted in favor of this decision, but there were 2 that were feeling a little bit more dovish. Now, Fed's Myron, for what it's worth, has all but confirmed he's likely going to continue to vote for rate cuts. So we are likely to once again get yet another dissenting vote at today's meeting, where we have 98.9% of participants, as of the last time I checked the CME FedWatch tool about 5 minutes ago, 98.9% of participants expecting rates will not be cut or raised. They will, in fact, be held. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. We did get a super chat just now, and it happened to be about, as you're going through some of the sectors there, Coinbase was mentioned. Random Oddities, want to thank you for your super chat. Coin just teased the 50 EMA on the 2-hour for the first time since last week. Does this look like a cup and handle? Here, let me go over to TradingView to see if it's going to look like a cup and handle, because I don't know, whatever, for these different time frames, that's what I like to do. So we'll go to 2 hours very quickly. You could make that argument. And then if you go, like I changed my daily over here to a 1 hour, you can see it's also at the 50 period on the 1 hour. And then if you go to the daily chart, it is also on the daily. See, this is why sometimes, there we go. It's also trying to challenge the 50 period on the daily. Like you are seeing, it's a break of a downtrend, right? And then you're seeing it consolidate here for potential breakout. Now, has it broken out yet? I don't know. Like, I think it's just a pattern in a chart which shows a potential higher low bottom and a break of the trend. But until it actually breaks out that high, I think you're just kind of guessing that that's going to hold. So Bitcoin holding 70,000 will probably help, right? Like if Bitcoin holds on to the 70K on the weekday that it's having here, that's 71, and I think you could get that bounce. But sometimes those patterns, like to me, it needs something else. Give me a positive catalyst with it. Let it show me that bullish pattern presents a breakout, and then you take the breakout trade. For sure, we had Michael Shannon always talk about when a stock is in the penalty box, the term he used, or it's like guilty until proven innocent.
Yes.
Right? Like, yes, okay, so it's starting to look good, but until it shows you something a little bit more definitive, you should be more skeptical of a bad-looking chart. Right? Like, ask the trade desk. How many times have people been looking for the bottom on the trade desk? Is this the bottom on the trade desk? I don't know. Maybe. Not having a bad day. Oh, never mind. This was having a good morning early, but it's right back underneath. VWAP down 6%. Don't guess at those lows. It's such a tricky game to play on poor performing charts.
Is it going lower, trade desk? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hope for any stocks to go down, right? It's the first one that came to mind. Was the trade desk when we're talking about stocks in a downward trend. Coinbase is not as bad as the trade desk, but it is still trying to prove something after a rough last year.
Tesla's just trying to prove that it wants to hang it around 398. It's doing absolutely nothing. It went down to 397.80. It just went back up into 30s again. Potentially deciding to wrap this thing up and take like a 25-cent hit here at 398.50 the next time it comes up. I'm not sitting there doing that. My kid right now, he just had his motherboard delivered. My 14-year-old we got him a new GPU there. So we got a 3060 Ti there. We got that off Marketplace, and he needs a new motherboard for that one. So he got delivered. So can't wait to get home and help him with that. But he's pretty good, man. We got thermal paste and all that stuff. He's got a cooler going on there. This guy's got too much. That's not the cooler I need. Has to be stocked with something else. All right, what's for lunch? Here today. All right, this has been a good lunch. The last couple times we've had this, and might need it here. I keep forgetting that today is also Fed. Like we keep thinking about why this market's maybe not doing anything.
But it's because we know we're not getting our change.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like the market just ho-humming this right now. Maybe until 2 p.m. we just kind of drag lower and watch out for oil. So just something to think about right here. Today is not chicken. Today is black pepper beef with the Chinese flags. We've had this many times. I think it's been good pretty much both every time. We'll hope the portions are a little bit better, obviously.
Yes.
Black pepper beef with steamed broccoli. I know you're not a huge fan of broccoli, but I really love broccoli. Rice noodles, I think those are the popular ones. And then green salad. So that's what's for lunch. Black pepper beef, rice noodles, broccoli.
As long as you don't overcook the beef, I think we'll be happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. So we will probably get a good one there. So yeah, join us and we'll rate that a little later as the day goes on. But yeah, Tesla just hanging out, and I really do think that is something on Tesla and on the market, right? The fact that we are waiting for Fed. So we could just drift around with whatever the heck oil winds up doing. So that's the whole thing. Like right now, oil's going higher.
Tail candle there on USO.
On USO, yeah. So as long as oil keeps going higher, I feel like the market will just hang out a minute. But who knows? Hopefully we're wrong on that one. And here it comes. I'm almost off. I just want to tell everybody, like, here's Tesla right now. It could be a small hit if you want to get out. Like, it's just bouncing off there. And if you've been going long near the bottom, there you go. So I just took another piece out, just 10% off, like we said we would do if it came back up. So we reloaded a little bit there. We got a little bit more out right there. So just letting you guys know that that's in my playbook right now, but still holding 80% of the trade. But there it is, man. If you want a 25-cent hit, you could take it right there for Tesla. It does look like there's some supply in and around 398.50.
Yeah, with 2 minutes to go, USO did just pull back a little bit here. So let's go to Adara before sending you over to the midday.
I'm going to tell you guys, keep an eye here on INFQ. This name moving around a little bit after posting on its social media a photo, I guess, with one of its representatives from Inflection here, INFQ, with the director of quantum product from Nvidia. So it looks like, again, potentially some kind of quantum collaboration or at least conversation between Inflection and NVDA. Again, the ticker for this is INFQ. This name also popped yesterday after they posted on their social media about how happy they are that the UK has this quantum program. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And they're already buying the dip in USO. Like it was one of the heavier candles that you've seen on that 3 minute in a while, but it's already starting to get bought back up. But it is looking like a potential turn. I said I would only short TPET if USO showed that it was breaking that trend. It's not. USO is not down enough to be breaking the trend, but TPET is already underneath VWAP, so it still remains one of the weaker names. Only 1 minute to go in there, and I wanted to throw up the visualizer because I feel like there's a couple of names that we didn't really talk about. Nvidia, Tesla are going to be up there. TPT we were just mentioning, SWMR, Schwarmer.
Oh, Schwarmer.
That got mentioned, but it was this DVLT. So I want to give a shout out to all the penny stock traders out there. If you were involved in DVLT, it actually broke that 70. It was like a 77 breakout that just, look at the wall at 77. It couldn't go more than 1 cent. But it's testing toward the $1. So I will always say caution to the $1 on a failed break if it does, but it's up 25% today. And there is some strength in it. So it's going up. The market's cutting back up here. Well, that's pretty nice. And you're now getting a bigger move down in USO. So bigger move down in USO. That's going to bode well, I think, for the market. Intel's starting to get off the VWAP. I'm going to take a leg out of this in front of the high of the day in case it gets rejected. But yeah, nice little bounce here. Oil goes down. Market recovers back to the upside. That's what you want to see.
That's exactly what you want to see. Yeah, good little trade there. We'll go the face slapper happening for us on Nvidia. That's making new moves higher. And there it is, man. We got the reload again on Tesla. So reloaded again and out again at 50. So we're just scalping out like 30, 35 cents right now on TSLA and hoping for a higher take right now. All right, good show. We're going to go back over to the side desks in just a couple seconds. Thank you, Fabian, Ramin, everybody today, Andre, Sharif. Maybe she's not here yet. And obviously to Adara as well. Thanks, Neil. Thanks to everybody on the chat.
Shout out to Randy for giving us the extra
Yes, shout out to
protein
Randy.
there.
Yeah, I saw actually have half the banana in here as well. We'll have some potassium, then we'll get going. There goes Tesla. Finally, we're in the money. Just as we leave you guys on Tesla, trying to break above 50s, hitting 60s right there for a couple seconds. The P&L went green there on Tesla, but we got to get going a little bit more to the upside. It's your midday show, and it's happening. There goes Tesla, finally, right now back to the upside. So you know what I'm going to do? Get some out and throw it back over to these guys right now. Ciao, everybody. Bye-bye, Tesla, hopefully.
Wait.
He did it again.
Did he do it again?
He did it again. No, he didn't do it again yesterday, but it's okay. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. If you don't know who this is, well, then you're probably amongst most people because they don't know. Shout out to Victor Gyökeres, Arsenal's number 14. Striker, shout out to Hangry Wife, shout out to Green Saber, Oxlong's in the house, so super, no, yes. Pitchbull, Commodity King, Fly Guy. We got Lopa Fett and Muscan, shout out to Gani and Fat Figga, hey. Sal G, Dino Vincenteri, I think. Man. Andre, not our Andre, his name is Assassino. Neil, Robert Lewis, we got Plips. Terrible trades, that's jokes, but boom, right back at you, buddy. Bastone, Random Oddities, we got Midwest Cannabis, he be smoking that stuff. We got Buffalo Soldier, Joey, Common Sense, Milan, what's going on, Adam DeLuce, Habibi, shout out to Ahmed. We got Robert Lewis and John DiPietro, Old Wise Trader, I aspire. Marco Hernandez, The Real Dangerous, Florida Man, shout out to the Jack of All Kings and Cubes Mo, sold the low. I like that, Real Dangerous, the Jack of All Kings again, and thanks, Casual. Good morning to everybody, Joey, and good morning to you. Just before we pass it on to you, SWMR is exactly who we thought it was. A rocket ship up another 70% today. Flat top breaking through 45. There was a whole bunch of resistance at that $45 level. That was all until, yes, of course, at 10:45 candle on the 5. And it moved $10 quick as you like, from 45 up into 55. In fact, that is the high of the day right now. Keep your eye on that $50 level. There could be support there. That's a prior area low, Joey. SWMR, that IPO from yesterday called Swarmer.
Swarmer. I like a good shawarma, that's for sure. What's up, Casey Armstrong ahead by a century. You singing some hit there? R.I.P. Mr. Downey.
Oh.
That's the head singer of Tragically Hip.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I feel like do you know what I'm
I know
about?
the Tragically Hip.
Right,
I don't know each individual member's name.
I think probably the best Canadian band of all time.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, let's get right into things. Yesterday we had that nice trade on Bitcoin. Looking for the continuation here today. Didn't get it. Continuous selling. I'm glad we didn't try to pick a bottom on that one. So that's it for essentially trades, really. It's that done. It's over, just like that.
Over.
But we're starting to print something on the 5-minute. Maybe we can find a bottom and a potential bounce to the volume-weighted average price. Let's go over what we were looking at here today. We were also talking about the $42 zone here on IBIT, the supply zone, and there's a lot of other names. SoFi, I had a little bit of a hunch that we'd get somewhat of a rebound here, but what we're seeing at that $20 mark, substantial size. And I'm gonna put my money where the options activity is essentially telling us to, and that's we are not going to be going north of $20. And if you happen to, you could see a massive squeeze, and that's why I haven't seen a gamma squeeze in quite some time. Enough is enough. Let's go over some of the names here. IBIT, nice 5-minute hammer candle, potentially print here, Los Polios, and to and my boy Gorev. But other than that, guys, SPY, Qs, you know we have the overall market in the corner of our eye. USO, not too bad of a look, continuous uptrend here. Now you're getting that pullback towards the volume-weighted average price. And SWMR on my radar. Be careful of this one, though, because it's moving very, very quick. You have to risk about $1, multiple dollars, in order to really prove yourself wrong. But nice move. Now up to $54.96, probably going to tap into $56 once again. It did halt after this strong breakup, and look at the volume following it as well, too, guys. IBIT and SoFi. Let's see if we can get up into that level. And what we're going to do before we send it over to Sharif is take a look at the options chain and see if that size has grown at that $20 mark after the open, or you have individuals taking a little bit of profit. 192,000. I think we're sitting around 193 or something along those lines, but that's a lot of OI, positive gamma at that $20 mark. And then even if you go over to the puts, what we do have slightly, all these are ITM contracts. That's why our delta is going to be a little bit higher. But other than that, guys, not too bad of a look there on SoFi. A small recovery from yesterday's dump.
There goes SWMR from, here we go, we're in at 55. Let's let it run. Let's see, we're gonna wait for now for 57. A high of the day, 50. There it goes, Joey, into 58, 59. We're doing it freaking live. Let's see where this one wants to go. Flat top break, here comes 60. We're wetting the beak here again. Boom, into 59.73. Get it, Katina, man. Here, we're gonna halt here, guys. 59.73, halt parameter. We need another 6 or 7 seconds at this level. The spread is tight here, man. 78 on the ask, 73 on the bid. We're talking 5 pennies on a small name. Bang. That's a good one right there, Joey. We took 55. I had a bias that this one was going to clear 55, and now we're up into $60. Casey, where you at, Casey? I'm joining you on this one. Casey had a monster winner on this one yesterday. I was telling Brendo in the morning, I think I might get into well, I don't know about now, but I certainly was thinking about swing trading this thing because it's just so in vogue with drones and everything that's happening on at the moment with that whole thing, right? It's kind of the future of warfare. So we're keeping an eye on this one. Pumped. Halt level, guys, 59.73. Tap showing exactly that. 59.73 hasn't changed. Halt time, 11:06:31. The earliest will be open on this monster is 11:11:31. So keep your eye out on that one. Mark your clocks. Do whatever you need to do. Yeah, I know Casey already sold yesterday. She's great, bro. She is a hell of a trader. All right, I want to point out one thing here. I didn't go to the gym during the morning show, and this is what I was doing. We were vibe coding a GUI. Now, we're not in command prompt anymore. Now we've got an actual window. So remember I was complaining yesterday about my risk calculator being really good, but also holding me back speed-wise, especially with these small cap gappers. So we're doing it live. I've got API access now. I couldn't be more pumped. And we've basically got the window done. Now I just got to connect it to the API. So we're going to be able to do this, guys, for you. And then, maybe we'll make this available for those that are on P-Pro or with real trading, I should say, and that are using P8. But I'm super pumped. So it uses the same parameters as my actual risk calculator over here. This one runs in command prompt. So as we talked about, you enter your default risk. Say I want to take $100 risk per trade. You enter the price. Let's say, for example, I want to get in 59.73 here on SWMR. I know the low of this candle is 54.37. So let's just say I want to give it to 54.49. And then it'll tell me, all right, Sharif, so based upon the fact that you want to risk $100 and where your stop placement goes, because that has to be strategic, super important, right? Can't put your stop willy-nilly. You're going to take 19 shares on this bad boy. Your position size is this much. Your risk per trade is this much. Here's your 1R, here's your 2R, and here's your 3R. All that is going to be displayed over here. I'm super pumped about that. So we're going to do it live, and hopefully it'll help the trading game. So we're keeping an eye on that. All right, so as we're waiting for SWMR to open up, let's look at what we're looking at here on the side chart. MVST, I've got this one in view. It looks like it's double topping here at 188. We'll see if it loses that 10 EMA. So that's the first one, ARTL. It looked good, it then didn't. Had a big move in the aftermarket, continued this morning at around 740, popped up. We did breach the pre-market high, but on a wick basis, not closing basis. So the official high of the day is 834. We're trading below the volume weighted average price right now, just at about $7. So we're gonna keep an eye on ARTL. TMDE, also kind of breaking down. This had a monster move down yesterday, so it looks like it was recovering a little bit. It did find initial support, I want to say, at about 10 o'clock at the volume-weighted average price. That gave you a nice 15-penny move, but it has since lost VWAP, and so it may lose its spot on the side chart. There's not a whole bunch going right now, I got to tell you, in the world of small-cap gappers, at least for me. Of course, SWMR, not strictly a small cap gapper. We've got UVIX on here as well. This is obviously the VIX ETF. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that one, trading really nicely here coming into the 20 EMA. I'm looking for a possible long on this above prior bar high, maybe above 820 or so. OVID, also another one that's straddling the volume weighted average price from the south side, not the north side, so not looking good here either. DVLT, Neil called this one out. He's absolutely right. Had a monster move yesterday and then another monster move in the aftermarket right around 515. It got all sorts of volume. In fact, the volume in the aftermarket exceeded the highs of the actual regular trading hours. We were doing a bunch, 2.5 million shares per 5-minute candle at the highs. This morning, early on, we end up taking out yesterday's aftermarket highs with the official high of the day being 99. We have a bit of double top there at 10.05 and 10.10. So it's obviously struggling with that $1 area. Not a surprise for me at all. But I also am very alive to these higher lows. So maybe we'll execute something here on DVLT. I think we should be close to opening up here on SWMR. And there we are. We're opened up 59. Let me just make sure I canceled all my stops on that. $60 high, guys. Watch out here. Let's see if it initially rejects that $60. It does. Coming down into 59.50s. That 60 seller better run for his life here, man. You're going to get run over, bro. Maybe not now, but probably 5 minutes from now. Who knows? Joey, this thing is rocketing up. 60 showing up again. Big size here at 60. Dropping down into 57. Gets bought right back up, though, dude. So all sorts of volatility here on SWMR.
Absolutely, Gorb. Yeah, man, waiting for this pullback to come into play. 40.33. I just had that hunch, right? We have this trend line drawn. I had this from before, and then we essentially run into the front side of it, and now we're starting to pull back a little bit here, guys. So patience is really key, and I think it's been really important for my style, considering I was telling you guys last week what I had in the month of February. I had more red days in the span of like a week and a half than I had the whole month of February. So I have to be really patient and precise, because not only is that you don't want to dig yourself too big of a hole, you don't want to waste all your mental capital, and then you become a little bit hesitant. So that pullback, I really like that signal. Let's see if it can come into play. There's so many things aligning right now that can tell us, say, hey, take this. So what we will do is wait for price action to slowly turn around. The defense wasn't really met, and that's kind of what I want to see. Nice trade on SWMR. That thing skyrocketed up to 60, and you were in at like 55.
55 on the dot.
Yeah, that's mad. That's madness, bro.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, but yeah,
taken more size.
Pardon me?
Wish I had taken more size.
That's how
shoulda,
it goes,
coulda, woulda,
man.
bro.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, my brother. I mean, if only I picked the right lottery numbers last week and won the 20 million, then you know what
I still have that lottery ticket you got me for Christmas in my locker.
Oh, you didn't scratch it?
No, not yet.
Why?
I like to hold off. You know,
what is
I like to hold off.
You know what? I watched a YouTube video on that. For some reason, people do that, because I'll hold a lottery ticket longer than like what I need. Like I'll keep it in my pouch for like a couple of weeks, right?
I got a 649.
But that's like a lot of people do that.
I don't know why.
I don't know why, right? Because you
because
do that,
I haven't.
Does that too,
you
right?
haven't dismissed the possibility that you could use. It's still possible, right? I could win.
Over and see what Neil.
For a second. No, I'm not saying that I do that. I literally, and this is, I'm not trying to throw shade, but I have strong feelings about why that's nonsensical. Think of it in the opposite direction, because so if you look at what you're doing by not getting or scratching your lottery ticket, or at least checking to see if it wins, like once you bought it, it's a sunk cost. Like either it won you something or it didn't. Right, so your effort in checking it is basically zero, right? Like it costs you zero effort, and there's potential gigantic upside. Now think of the other end of the spectrum to see where your logic of not checking it is ridiculous. Imagine something that had gigantic downside, right? So gigantic downside, your logic trick is gigantic upside. There's gigantic downside, and you mitigating that risk entirely costs you nothing to do it. Would you not take that action?
I would.
Right, you would take that action 100% of the time. If zero downside to mitigating risk, and the tail risk is huge, you'd do it. So on the other side, not checking and you've already purchased a ticket, it's like, what's the point? Just do it. If you pick one off the ground, you're gonna check it as well. Think of that in terms of risk. And I'm gonna make it back to trading for a second. that's the kind of thing that you've got to think about sometimes when you're trading. Don't just think about like the trade and the risk to reward a lot of times. Also look at the grand picture of all of your strategies. And if there are any strategies out there that have huge ultimate downside risk, like a stock that has like lower liquidity, could halt on you, your stops might get run and you don't get a fill.
Yeah.
Those types of tail risk. And then ask yourself what small actions you can take to reduce or eliminate those risks, because those are the types of things that are career enders as a trader. They blow up accounts, but you can usually find something in there to mitigate those massive downsides like that tail risk. It will mean that you will miss out on some upside, but it's pretty important. I just thought, usually I'd do a round like that for the lesson of the day, but you just brought it up, and I had some feelings about it.
So are we not getting the lesson of the day then today? We need both, Joey.
All right, we're in some IBIT here. This is what we were talking about here, Gore, waiting for that pullback, a couple more indecision prints. Now my risk is so tight, right? Like this can be a really quick trade. I'm in at the break of this low. So that's going to be not very much. What do I got here? And it's really tight bang, just like that. You get a nice little pop-up. We're in 32s, and that's what I was looking for. So patience, waiting for that pullback. The signal is there. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time for it to get rocking and rolling, and then maybe we can add some more. I told you I'm willing to put a bit on here.
Oh, boy.
But I also want to wait. What happened? Oh, yeah, I know. This thing's gone up to 62.50. I want to wait for FOMC.
64.
Right? Yeah, 64 bucks. It's crazy, man. But yeah, that's what I got going on. Oh, just in case you guys were curious, typically if and when I buy a scratch ticket, I know everyone was wondering this, I don't play the game. I just scratch the barcode, scan it to see if we're going to win.
Yeah, he kills the excitement, dude. Come on, man.
There's no point, man. We need that shmoola. But aside from that, guys, 40.35, waited for the pullback. We have everything aligning. What's up, Ram? She's in the building. Ramin's in the building.
Ram.
65 bucks there on SWMR, and then also largest volume print here on the day with an indecision candle, and then also you get that nice strong move. The volume slowly cools off on this pullback. Let's see if we can get them to step back in, and maybe we get a pullback towards VWAP. That's going to be the ultimate goal here, considering this thing has been on a downslide for the whole intraday session. So that's what we got going on. SoFi, nice recovery. And the overall market just bouncing off of VWAP once again. But let's see if we can get that sustained bounce in IBIT.
All right, man. Continuing to watch SWMR. I tried to warn the short seller at 60. I mean, he didn't listen. And then he started getting aggressive, posting positions at 59. That ended up being a resistance level until it wasn't. Got up to 60. Then all hell broke loose. 65.04. That's the high of the day. I'll tell you guys what limit up is in a minute. It's not showing up on my screen right now, so that means we're a little bit away from it. But I did flash. It did flash, sorry, 66 or 67, but that could have evolved since that time. But this thing is on a rampage. It's up another 100% today. This is going to be, I feel, one of the better swing trades that we could have had, just based upon the current geopolitical situation and what this company is doing. And the price action reflects that, right? You can have everything great in theory. It can set up, but now the proof is in the freaking pudding, because this thing is really, really rocketing up. An IPO from yesterday, 67.48 limit up on SWMR, 67.48 limit up. I also want to bring your attention to MVST. So much slower of a mover. It's not going to get you the, the adrenaline rush of an SWMR, but hey, we don't always need to get that kind of thing, Joey. But in any event, I like this looking bull flag here. Great structure hold. Take a look at that topping tail candle at 940, the high of which was 177. You get a double bottom here. You guessed it, 177.5. Actually breaching 178. A clean hold and a reclaim of the 10 EMA on the 5, and a move here to attempt to take out that 188 level. Look, the fact of the matter is, there's been very little in the way of closing prints above 185. So the fact that 188 is the high of the day, I don't think tells the full picture. They're certainly selling coming in at 185. But if we get a move here and start closing above that, there's a good likelihood we are going to hit 2. So MVST could be in play for you here. That's one. And then, guys, I really hate to be a Debbie Downer, but it's not looking good in terms of small cap gappers. But UVIX, oh, baby, look at the hold of the 20. Why is it so perfect? These ones trade great sometimes, man, off these levels. UVIX, a beauty. But I would say a great scalp trade, be on the lookout for the lower highs. I don't think we've decidedly cleared that lower high, lower high, lower high look, right? So maybe a move into 830, an attempt possibly of 835 on UVIX puts that confirmation on your side, but for the moment, I'm steering clear. Guys, I don't have any good small cap gappers. I'm gonna need you guys to help me out with ones that are moving. And I've changed my scanner parameters now. I'm scanning down to like 25 or 35 pennies. So I'm alive to the ones that are trading south of $1. But today it's a light bunch, man. Let me just double check. Yeah, I put 25 pennies, but I did put 1 million shares. So I don't really want to see ones that are trading less than 1 million shares, especially if I'm going to go down in price like that, right? Because we don't want to be trading hundreds of thousands of shares on a 25, 35 penny name. That's not my jam. So yeah, I need you guys' help today. Let's see what people are saying. Escape Planet. All right, let's take a look at that. I appreciate you guys coming in fast and furious with the tickers there. We're going to look at them pretty quickly. Let's look at KOS. Good look. This is a good one. So KOS, good chart there. How much? We got 13.1 million shares traded on the day. So this automatically earns its way onto the side chart. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off, I want to say TMDE. Yeah, we're going to take off TMDE. We're going to put KOS. Good, thank you. I'm going to look at that next one in a second. Let's see what else people are saying. TPET, says Scott H. Let's have a look at TPET. Neil was looking at that all day. This one's breaking down, Scott, and it's barely green. 105, $1.05 is the break-even point on this one. Nor do I like the lower high trend, nor do I like the fact that it's below the volume-weighted average price. We did breach pre-market high in regular trading hours, so that's kind of good news. But TPET, I'm going to pass on this one. OVID says Video Auser. Let's take a look at OVID. Okay, so it's putting in a lower high trend. In addition, it's straddling VWAP as resistance. I get that it's it's putting in higher lows over here, which is good news. I need to see two things: above 250 and above this area high here at 2 2/3, because we're going to have sellers that are going to be holding that. And moreover, it's shown its propensity to fail a hold of VWAP once it reclaims it. That puts it under suspicion automatically. OVID is the ticker there. John Del Segno saying RCAT. Let's take a look at RCAT. Not a bad look on the day. RCAT certainly was in play yesterday and was in play the majority of the afternoon, not giving up the move from yesterday, but not as strong. Like, look how directional that was. That was beautiful. Today, it's a little zig, it's a little zag. Looks like there's selling coming in near that pre-market high. I want to say around 17 2/3. I realized I got to 17.50. Not a bad one on RCAT, but not the cleanest. Let's see what else people are talking about. XRX going under, says Hertz Scrambler. XRX. Let's take a look at that one. Ooh, that's no good. This is a multi-day downtrend here ever since it lost at like $1.70 or so. Looks like it was holding that level as support down into $1.40. We go green on the day at $1.45. Nice bounce here off 1 1/3, but not exactly a glowing long. Pop La Cork, AMDL. Let's look at AMDL for Pop La Cork. 1210 resistance, very clear there. Double top, be careful with that. If this fails 185, I'd say that's a manifestation of the double top, and we're either going to 1160, which is the break-even point in the day, or we could be heading to 1150, 1145, which is the pre-market low. This is AMDL, so I'm assuming this is it's an AMD ETF, 2 times long ETF there. Thank you, Pop La Cork. Jamlocky, Vivo, but on low volume. Let's look at VIVO for the Jamlocky. Yeah, losing VWAP, also multiple lower highs there, and you're absolutely right. Volume bars all but non-existent. Just to give you an example, the 1115 candle on the 5 has 2,646 shares. Very low volume, dangerous. So I'll steer clear of that one. So MVST looks like it's going to take out area highs over here. Benton, yes, we're playing sporting, baby, and it's looking real good. I'm very pleased with yesterday's match. I shouldn't say very pleased, but better improvement, Benton. MVST is looking good, guys. There is this seller here into 186, 187, Joey, but it does feel like it is putting those higher lows for a possible flat top break on MVST. We're probably going to participate.
All right, Beth, welcome, by the way. And you say you're still in sim and everything, having some good conversation with that individual. I mean, you got to be prepared. This isn't like something that you pick up in the matter of months. Unfortunately, it's years and years and years. It's a long process, and you have to be prepared for that. Speaking of, shout out Minnesota trader Immortal. What's up, brother? I know you said you're taking some of those 0 DTEs, and you say you're not familiar. I mean, it's just a different language within the market, and this is what we talk about, right? Like, if you're looking for market, you're talking about market atlas and bookmap and everything along those lines. This is very similar because this is showing you the size through multiple strike prices, right? And we were talking about this. We'll give you a quick rundown. So you're looking for essentially that heat map, and we can classify that, except for you're not going to see the colors. But how we can depict is just by the size of the numbers. And we look for call walls and put walls and everything along those lines. And what we identified here, for an example, on SoFi is at that $20 mark with 192,000 contracts. You may not understand that, but times that number by 100, okay? So for every one contract is equal to 100 shares. So you have 192,000 times 100, whatever that may be. I'm not going to try to do the quick maths in my head, but even though it's probably not that complicated. But aside from what I'm getting at is, it's, in my opinion, I think that the options chain is equally as good. Maybe, I don't know if I'm going to go down that line, but down that road, but I will. I think it can be more accurate because you're seeing the actual size in a longer date, but aside from what you're actually looking at on Bookmap, I'm pretty sure it's only that day. So we can see what everyone is doing multiple days from now, right? Like you go through your expiration cycle, we're 2 days away, and we can see where the larger participants are really placing their bets. And we know that the majority of them here believe that SoFi is not going to go north of $20 at 192. It's exactly when you're looking at Bookmap. I'm not familiar with Market Atlas, but when you're looking at Bookmap and you see that thick red line or that thick green line, it's like, hey, those are massive supply zones, and we can identify that just through by looking at numbers, right? Like instead of having that color, it's not exactly the exact same thing. You don't have those dots everywhere. It's a little bit more clean, in my opinion, and you can see supply and demand on both sides of the put, where you would see things a little bit lower, and the same thing with your calls. You would see those thick red lines or those thick green lines on Bookmap. So yeah, let's go. We're gonna have to sit through this one here. I'm definitely not master. But anyways, aside from this, guys, let's see if we can get this ball rolling here. You're not liking how it's following up, Gorb. I think this is going to be more of a slow grind, brother. There's a couple things that are working for us right now, but we're also we're going like big time counter trend here, which can be a little bit more difficult. And with that being said, the buying pressure not really stepping in, that's fine. I have a hunch that we're going to have to experience a couple of pullbacks. You'll be in the money, it'll pull back aggressively, and then you get that slow grind. But what we want to do, if we're going to go through the example here of what we were just talking about for our new friend Beth, who's in the chat, is that here, look at IBIT, and we were talking about this one this morning, is that we have also a supply zone expiring on Friday at this level, which has dropped substantially, in my opinion. So maybe things are starting to cool off. There was over 75,000 contracts on this week's expiration cycle at that $42 mark when we were talking about this not too long ago, okay? So we'll keep an eye out on this. That supply zone is now started to cool, but this is how we identify things. And it's not that you want to pick up every single number. I understand the whole and half dollar aspect, and we can translate into our intraday trading, but what we want to do is identify where the stock and where price action is rejecting, and then we can correlate those levels with our options chain. Right now, $43, and it was $45. Okay, so $45 was that mark with 76,700. So if you're going to be looking at this on Bookmap, Beth, is that you would see that thick red line right there, because you're not generating the shares with the options contracts. They're already there, right? So you're extracting them from the market. So 76,000 times 100, substantial amount of size. And to me, that might be a potential ceiling on this week, even though we have sold off aggressively here today.
All right, Adara put in the chat that X is down, and in fact is down. I'm not able to use anything here on X, so be on the lookout there. Net, not reacting to it at the moment. We're talking about Cloudflare. So it's down right now. X is not working at all. Like you can't click on anybody's profiles or anything like that. That's another time. This social media platform, bro, I gotta tell you, it needs a little bit more redundancy because it seems to be down quite a bit. All right, guys, a couple of new ones here. I've got my eye on. I just got into MVST, so let's see if this one can breach prior bar high. We stop out below 180. I put in a couple there that the chat was able to let me know about. KOS, we'll keep an eye out on this one. This one just got into the high of the day of 263. I'm also keeping my eye on NN, guys, 1966 high. This is up about 16%. It doesn't have a lot of volume, but it's got a hell of a chart pattern here and a lot of respect at the 10 EMA. I'd be interested buyer between 1940 to 1950, assuming it does pull back into the 10 EMA on the 5. And then last but not least, I'm keeping my eye here on IBRX. Shout out to Cool Brioche. Looks like this one had a bit of an outsized move yesterday in the pre-market, popped up aggressively right at 930 and then was basically a sell all day. So comes into 877 and trying to hold the $0.50 now. Sorry, let me throw in the ticker over here. IBRX is the ticker. So be on the lookout there. Looks like it's holding structure generally. Look at that 845 candle low. Well, that candle low right there is also the implied balance high at 940. So it holds that structure. What I'd be waiting for, though, is that curling pattern to show you that the buyers are stepping in. We've defended the $0.50, and now we're on our way to take out 860 again. So IBRX in focus. We're going up to Adara for the crypto segment.
Yeah, with regards to X here, guys, it is still down. I'll let you guys know when it's back up. And I think it's important to note that, as Sharif mentions, we've had a lot of outages with these social media platforms lately. And I find because a lot of news is disseminated on X, when X is down, the news tends to slow in large part because people aren't really able to see it quickly. So be aware. While X is down to the degree that it is, might be a little bit slower news period. I'm still going to keep an eye on things. If you guys see tickers that are moving, please let me know. Again, sometimes these are like regional. At least for me currently, it is still down. Let's take a look here at BTC. BTC on second straight red day. Yesterday, a little bit of a topping tail candle, nothing massive here, but we do, I think early in the morning yesterday, we get to that 76,000 level. Then we give it all back up, and we close here actually near the lows, around 70, just under 74,000. Now today, we, at the low of day here, below 71,000, currently just above 71, around 71.3. Now, this is going to be significant because we do have the Fed decision coming out at 2 p.m. We know crypto, along with the rest of the market, can move on this, so just be aware. This weakness in BTC, I was seeing attributed at least partially to the hotter than expected PPI prints we got this morning, so take that how you will. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well. ETH, looking identical to Bitcoin in terms of structure. Once again here, though ETH currently low around 2190, just shy of 2200, but ETH actually, unlike Bitcoin, coming into a clear level of prior support or resistance right now, 2200. Let's see if that 2200 level can flip to support. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Back over to Sharif and Joe.
All right, good stuff. Pew, pew, pew. Good stuff over there, man.
It's not good here, bro.
Pardon me?
It's not good here, man.
I know. Well, I was saying pew just due to this IBIT trade. We were waiting for that pullback. We waited for price to turn around and then just some indecision prints on that pullback saying, hey, we're ready to climb a little bit higher. So now 40, 50. Let's see if we can climb right back into VWAP. If this is really weak, we don't love that. We don't love this shelf that it was starting to form. And I mentioned that you're going to be in the money a little bit. It's going to probably be a slow grind. But the primary target is going to be the volume-weighted average price. If I can hold this through up into 40, 70s, even if we're fortunate enough to get that right now. But yeah, not too bad of a look here on IBIT. You're still down 5%, which is pretty substantial here. But I mean, not a horrible play. The overall markets are still below the volume-weighted average price, and SoFi hasn't been doing much. Aggressive pullback in USO, but you have a $10 pullback in SWMR, Sharif. It was as high as 66 and then climbed back down to 55
level. Got defended, Joey. I think that's kind of a very important point here. Let's show it on the 5 because I've been watching this like a hawk. Good bottoming tail candle, but that doesn't end the story. Oh, my mistake. So let's zoom in a little bit. We were yelling earlier on at about 55. That's where I got long into the break of 60. And that 55, it didn't hold like a glove. You really can't expect a name like this with the volatility, the price, the volume to hold it to the T. At least I don't. And look where this one went to, 54.50, and now it's 59. So it really is holding that technical area of support. And if you put your stop below 55 and it was too close, lesson learned, right? Especially with these type of names. Now, what I'd be looking for is this bottoming tail candle, which is a hammer candle right now, to be followed by this current candle that we just opened up at. I need to see a decided breach of the prior bar high, this 1130 hammer candle, bottoming tail, whatever you want to call it. This 1135 candle has got to breach the high and start moseying on up back into 61 and 62 so that, the longs feel confident that we can hit that 65 and take it out decidedly. Alas, we're not doing that at the moment. In fact, we've got a lower high and dropping back down into 58.25, but that's not the end of the matter. This 5-minute candle just opened up. So we're not going to really, worry too much about that at the moment. Now, a couple of bamboozling names here. IBRX, I was about to get in on this candle here and give it to prior bar low into 822. Sorry, UVIX, excuse me, not IBRX. And this candle ended up being a bottoming tail candle, got bought up aggressively, but it did breach prior bar low. So now I'm going to start looking at UVIX, not as, or the trade on UVIX, not to look to prior bar low because it looks like it's getting breached on occasion, but to put it below the 20. So that's going to obviously affect the amount of shares that I take. So UVIX in focus, but so is IBRX. Shout out to Cool Brioche for pointing this one out. Bottoming tail candle in 850. This one could be on the way to 877, showing 860 right now. I would give it to the $0.5, 848, 849. For another attempt at that $0.75. I don't think we got any closing prints. No, we didn't. Above that $0.75, 77 the high, but it looks like 75 is going to be in focus as well. I'm in MVST. I know it's not showing it on the position board, and I do apologize about that. Can't take any trades right now, Assassino, but I will shortly. We are in at 87, showing me 85, so we're 2 pennies out of the money. I stop out below. I gave it to 79, but I don't think that's accurate anymore. I'm going to give it to this bar low because it's got a whole trend. So that's this bar low over here. So we're going to give it to about 182. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Don't forget about SWMR, all right? It tried to maneuver back into 60, but prior bar high, for anybody who's basing their trade on the breach of prior bar high, it's 60.50 on the dot. This current bar high, the 1135 candle, $60 on the dot. So now there is a seller here at the whole dollar, at the $10 area, 60. So we can't breach prior bar high. We've got a higher low, but we don't have a higher high. So let's keep an eye out on that, and we'll look to execute, I think, here on IBRX, Joey.
Jeez, yeah, MU's going on a run. Great call out there on Netflix as well, too, Gorev, as that thing just absolutely blasted through the volume-weighted average price. Let's pull up some of these names, guys, and go through some of the larger cap equities here. So we'll pull up the 5-minute. Boom. Not too much going on here with Nvidia. We talked about the supply zones through 85 and definitely at 200. We know about that. Then we also have Apple that's moving to the downside, definitely helping drag the overall market with it. And where are we from that previous period? I think this could be a good potential by 12% there. Maybe the street not liking the cost of memory right now, about 12% of the total cost of making an iPhone. So maybe they're not in love with that. Google's still doing Google things, holding up, but we are on the backside of the trend. Bottom's at 294, and then now it's just recovering. So this thing is an absolute superstar. It's like SGA right here. So yeah, Google and SGA, same thing. SGA being Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, the best NBA player right now, Canadian, by the way.
Did he have like a record for the amount of 20-point games in a row or something like that?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous, bro.
Jeez.
Whole life is
he was Finals MVP, right? Like a couple years ago?
Yeah. Last year.
Last year, yeah.
Last year, yeah. So shout out to him. All right, yeah, moving forward, guys, I was going to say something else, but it kind of slipped my mind. Qualcomm, how have you been performing? Not that good. I'm not in love with this stock, to be honest with you. PanW, how have you been up to? We'll take a look at it from a daily. We don't really typically talk about this from an intraday, but here it is. The cybersecurity names with a massive recovery off of the lows. That's 20% in PanW. And my good friend CrowdStrike over here, a big-time recovery, and we're holding the backside of this trend, and this is exactly what we want to see. So maybe we can start to climb a little bit higher. We went over the profile tracker, it's still down about 11% from my previous entry and 23% here off of that pivot high. But I think that we can find somewhat of a recovery. And I don't even really want to talk about the banks right now, even though we're going to. It's just like, hey, like what's going on? But we know that essentially, so there's a couple of names aside from tech. It's like you buy the dip on, and in my opinion, JPM, full disclosure, I own a little bit of it, but nothing substantial. Is that the more this thing sells off, the more I just want to buy it at the end of the day. Largest bank on the planet. So IonQ, how's the quantum space been up to? IonCube, QUBT. We got RGTI still performing. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You have a sector that is just so hot, and everybody's talking about it to the point where like nobody really cares because they're not making any money. I understand that a lot of the companies are signing government contracts outside of the United States, and that's kind of what the direction that you want to head. But if you look at it from an investment standpoint, they're not just there yet.
All right, guys. Oh, man, there goes IBRX. Oh, good call out, Cool Brioche. What a move, man. Through the breach of 60 into 72, on the way to 77s. IBRX is looking good. It's not up big. It's only up 6 1/5, but there it goes into 75. This is the level we were talking about. I gauge resistance at 75, despite the fact the high of the day is 77. What a recovery for IBRX. Shouldn't have hesitated on that one. Continuing to watch here. Let's see if we can take out that 77 seller and mosey on up. Maybe into $9 here, up 6.52%. I want to bring your attention to SWMR. So, look, I'm not trying to say that this is over or anything like that, but we did breach prior bar high, so that's a clean hold at 55 for anybody who took that. And then we take out the prior bar high at 60.50. I'm talking about the 11:30 candle. Now the 11:35 candle is now prior bar. So the high of that is 63.74. We haven't quite made it up there yet, but this candle has a higher low. So you've got 2 candles in a row with a higher low. You're waiting for that higher high to get breached, by the way. I would say by a clean hold of 64. Why I drew this downtrend here is because I want to just keep an eye on the overall trend, you know, not get myopic looking at 55 or prior bar, but get a gauge of the overall trend. So SWMR, ever since putting in that 65.04 high, has been kind of a bit of a sell. Just got stopped out of MVST as it did breach my area there into 182. I did move up my stop to this level over here, to this bar. I didn't want to give it all the way down to 70. Look, if it ends up holding at the 20 at 82, then shows me the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, I'll get in. But I didn't really want to hold this one down either. UVIX is breaking out again. Here we go. So it did hold despite the bamboozling trade over here with this doji candle. 835 now, 840 high. Be on the lookout for that. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending you to the big desk with Adara.
Keep an eye here on GeoOGL. I mentioned this came out during that period where X is down, X is back up. And I guess it looks like during that period we were seeing some stories from the New York Times suggesting that apparently a top cloud executive at Google met with a Pentagon executive on February 26th to pitch Google Cloud as the best partner for the Pentagon. So interesting look there, nothing really market moving. Again, it did come out during that X outage, but I did want to mention the story because it's kind of interesting. Also of note here, keep an eye on USO, seeing reports here that Qatar's Ras Laffan installations are being evacuated after Iran threatened to attack Gulf energy facilities. So again, looks like there could be some attacks on energy in the Gulf. Back to you.
All right, good stuff.
Right, Joey.
Lily, it's Leanne, sorry. Honestly, I just use a volume scanner for options, and it's typically the same names. You have some outliers once in a blue moon, but yeah, that's all I have. You can construct one through your scan. I'm not sure what platform you're using, but yeah, you can just use the basic volume scan if that's what you're looking for, and that's when you'll see that increase. Bart, I mean, how's SMR been doing today? We were talking about that one yesterday. It was a pretty solid move. Typically not that liquid here today, right, on the lower time frames, and not doing too much. They're starting to show some prints, and maybe it's starting to look like it can find a base here. right around that $12 mark. So maybe you find a little bit of a move, but there goes Bitcoin right back up. I thought we would experience a little bit of selling here. We need to break this previous pivot, right? So absorb some more liquidity. The shelf I'm not in love with, but we are on the backside of this trend, which is something positive, and then we're going to hold on to that until proven otherwise. Volume weighted average price is going to be that primary target. You can see that we're on the backside here. Now 5-minute candles, 15 minutes we've been sitting on there, and then sure enough, if the market finds any form of a pop, then I think it's going to help lead Bitcoin that way as well. I need to find me, oh, okay. I'm not gonna, did you see that one? Yeah, all right, I'm glad that I didn't. But yeah, man, keep doing your thing. Make sure you're in the right places at the right time, and avoid the other places where you won't necessarily find that. Essentially, delve, go over our scanner a little bit more. I like how you chuckled because then I had a feeling you read it, but anyways, coin. Let's see what that's been up to. Been selling. It had a pretty strong day yesterday, I believe, and then giving back the majority of that move and then some, which is unfortunate. SoFi obviously getting beat up, but starting to form this bull flag. I think we want to keep an eye on it just in case we do get a breakup into that $20 mark. So we'll keep an eye over there on SoFi. And then we also have Robinhood not performing too good either, guys. Still down about 50% off of its previous high.
All right, just punching in a little risk here. Let's see what we can get on this one. So there was a big sell-off here on IBRX, but it did reclaim trend pretty quickly, coming to the $0.50. So let's give this one a look over here. So it's holding the 20, right? So the low, the current candle is 51.50. Let's see, coming into 57. All right, 51.50. Give it to 851. Let's see what we get on this monster over here. Let's see if we can get a nice trade on this, because I missed the initial move up on IBRX. Comes back down, touches 877, but it's still putting in higher lows. So we'll see what this one has to offer us. So for this trade, for me, 67 is going to be 1R and 76 is 2R. So 76 doesn't require a high of day breach, because 77 is the high of the day. So let's pack our patience, see what IBRX has to offer. I'm still keeping an eye here on MVST as well. I got stopped out of this one, but it is, well, it's not reclaiming trend here, but we'll see. We'll see if it can breach prior bar high, get back above 85. I could be convinced, but for the moment, going to steer clear of this. Holy cow, I'm going to get stopped out of IBRX already. I gave it to current bar low, right? Current bar low 51.50. Yeah, I did. So if it ends up breaching current bar low, prior bar low is 48.50. We'll see what this one has to offer. Yeah, MVST is coming back down. So happy I didn't get back involved in that. But UVIX, man, it is just headed to the high side here. Holy cow, yeah, every time I look at this, it's putting in higher lows. Not quite at the high of the day yet. 840 is the high of the day, but it looks like the selling came in into the high 30s. It's holding trend really well, and up 13 2/3. So that could be a great entry here. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot today, guys. There's just not a lot running. SWMR is still putting in those lower high trends. If you picked it up off 55, great for you, but if you're looking for the trend is still lower highs and zigging and zagging here, a little above 60, a little bit below 60. So not much in the way for me to trade at the moment. I do apologize. I'm keeping my eye on the top scanner, but nothing coming up. And you know, if nothing's coming up, I'm not going to take these trades. So I'll take the opportunity to look at whatever you guys want me to look at. You got a lot of you keep talking about TPET, but I mean, I don't like it at these levels, but we'll look at it for you, and there's something, maybe we'll execute. But I don't like TPET at these levels. I don't like the chart pattern. I don't like that it's below VWAP. It's obviously on a prolonged downtrend over here with that high being about 134. And then you get another lower high at 124. And now we're getting another lower high at 112. So it does seem like it's basically a downward channel, at least for now. And you can kind of parallel that the other way and trade it as such. And that's not really my style of trading, but if you guys like that, you guys like that. If it gets back above VWAP 118, most notably though, it's got to get above 124, 125 just to take out that prior area high. I could get involved, but until that time, I'm going to steer clear. So nothing for me. Take a look at ARTL, says Outlaw Trader. Let's take a look. ARTL, what do we got on that? Yeah, I do have that actually on the side chart over here. Why I didn't mention it at all, look at what it's been doing, Outlaw Trader. Ever since it lost VWAP at 10 o'clock on the dot, it has been not a good trade, and I just got stopped out again of IBRX. So that's it. I'm not going to give back more off my SWMR trade. We're just not going to do that. So I'm going to steer clear of trading unless there's an A+ setup, and there are none at the moment, at least that I can see. So speaking about ARTL, let's pull up the ticker over here so we can follow along. I could get involved in this, but we've got to have a decisive clearing of VWAP. But it's in suspicion. It's under suspicion, I should say. And the reason I say that is look at what we did at 9:30. The volume really came in aggressively. 9:30, you put in the highest volume bars in the day. You get into the high of the day. You take out the pre-market high. You reclaim VWAP. And then it just quickly as, it had strength, as quickly as it showed the weakness. And now I would say prolonged area of weakness because it's trading below VWAP, really with marginally higher lows, okay? It could be a flat top break. It could be. And if you want to extend that trend line even more, it definitely does show you some higher low patterns here. So if you want to build a position, possibly kind of jiving with this upper trend line over here, with the view that this is going to squeeze into 7.25, 7.5, and you want to take advantage of that scalp trade, I think that's probably a good thing. It's not a bad trade setup, but I would really be basing my outs on this lower trend line. If it's to lose it quite decisively, I'd get the hell out of there because this one could quickly find itself at $6. So that's it, Joey. I mean, nothing for me at the moment. We're going to steer clear.
All right, cool. So yeah, what we got going on here is a nice add on Bitcoin. Some more indecision prints on the way up. I like that stopping volume at the lows off that 5-minute print. We wait for that pullback. We get a starter position rocking and rolling. We break that trend. Now we're on the back side of it, and now we're getting a nice sustained move here a little bit higher. If we can get the buyers to step in, that'd be absolutely phenomenal. But we do want to see an uptick in the volume by time profile. So that wasn't a bad little ad right there. Can you take a look at NVDA? Lewis, anything for you, my friend? We shall do that here momentarily. Eyes there. If we can break this pivot at 50, then I think we can take that next step higher, which could be into 52, 53s roughly. So let's go. But the volume, we won't get that. We won't get that if this remains like this, right? So you can see that sellers have the ability to step in and push price significantly lower now. So unless we really look how easy it is. So it's not more or less buyers stepping in, it's sellers really just pushing price lower. So let's take a look at what NVDA is up to. I bought a little bit more, full disclosure. In this thing. Yeah, I'm going to make NVDA my largest position, to be honest with you. Right now, Bitcoin is there, but we're slowly creeping up on NVDA. Just in this consolidation, I have no issues with buying more south of 170 if it ever happens to get to that neck of the woods. This is lengthy, right? And I think the company is just too good and too strong and too important in order for it. But hey, like there's another way that we can look at it. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. So that's kind of what we're hoping for here. I'm not going to call it a punch and pray, but let's rock and roll there on NVDA, and let's go IBIT. Punch through that 50. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you, crypto space. But here it is, holding up on VWAP relatively nice. You have that selling in the pre-market, and then right out of the gate, out of the open, and then now we're just holding up above this mark. Going to wait for 2 o'clock to see what JP has to say. Second last meeting there with him. Pause, most likely. I think that's being factored in. But other than that, Bitcoin hasn't been very reactive to it as of late, right? If anything, it's sold off. You have those initial pops, and then sure enough, it fades the rest of them. We do have a lot of supply on NVDA, so we're going to struggle through those marks. And there's a lot in the overall market, too. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we have this free range to roam, essentially, in a couple of their names, even though we'll pull this up here one more time and see what we got going on at this $200 mark expiring tomorrow. 233,000 contracts, that's a lot. That's a lot of supply. And even if you go down a couple of strikes, 190, 185, and then 185, 123. We're going to have to wait until next week to see where those are actually going to roll over, or if they're going to slowly start to cool down, because it's extremely important to figure that out with 25th. Let's go over to the 27th here, because I believe that might be the Friday. Why you got to do that to me?
Why are you going to go and do that now, Dov?
So yeah, so like there is still 40,000 over here. At 185, you have that 18,600, 195, 21.4. But yeah, so we're going to have to be really patient with this one. All right, there we go. A nice uptick. Step in volume. You can do it. Bang, 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 bang. We're going to give it a little bit of encouragement there, Sharif, to see if we can get this break. Just watch the tape. This is really important. So as we continuously move lower, you can see those clean flushes. And what I want to do is just slightly change my quote highlight. Oh, these dark pool prints will get you every time, Sharif. Considering, yeah, I know, it prints
You know what
up
I was
higher.
told too by Mark and by Jose and everybody, like you need to be able to vibe code into your risk calculator the wicks, because you see it on level 2 as one thing. What's actually running behind the scenes is you're going to see certain prices, dark pools will trigger you in or give you a wrong will give you a wrong price. Yeah, so there's a way to kind of run an algorithm that takes for multiple sources and then kind of tries to filter out the noise, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a serious problem.
You know what I noticed? So like when I'm watching my dark pools is that you'll have an odd number of orders hit the tape, and then that's when it'll flush, but then it'll just go right back to between or at the bid in the ask, right? So yeah, I mean, that's a very valid point. Maybe you'll have to take that into consideration. I don't know. I
you know what else?
What's that, brother?
Mark gave me a brilliant idea. He's like, instead of actually trying to pull the data from the API, you could have a screen reader. So you have a script that's looking at the level 2 on your screen, and it's taking the price actually as you see it, and not the delayed version sometimes that you get from the API. And then he's like, you can run both. He's like, you can run the data from the API and then compare that to the to what the screen reader is seeing, and then it gives you kind of the best kind of formula or the best price, so to speak. And he speaks from experience, because before Fabian was designing all these apps that we have running on the screen, Mark was designing them as well. So yeah, he has a lot of background information on that. Joey, I want to mention one thing here that Mike PD Ryder mentioned. This is a great look, Mike P. Great call out here by you. I wish you had, I know you just got on it, so I'm not trying to blame you or anything like that, nor would I. But there's a flat top break through 1350 on VG, and now it is really looking good. 1390 high probably works its way into about 14 or so, maybe even more, man. VG's up, not big on the day. We're up 6 and change, almost 7, but that's a great looking structure over here, especially for trend traders. Respect for the 10 EMA, respect for the breakout area after it clears it. Moseys on up to 1365, drops back down, holds not only the 50 penny breakout level, but that 50 penny breakout level was also overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5, and there it goes into the high of the day. Shout out to Mike PD Ryder, 1391 high. It's up 7.25 now, probably on its way to 14. VG is the ticker. There's another high, 1394. The breakout's on now on VG, moving into 14. Good look on this one, very strong. 10 EMA on the 5 takes us down to 13 2/3. Current bar low is on the 5, of course, always 1382. Prior bar low right on the $0.75, 1375 on the dot. So VG looking real good over here. But so is SWMR. So for those who think that, the good days, I think, for SWMR are over, I just would humbly disagree. I think we're putting in a bit of a compression pattern with some higher lows and lower highs. I think this one's taking a break, getting some something to eat there. And before Mosey's on up, I don't know, $75, $100. This thing is on the rampage. It was on the rampage yesterday. It's on the rampage today. From the opening print to the high today, we're up 440%. So, and I don't really see, other than, some lower highs here, a negative look. In fact, look at where VWAP is. Geez Louise, $49. It's south of 50. We are extended, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing here on SWMR. So I'm waiting for this one to set up. I don't think this trade is done. And it's obviously able to give you a lot of profit very quickly, but that works both ways. So we're going to wait for that, A plus setup on SWMR, and then I might mosey back in. Other than that, we're going to be looking at VG here. So we'll see how those go. Let's see what City Boy's talking about there. He's saying VNRX. I think you were the second or third person to mention that VNRX. Yeah, I remember, I think Cool Brioche was telling me to look at this one as well. And I didn't like it. And I bet you can guess why. Substantially below the volume. Below the volume weighted average price. Also, that lower high kind of unbroken here. Couple of problems. You got to get above 29 pennies. That's where VWAP is. Moreover, into that 29 pennies, we're going to be fighting with 30, not just because it's the 10 penny level, but because it is the official high of the day. Look at that. That is the 930 high there. We got it to, I want to say the exact price was 30.25 pennies. And then once we get above that 30, if we get above 30 pennies here, you're going to be looking at that pre-market high that we put in at 835, the high of which is 38 pennies. So I feel this one is on a bit of a downtrend. It's not exactly appetizing as a long, but it could all change very quickly. We know how these small cap gappers act, and if it changes its tune, so will I. So that's my look there. I don't have anything, guys. I do apologize for not trading, but the setup's got to come in, and right now they're not, Joey.
All right, brother. Yeah, Gaurav, my eyes are fully on USO right now. We got that strong move up in IBIT. That's where you've seen my average move with it. And then we're starting to take a little bit of an aggressive pullback. So what I added on the way up, you can see. And if it comes back to the break even, then we're going to have to get out as the market is really, really moving to the downside. Volume picking up in Bitcoin as well, too. Adair, what do you have?
Happening now.
Take a look here at this market right now. NASDAQ kind of topping around here, trying to figure out a sense of direction as we head into that FOMC meeting at 2 p.m. Well, we get the decision rather at 2 p.m. Meeting's already been happening. Then at 2:30 p.m. we're going to have Fed Chair Powell's conference, because I've seen some people in the chat asking when that's going to happen. USO is on watch here, of course, as it has been over the last couple of days. We do continue to have these tensions here in the Middle East. Most recently, as of a couple of minutes ago, seeing reports that the IDF has identified Iranian missiles launched towards Israel. So something to be aware of here. And again, keep an eye on these headlines if you are trading names like USO. I also just saw this pop up on X. This is something that I'm going to have a post about a couple minutes before it starts. But at 1 p.m. Eastern, so an hour before the Fed meeting, we're going to have the annual shareholder meeting from Disney, at which point new CEO Josh D'Amaro will take the reins. So nice look here for DIS, as I mentioned. Fun fact, 1 year before Josh D'Amaro took the reins at Disney, Lip Bhutan officially took the reins at Intel. He's been at Intel now for 365 days. Just a little fun fact while I'm here. Now, before we send you back over to Neil and his lesson of the day, another sector I think worth keeping an eye on here as well, like some of these electronic names or optical names. You've got like Photonics plays as well, LITE, COHR. There's another one, AAOI. Now, of course, we did have GTC 2026. Some of these names were on watch in that regard, but we also had this week, as I've mentioned, lots of different conferences. This OFC, which is like an optical fiber communications conference. So that is where you get some of these plays on watch as well. And of course, as I've mentioned a couple times now, Fed Chair Powell. There he is. Will be taking the podium. It's going to be one of his last speeches. It's going to be his last dot plot during his time as Fed chair. I've not updated this in like a year, so I'll update that once he departs the Fed. But very likely to wear a purple tie. Just a little kind of fun Powell fact here for you, fun Fed fact, before we send you over to Neil's lesson of the day. So Neil, what's today's lesson?
Let's pour out a little liquor for, no, just kidding, for Jerome Powell. Nah, he's not dead, but yeah, last time we'll get Powell. It'll be interesting. You saw me come on earlier, and I was sort of talking. The discussion was about the lottery tickets, and I was mentioning like risk versus reward, or risk mitigation when the cost is nothing to mitigate that risk. And so it had me sort of thinking, okay, well, if I'm not going to talk about that because I already said it, what's like another very obvious low-hanging fruit that traders can do, right? I think it's something is, when talking about that risk mitigation, where the cost of doing something is cheap, but it helps you from suffering a massive downside. I mean, I wanted to quantify this as an example first, and then I'll get to the point that I want to make in a second. I'm going to use USO in an example here in a second, so I'm going to leave this chart up. Let's imagine a scenario where you were long USO here. Right, so there's an upward trend in the pre-market. There's a breakout trade. So you're taking this breakout, and you're like, okay, well, if it breaks through this stop, I'm out. I want to get out if it breaks this. And you do all your trading manually, so you're punching in manually. You're like, well, if I see it go under 118.70, I'm going to punch out of my trade. but you don't like to use stops. So you don't set stops. You just sort of sit there and you're watching it and you're doing other things. And I'm on my phone playing whatever game. Maybe you're watching YouTube or going through TikTok while it's working for you and you're like, yeah, baby. But you know at any moment a headline could come through. Now, if you know you're punching out when it breaks this level, the cost to you to setting a stop order is as simple as hitting a key and hitting enter, which means it's like a very infinitesimal small amount of energy that you have to expend. Effectively nothing. But what it could save you from is, imagine there was some kind of a spike. If there was something that happened in Iran that caused oil futures, maybe they open up to straight, like instantly. Like the war is over. Like that would be a disaster move for you to the downside. And all you gotta do is put in a stop order. That's low-hanging fruit in terms of risk management. Low-hanging fruit in terms of strategies, I just wanted to show you this top here. I've talked about this during when meme stocks are going. If there's meme stocks that are moving, like back in the day when GameStop would run and you could trade like AMC or COS and then wait for GameStop to make a move and then just follow it in the other one, that's what you had a little bit of in USO. So look at this top and look at this candle at 10:57 on a 3-minute on USO. Remember we were looking at TPET? I want to show you something because I actually made a trade on TPET that I actually think sucked. Because this is where, remember I said I was going to short TPET under VWAP when I made that high? So this is a trade I got, 111, and I actually just reloaded it at 110. I finally got the rest of the shares because I didn't get it on the way down here. But 1057, that's up here. Like, it breaks, well, sorry, it breaks VWAP there is what I should be saying. But 1057 is right in this candle as it's losing support on VWAP. So it loses VWAP. This is when USO breaks down. This is where I get short. Like you've got it down, it's already trending off of the top. Like you had several minutes, and this is why I say it's not that good of a trade. Like winning trade's a winning trade, but it's not that good of a trade because you could have been short up here at 115 when you've already seen that hammer down candle on USO. So you see you have a small cap here, which effectively is just going up when oil goes up and goes up more so. So when it gives you this breakdown, you've already got your leading indicator. I'm just going to pull the USO chart up again, doing this. And it's just following along. And it falls right into exactly $1. It just goes in there clean. Like that would be an example of a low-hanging fruit trade, the same way that just using a stop order. Like if you are trading TPT or BATL, or I forget the other name of the other one, there's like 3 or 4 of them. You can check our watch list. I have them all in there. Thank you, Adara. If you're doing that and not looking at USO, and it cuts both ways, you could just be in a long trade that you're riding and being like, okay, well, now I know where to trail out of the rest of it. When we make this little bit of a topping tail and then reject into VWAP, that could have been your exit strategy. But the cost of you to look it up, know that I'm trading this stock and it's moving loosely based on this instrument, so I'm going to have that up. Instead of having the NASDAQ up or whatever else you might watch, that's going to be irrelevant to TPET or to BATL. Throw something else up there. And maybe it gives you a free entry. And I'll be straight up honest with you. When, like my best trade outside of, there was like one series of halts on meme stocks in the DJT land, that and Funware. But if we go back to the meme craze, going back to GameStop, my best trade wasn't on GameStop. It was literally the morning that nobody could get, like the bid just halted like 7 or 8 times. People were complaining about not being able to execute on their accounts. It was that morning on GameStop. And when it made the final halt at the bottom, my best trade in that meme craze wasn't going long GameStop at the bottom. It was watching GameStop already hold a low for the first time all morning, it was halting to the upside after like 8 or 9 straight down halts. And was I long GameStop? No. I was long costs at the low of the day because GameStop had already bounced and was already halting up. And I could get one of the other stocks that was just following it literally still at the low of the day. And it's not a free money trade. Cost didn't have to go up there, but it was very low hanging fruit to at least be looking out for it. Hey, maybe you could have done AMC as well. So there's other types of trading opportunities that don't require you to like be perfect in picking tops and bottoms. Maybe you got the top on USO there, but you didn't have to. This was already making lower highs, and it gave you this entry. As I said, this wasn't even a good entry. This is the moment here when you had confirmation that USO had made that top. You're playing lower highs. I could have done this and shorted that and given it to there. It ends up working getting the breakdown here, but that's a bit of a chase move. So again, just try to find those low-hanging fruit opportunities. They don't come around very often, but sometimes they can be pretty fruitful if you're looking out for it. And certainly when a group is moving, whether it's small cappers or meme stocks, there's kind of a sentiment play, oftentimes there will be something leading the charge. And if you can be monitoring that, you might be able to just make a quick little follow trade where you've already seen the move happen and you're just betting that it's going to continue to follow like it was on the way up. It'll fall on the way down, or vice versa. So there's your lesson of the day. I can't really tell you anything about the lunch. Again, I feel like I haven't eaten it. I'm always eating afternoon here. So there's like a little loaded tiny baked potato, and we got our beef in here and the broccoli that I don't like. I'll give you guys a grade after I've had a little bit, but best of luck in your trading. Don't forget we got the Fed a little bit later on today. We'll expect no change for sure, but it doesn't mean there won't be fireworks. So you'll see us a little bit earlier, coming on probably at 1:45. For now, we'll send you guys back to the midday.
All right, man, make sure you guys get that double espresso in there. Gore, have a nice pullback. The volatility spike kicked in there on USO, flushed out. I mean, this thing jumped 20 cents, like it was absolutely nothing, and that volume drops instantly. Yeah, I know. It came down pretty quick. We're all out. We got stopped out 50% here on our IBIT trade. Just because of this ad, we could have held on to some here if we just went in full size, but we were waiting for the precise entry. We got that ad. Worked out for us half decently, and then obviously first in, first out. Comes back to the break even, and then we would be OTM if we still held on to this position. So we'll take a small W. Eyes on USO here, guys, to see if we can get any form of a bounce. It looks like we might. The volume kicked up on the to the downside. Now I'm just waiting for a pullback, and as long as we can hold that 120.70 mark, then I like it for a potential long. I do like this indecision print, but there is some selling pressure stepping right in here. South of the volume weighted average price, so location, location, location. I like that here on that specific print. And sure enough, let's see. Oh, dude, I seen that. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'll talk about it. No, I just seen a really nice spot down by my old neighborhood there. Ooh. Yeah, Humber Shores made me think, man.
Hold on, spot like
they got, a place. Yeah. But I didn't like obviously inquire.
Yo, it's a buyer's market, baby.
Yeah.
Did I tell you about the house behind my condo?
No.
So big lots, 60 foot by I think 120 or 130, something like that. So 2 years ago, 23, Buddy had it listed for 2.2. Okay.
Yeah.
So my cousin, who's looking, he lives in my area. He's looking to buy a house. So he goes up to him. He to the real estate. He tries to get it. He lowballs him like 1.9, something like that, right? He
on a 2.2? I don't think that's too. I think that's reasonable. That's where you start.
You know what 23 was like, though. 22 and 23 was crazy. Anyway, make a long story short, he's like, my guy's not even going to get back to you. All right?
Yeah.
Sadly.
Got these agents.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, I'm listening, man.
The dude dies. So the dude who owns the property dies. His family takes over. So his estate, his kids, House Sigma. How much should it sell for, Joey? 1.1.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say 1.5.
1.1.
Yeah, because they just wanted that. They wanted to offload it.
It's not just that, dude. Well, fine. It was on the market for 6 months before they accepted 1.1.
Yeah.
So
Fair enough. Yeah, but I mean, 6 months. When I sold my condo, it wasn't on that long actually. Only like probably about a month and a half, 2 months. Maybe,
yeah.
Right.
But you were at the height.
Yeah, I caught the top.
Yeah, exactly. You should be thanking. You should be thanking the dude upstairs.
Because the same unit that I sold mine for, essentially going for 100K less.
Right. Well, there you go.
You know what I mean? So
and it would be worse now. Let me tell you.
I mean, but people are buying these dips. I guess we can say.
They are.
A lot of
you gotta have cash, though, baby.
You gotta have the cash.
Exactly.
Man. You gotta have the cash. And you don't. I don't know if you want to go that variable. Maybe actually now would be the time to go variable. variable. But it's crazy they don't tell you about that stuff, because think about how many people got screwed over during the QT, where essentially they're increasing rates, and people who have variable mortgages.
Exactly. And don't forget about our central bank governor, Tiff Macklem, telling the entire country, don't worry, we're not going to raise rates. Go, lever up, buy houses. Literally a year later, rates up.
Yeah, exactly. People adding another $500-600 onto their mortgage.
I don't know how he still has a job, man. In any event.
I can tell you how. But anyway, Sharif, there goes USO, Gord, man. That thing tanked. That level didn't hold up. Our boy, Adam James, someone put in a ticker that I missed. Put it in there. Was it FFE? Yeah, I think it was. So if you're still in the chat, I know you asked multiple times or something along those lines. I don't have it right now, but there goes USO to the downside. Maybe a volatility spike. I'm waiting to hear. I heard Adara.
Yeah.
Let's see what Adara has to say.
Meta, with an interesting little headline here. They're launching something called the Creator Fast Track Program, specifically for Facebook. So if you have over 100,000 followers on Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube, you'll be able to get $1,000 a month for 3 months. If you have over 1 million followers on these platforms, you can get $3,000. Basically, it's just to attract, again, like established, well-known creators to post on Facebook, but they'll have to be posting eligible Reels. So it's specifically for Reels content. Keep an eye on CRDO as well. I'm just seeing a headline come through, I guess. Apparently someone in Nvidia said that they're expecting some CPX to appear with Feynman, so I guess that would be a catalyst here for CRDO. It's not really moving too much, but again, just be aware, GTC, we're on the back half now of GTC, so there can still be some companies that will be on watch with that in mind. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's interesting there. I know he's been trying to move the needle. People have been posting less on Instagram, and organically, I think a lot of the views are down. And so I think he's obviously trying to move the needle there. If you're not viewing, they're not running ads, right? And that's the whole business. So interesting. Look, guys, I'm not trading until SWMR sets up. I'm waiting for the A+ setup here on SWMR. It could be coming into focus. I don't want to base it on these two bottoming tail candles. I need to see a little bit more, okay? I'm not just saying $60 is the level. I need to see a decided break of that downtrend that I've got on the screen. I've tried to draw that in on both timelines, top and bottom. Once we get a decided break of that and I see the tape teleportation and the bid move, we're gonna get involved. I've based my risk. I've got everything ready. I've got different price levels that I'm basing my risk at based on the stop that I want to get out at. So I don't like anything. Nothing is going in the direction or setting up in the way that I like. So I do apologize, but we're going to keep an eye here on SWMR. And when it's ready, I'll take it. Adair.
A couple different oil headlines to go over here. We'll look at USO while we do this. So for one, we're getting some more news about some, I guess, conflict here in the Middle East. Israel striking 2 bridges in Lebanon's Litani River. I'm also hearing reports from Reuters suggesting that there were 2 loud booms heard in Riyadh. Now, we also have comments from Vice President J.D. Vance right now with regards to oil and gas. He's going to be meeting American Petroleum Institute board members tomorrow. And he also said, quote, that he'll be announcing a couple things in the next 24 to 48 hours with regards to gas prices. So some kind of oil announcement on watch within the next day or so. Just be aware here. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, I'm just gonna look at Costco here. Yeah, I'm not trading until this sets up. But let's look at Costco for Bart. Bart's saying COST. I haven't looked at that in a minute, so I wouldn't mind taking a gander about how Costco is looking, at least on the wider time frame first, before we get it intraday. It's down about 0.7. The trend, though, okay, so interesting. Look here on the trend. I don't know. I feel like we're still suffering from that lower high setup that we've been suffering from since putting in all-time highs back in February of last year now. So that's over a year ago. We've been putting in lower highs. This $1,000 area locally, a little above 1,000, a little bit below. Good local higher lows as well, to be fair to Costco, not just a symphony of lower highs, but you got this breakout here. Levels that I would be interested on Costco, 1,020 to 1,030. A lot of topping tail candles go through there. It looks like no closing prints above that 1,015 area, at least locally. So that would be the first level I'm looking at, then 20 for the wicks, and then 30, obviously, for the most outlying wicks. And then you have to look, of course, at June of last year, which was another local area high of 1,067. That's daily. Intraday, it's a bit of a downtrend, continuing that downtrend downtrend from yesterday was basically a short any pop. I mean, I don't think this one even breached the 10 EMA on the 5 on a closing basis yesterday. Such a clean short it was. It looks a lot better yesterday in terms of volume and, you know, the fullness of the candles than it does today. Look how sparsely located the candles are intraday today versus what we got, the very clean lower high, lower high, lower low setup yesterday. So Costco, not quite yet ready to break out on the daily. Certainly here on intraday, negative on the day, down into 986 or so, Joey. So not strong as Costco.
Yeah, re-entry, Igor. I was just thinking re-entry opportunity there on IBIT at 40.35 as it's starting to form somewhat of a base. We did get a pop-up right into 120.89 and then started to sell here. 121 going to be some resistance zone on USO, so we've got to keep an eye out on that. What is my risk profile? I mean, I already have that defined. If it cracks the low of this, then we're at a dodge. We'll give it approximately 40 cents or so. So we're in at 64s. We get out at 24s, and that's it, right? That's going to be all she wrote for this potential trade. It looks like we might continue to the downside here. Momentum definitely picked up in that direction. Let's see if we can hold this pivot level that I'm looking at, this indecision print. We get that pop up there, but then as soon as we have that support level now acting as resistance, we couldn't breach that, and then now starting to come back in. So we got to keep an eye out, a close eye out here on USO. We don't want to give back what we just made on IBIT ahead of FOMC because around 2:30 after Jerome Powell's done talking, then I think that's when the real opportunities are going to really start to display themselves. Not looking promising right now in USO though. But we'll see. We'll remain optimistic here, but in this position. But other than that, all right. Let's see what everybody else is looking at. Your favorite 1 minute candle print at 121. Yeah, well, I mean, it printed at, again, on the lower time frame on the 1 minute after it did that additional leg lower gore. It printed at 120.45s roughly as the open, but now we're starting to get these clean flushes. So I got to get ready I got to get prepared to get out of dodge. And if that's going to be the case, you have double signal, both getting blown past. So we might not find somewhat of a bounce. We had a strong opening drive, but the thing is the market is slowly starting to uptick, and we have to take that into consideration. So USO not looking too good. Yeah, I think we're done here, Gore. I don't got too much risk left on this trade. Mind taking a look at VST? Absolutely, I don't mind at all. You asked
I just
kindly.
looked at it. It's 170 bucks. Yeah.
Did you?
It's not bad. It's up 3.5. Yeah.
It's not very liquid now, is it? No. So there it is, VST, not too bad. How do we look on a daily? That's not okay. I mean, you're finding a bottom there at 157. Now you're climbing up to 170, which I mean, you're not going to complain about really. I got to keep my eyes here on the bloody oil
take
here.
over?
No,
Okay.
I'm okay. I
All
don't have too much size on it, to be honest with you, because considering I do believe that we're going to get stopped there. I thought we'd get a little bit more of a bounce, but as soon as we recognize the rejection of that resistance zone, it's just probably best to get out, and whatever happens, happens. I mean, we were screwed. Yeah, I mean, it's probably done right now. Lululemon, how have you been performing?
It's actually up, man. It's up 4.5. Like, I think the market, I don't know, man.
Okay, there I'm out here. We're printing 30s. So I got a couple more cents, but not very much more. Let's take a look at Lululemon. I mean, I don't love the retail space, right? Like some of these, the brand names, the American Eagles, the Gaps, and Ralph Lauren's. I just personally don't like them from an investment standpoint. They're up, down, and around, and then you have all of these other brands that people are making on social media and selling them off of that, and it's just a really, really competitive sector. All right, yeah, pull up that super chat there, my brother.
I'll do it.
Okay, hey guys.
Oh, you got
Meta
it?
paying $3K per month. I'm gonna need you to
sign on my stolen cheese reels
ASAP. Daddy got bills. All right.
Yo, that's not a bad move by Zuck, man. I mean, he's been complaining that people are not posting organically on there anymore, and that's kind of true. I mean, I post other than stories. On my Instagram account, I'll post like once or twice a year, like a regular organic post that stays on my profile. It's just, it doesn't feel the same. You know why? Because when you're going through your list and it's suggesting to you like 3/4 of the things that you view on your feed are people you don't even follow. You actually have to go into a setting on Instagram and then, click people that you're actually following. Otherwise, it'll show you random other people. I don't think a lot of people know about that. I don't know. I feel
sorry,
like
I was kind of focused. I missed the story. What is
You want me to show you Assassino?
What is Zuck doing? He's paying you to what now?
So Dara had the metrics. Like
Yeah.
if you have, I think, over 500,000 users and you post a certain qualified reel, you get this much. If you have 1 million users, you post a...
So the lowest tier is actually like 100K. And then in that case, you get like 1,000 a month. Then if you have over 1 million, you get 3K. Basically.
100K?
There you go, yeah.
100,000 followers? You get $1,000
but
a month?
Yeah, you got to post a qualified reel. I don't know exactly what that is. Eh?
They don't specify what a qualified reel is in the story, so I can't give any more details.
Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, I see the move by Zuck because this has been a persistent problem for a while now where people are not posting organically aside from stories.
Oh.
That's been my understanding. Other social media companies tried this and it never worked, says Ichiro. I'm not surprised. So, Assassino, here's what happens, brother. You go up top. Let me show you here. So there is a handsome gentleman, Jerome Powell. This is my Instagram account. See, Assassino, click Instagram at the top, following and favorites. It'll show you there. Follow it. There we go. Yeah, it's not going to show. Anyway, you click the Instagram logo at the top, you click following, and then you can actually see people you actually follow. And it'll be like the old Instagram where it'll give it to you in chronological order. Huh? Similar to X, it'll give it to you in chronological order rather than the sporadic order, right? So it'll be by time posted. That's the old Instagram for, before suggestions and everything.
Do you think people are, I mean, you're saying people aren't posting organically. Do you think some people are just kind of getting sick of everybody posting and like with all these filters and showing off like these different lifestyles?
It could be.
Right?
I think so.
Right? So it's like you have like such a massive boom where it's extremely popular, and then eventually you have that age group kind of getting older and older, and they start reeling like the reality of life, and they're like, hey man, I'm sick of watching this, some of this fake stuff.
That's what it is.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's all fake. You have the people who are really doing it, but a lot of people put on this facade.
I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah.
And we know, Instagram, that's the difference kind of between Instagram and TikTok. Instagram is like so curated and scripted. You got to look the best. You got to see what people post on TikTok. They're like in their jammies. They don't care, right? And it does really quite well. So,
I'll hop out of bed.
Well, then TikTok's your move, my guy.
All right, my guy.
All right, guys, I'm involved in VG here. I'm taking substantially smaller size because the trades today are not working. So we're going to risk very little, but I'm involved here for the technicals of it. Look, it had a breach through the 10 EMA, ended up holding. What I didn't like, though, is this candle here at 1220, which ended up being a topping till inverse hammer candle. That displeases me. Let's see. Okay, we just breached the prior bar high. Now into 78s we go. Let's see what VG has to offer over here in terms of a move up. The high of the day on VG at 1394. So we're going to pack the patience to see if we can possibly get into that $14 area on VG. Separately, I wanted to mention IBRX. I'm 0 for 1 on this one. But it just also popped off. That 855 area, 854 seems to have held, popping up now into 865. But when you look at the wider trend, you're still putting in lower highs. And so be careful entering this thinking that it's going to mosey on up into 9 or at least retest that 877 high a day. That would be my look there. I'm patiently waiting for the trade. I have a bias that SWMR is not done. It's putting in lower highs. It's a prolonged lower high kind of setup, but it's also got higher lows. So a bit of a compression pattern, sideways triangle, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for a decided break of this downtrend, and I want to see that tape teleportation. I need to see the orders coming in. Like, let's just take a quick look at SWMR right now. Like, the tape is moving quite slowly. Look at the left side of the screen where all the yellow is. Not moving quite that fast. I need to see it rocketing, right? Once it starts doing that, the trade is on. The algos are triggering. People are participating both ways on this. It's never a sure thing. Nothing in trading is, but at least it puts the odds on my side. So there's no specific level that I'm looking for on SWMR. What I'm looking for is a clear break of the downtrend. So that's kind of look there. It does seem to be putting in some decent candles here, but I don't want to become myopic and view what I want to view. I want to pack the patience until that quality setup comes in on SWMR, and then we're going to size in. But at the moment, not really. All right, JKL, love this. Please, Lord, above, look for a solid setup on MU. You've got possibilities today, man. They do report after the bell, and they're up, I believe, nicely this morning. Well, they're up 1.5 right now. SanDisk doing a little bit better, up 3.1. Let's look at Micron, and then Adam, I'll get to your comment in a second. I love Adam, man. So look, this is a great looking chart, however you want to square this circle here on Micron. This is the 4-hour on Micron, just to give you an idea of what we've been doing, you know, over the past number of months. All-time highs come in, I believe, this morning. Yeah, we got into all-time highs this morning, the high of which was 476.70. We're showing 468 right now. This is the 4-hour chart. You want to take a setup on the 4-hour. You're looking for a breach of prior bar high, which is 471.25. We're showing 469 thereabouts. Intraday, let's flip to the 5 on this. You're definitely putting in still a bit of a downtrend here. I'd be looking for the breach of prior bar high, or prior area high, excuse me, which would take us above 470. But this is the level on the 4-hour that you're looking for. That's at 471.27. But I would take a shot if we cleared 470, because that would breach prior area high, and that would mean possibly a new trend. Micron up 1.58, not a bad look. James, you don't ever like my posts, Gooner. Like, oh my God. Dude, I look at everything that you send me.
Same, man.
Everything that you send me, Adam. Some of it's hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. It's great. It's just, you know, I know you're you know, shooting for my team to lose. How can you cheer for us, brother? You're a City fan, and now you guys are 9 points behind. You got slapped yesterday. What'd you guys lose? 6-1 on aggregate. What was it? 5-1 on aggregate to Madrid. And you see Vinicius dancing right in front of your fans, man. He started doing the crybaby thing because you guys trolled him last time. Vinny was running rampant all over you guys yesterday. You guys didn't have an answer for Vinicius Jr. Shout out to the man Vinny. But the only reason I shout him out is because my nephew's a big Real Madrid fan. But shout out to Adam James, brother. I know you're a good sport like that, so I don't anticipate you taking it too seriously. Guys, IBRX just broke out. Okay, so it took out the high of the day. The new high of the day now is 77. I was wrong on this one. Let's see if this one ends up flat top breaking. It's only up above the previous high by a penny. I think the previous high was 76. So IBRX back in focus at a critical area of support. But there's my VG, Joey. So I did pack the patience. Here we go. Now we're in at 77. We're going to let the beak at 84. I'm going to let this one run. 1394 high. I have a bias that we either test the high or we mosey on up into 14. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Bovin. I know, Bovin, you just got here, Bovin, but I've been waiting patiently on SWMR. I don't think it's done quite yet in this sort of little compression pattern that it's putting in, but it is technically now breaching my trend line, which it hadn't done on the day, okay? That trend line there, let me make it a bit thicker so you guys can see that. Line width, let's go full send on that. Why does it change when I've specifically instructed it? Oh, you gotta click OK, Joey. There we go. There we go. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so there's SWMR Bovin. I'm waiting for this one to set up, but for the moment, I'm gonna steer clear. Hangry Wife, LIDR. Let's take a look at LIDAR. What is that one up to? For whoever was asking me about Micron's about to take out 470, so you should probably be on the lookout here. If it takes out that 470 area, that would be a breach of prior area high, but I would wait for a decisive break of it, not just a wick or two. Great call out there, Hangry. Good look here on LIDR. It's not really up big on the day. Give me a sec, 7% and change, but that is a good look, good hold of structure, takes out that 190 area, 196, so we're likely gonna see 2. I like that $2 level, but I also see it as a very clear area of resistance. Look at that area low that we had yesterday during regular trading hours before we sold off into the afternoon was $2. So 205, clear area of resistance for me on LIDR, but good call out there by you. Thank you.
Yeah, all right, guys. This 120.80 level just acting like an absolute
oh my God.
Right
Sorry,
now.
Joey, I got to interrupt. Sorry, brother. SWMR just halted down. So this is the break of trend now. This could be trouble here on SWMR. It just absolutely dropped. 60.75 current bar high, halted down 53.28. Halt time 12:32:44. Earliest will be open 12:37:44.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
It's all good, man. I could just sit here in silence and just micromanage my position there. But no,
That was ugly, bro.
That was ugly. There goes Bitcoin. There's multiple basing patterns here, but if we can break this 84 level, like you can see, and then whoever this individual is needs to have a talking to. Let's break through it. There we go. Boom. Printing 90s right there. We're in 120.64s, and we have that resistance zone at 121. We want to see that volume really start to pick up here in USO, but we are at that top end of the range. I'm not willing to take, and there it goes, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
Let's party a little bit here and take some off as we punch through that zone. Nice little move there. There's the attempt on USO, exactly, Gore. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do eventually come back into where we entered. I should have took more than 33% off, considering we did hold it to 40s, and I did where we get it off at 92s. So 20 cents in either direction. So essentially a 1-to-1 right there, and we took 33% off. We do want to hold some for the break of 121. Which we're going to need the market. Yeah, so the market did take an additional leg lower. Gore, this is positive for our USO thesis here, especially after multiple indecision prints around the lows, and you have that aggressive selling, and then now we're getting that rebound boom and another pop. Tape, potentially we have some orders, a nice ladder building up here at 121.07. So if we go and hit those orders, then I think we have the ability to maybe climb back in towards the volume weighted average price. I was thinking about re-engaging here on IBIT, but I don't see anything that is really saying, hey, we got to take this, because this was a shelf that's starting to be forming. You have that support level, but now it's starting to be breached and head a little bit lower. So you might have that turtle shell type price action here as we're slowly curling over and heading towards this indecision print low. If anything prints on the 5-minute time frame along this line here, and you have some volume spikes, you have those indecision candles, then I think it might be a green light to take another attempt on it. So let's go. Punch through that. You can break through this resistance zone. I believe you. There goes 121, Gore. We're starting to see that print on the ask, but we want anything a little bit above that now. So hitting that profit target for sure as Bitcoin continues to slide, and the overall market, SPY and the NASDAQ heading towards the LOD. Let's take another little bit off here just in case. Actually, no, what we're going to do is we're going to post up, all right? We're going to post up at 121.07s. Why? Because I like 007. And we're going to take 30% off right there from what we currently have. So let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that mark. I do believe that we're going to be able to. So we'll head back over, guys. SoFi curling over. You have that support level at 1763 starting to be breached, and it is continuing its slide. So not too good of a look here in the overall market. Oh, we're only pennies away, guys, from catching that fill. Now let's see what everyone else is up to. MU Kill Zone says TBK. What's up, TBK? Let's take a look at MU. This thing has been monstrous, and putting in that all-time high price target today increased from $330 to $510, and we're only about 40 points away from that specific level, so not too bad of a lot. 5 times MSTR puts overnight. Happy Fed Day. Okay, Luke. People don't forget, man. You have those. Oh, okay. You're bearish on that. Sorry, I was thinking you're going a little bit long. So, Leanne, I want to pull this up here because you didn't tell me your expiration cycle on NVDA. I think you were saying May or something along those lines. You were telling me, but we just got to be cautious, right? Like we're going to go through this live, considering you have options data. I think it's really important to note is that look at this supply, and we're struggling here today at that level, right? 185, we couldn't even really fall into that neck of the woods. So a massive supply zone. They can go under the water, but I think by the end of this week, we're not going to head into that neck of the woods. Some indecision prints being displayed here on the NASDAQ, guys. We could like this for a potential bottom. Nice rebound in IBIT as well, too. We're waiting for that fill. We were pennies away. What did we run into? 121.04s as that high. Now starting to pull back as the market is finding somewhat of a bottom. Maybe you're going to get that bounce back into VWAP, or this could be somewhat of a cover rally. I know it's a little bit more difficult to get the shorts working for you in the NASDAQ, but
SWMR is open.
Let's go USO. What do you got?
All right, guys, SWMR is open. There's a buyer at 53, at least for now, showing 53.50 on the level 1. Let's see. The tap was showing me 52. Okay, it's losing the bid quite aggressively here. Okay, so this looks like it might be done. Now, let's see if it holds up at 50. 50 is basically the volume weighted average price. So the overlap here between the whole dollar level at 50 and VWAP is certainly not lost on me. I'm not going to be buying down there willy-nilly with an order, but it's broken trend. Okay, it's broken trend quite aggressively because there was also an uptrend line that was, basically support, and it's lost it and then some. In fact, that trend line is showing like $58, $57 for now. Let's see if this candle's turning green here. 54.70. Looks like we're bouncing back up. Limit up is 58.61. I just saw that show up on the time and sales. Sorry, on the level 2, 58.61, I believe. SWMR. Be on the lookout here. Yep, 56 2/3 coming in. 54, pardon me, and 2/3 coming in. Yeah, 58.61 limit up. We'll see if it makes it up there. But yeah, this one changes my calculus entirely. On SWMR, I was looking for a breach in the opposite direction. And like this candle here, I was looking for it to be green and up, not red and down. In any event, didn't take it. We had the initial trade on it, which was good, and then we haven't traded it since. Guys, keeping an eye here on VG, as this one looks to continue to step up. A couple of topping tail candles. You want to cover something?
Yeah, something just stepped into USO there. That was a crazy volatility spike. We're probably going to get something momentarily here from Adara, but that was a big time. An additional move. The volatility is in a strong move lower. It wicks that 120.34 level and then spikes right back up immediately. We got to keep our eyes on the tape and be prepared to get out of this one if it doesn't want to work for us. But that was another additional move here. So, all right, so we're going to head over to Adara, another move in USO. Be cautious with this one, guys. It's headline sensitive.
And you can never know for sure if this is the headline, but this headline did just come out and it is related, so I'm going to mention it. CBS reporting that President Trump has not yet made up its mind with regards to sending Americans into Iran to seize nuclear material. So again, CBS reporting that President Trump has not yet decided whether or not he would like to send Americans into Iran to seize nuclear material. Also, Saudi Arabia providing an update with regards to some explosions heard in Riyadh. They said now that danger has passed. "Quote unquote." Back to you.
You send ground troops in, it's going to get much uglier.
I don't think it's the right thing to do, man. I'm not a military planner.
No.
Just speaking from an optics perspective, I think people, they don't want to see another Afghanistan or another Iraq. I'm pretty sure
as soon as you have
most people feel that way.
As soon as you have boots on the ground, the conflict is going to last significantly longer than what you're anticipating. I don't think it's an in and out.
Yeah, and he was credited for being super swift and efficient with the whole Maduro thing, and you're certainly not seeing that this time around. Who knows what ends up happening?
But I mean, Iran is significantly more sophisticated than what was the army in Afghanistan, like fighting.
Yeah, but if you believe some of the reports, I mean, the military is kind of non-existent at the moment, if you believe some of the reports. All right, let's turn it back here to VG. We took that print into 88, so good move up, but getting a little bit of a sell here, so live to the resistance. We're getting into the high 80s. I also want to mention a couple of other really good ones that were mentioned by the chat. IBRX, well, that wasn't mentioned by the chat. I had that one. I'm 0 for 2 on this piece of, we tried a couple of times and I didn't get it right, but should have been more alive to that 1175 flat top break, and it's breaking out now into the high of the day of 891. This one's probably on the way to 9. Let's see. Yeah, there's certainly resistance coming around 8 mid-90s. That is the pre-market high from yesterday. Obviously, yesterday we got a little bit higher. We got into about 9 1/3. Looks like the closing prints all were south about 910. I'd say 9 is the real resistance level here, but we'll have to see if we can wick above it. That's really kind of what I'm looking at there. So IBRX looking fantastic here. Midday. So is KOS. Shout out to Cool Brioche. I think he was the one that pointed this out to me. We're a penny off the high. In fact, I think we just got into the high, pardon me. 263 area high. Looks like it held the higher low quite well, and now it is on the way, if it already hasn't, to make another higher high. So KOS should be in focus here as well. A couple of ones that may be setting up off key technical levels. I want to mention NN. NN was a really good higher low, and then it wasn't. Broke down here, lost the 10, lost the trend line, and now it's right around that $19 area. I see it's at $18.85. but VWAP just a little bit higher. This one's awfully spready. You guys saw bounce from 1885 right into 19. Now look, spready or not, if it sets up well at VWAP like it did at 1010 and 1015 on the 5, I'm going to take it, especially if it gives me a clean new bar to make a new high relative to the prior bar, let's say maybe around 19 and a fifth, 19 and a quarter. It doesn't need to be right around here. So NN looking good, possibly off that VWAP bounce. We'll have to wait. It's turning into an inverse, or I want to say a hammer candle, bottoming tail candle, but it hasn't closed. It has still about another 2 minutes or so. So yeah, in focus should be IBRX, KOS, NN, and then I've got the trend here on VG. I'm waiting for my next profit taker right around the high of the day. I may actually hold this, really depending on what kind of pattern I see here on VG and what kind of volume does step in at around 1 o'clock, whether or not I want to take it before the high of the day or into that $14 area. So that's another look there, guys. So a couple of things moving here after a bit of a quiet period, but sadly it does look, at least for the moment, that SWMR, right now anyway, is past its prime. I want to mention to the newer traders who really kind of, don't trade these gappers or fast movers a lot, SWMR could have a hell of an aftermarket, okay? And that seems to be the case a lot with these names that gap up aggressively and, halt multiple times on the day. Let's take a look at what it did in the aftermarket yesterday. Immediately caught a bid, immediately. So 4 o'clock comes along, we zig and zag, we hold that $30 area, and within like 10 minutes, we're at $42. Come back down, hold VWAP, and then we trend a little more, I want to say organized, a bit more orderly of a trend, and we get into the high of the day right at 7:55. So this thing closed the aftermarket at literally the high of the day, which was 47.50. 4 a.m. comes along, not as much in the way of participation, but if you're looking for SWMR, maybe, just maybe, the best trade might be aftermarket if it doesn't really break out in the afternoon on the other show. So we'll keep tabs on that. And we shall look at FSLY for Cool Brioche. Let's see what Fastly is doing. All right. Oh, this is the chart on LITE is up 10 3/4, guys. Gave you guys this one a long time ago. Photonics is going to be a big, big name. LITE continuing to have a great day, after pulling back a bit, but not at all-time highs, but close. Look out for that $800 break. Let's look at Fastly. Great call out, brother. Fastly's been looking great here. This is the daily on Fastly, up to $4 billion market cap. Geez Louise, this has been a nice breakout here. Thank you for pointing this one out. I didn't know that this was making that move. Let's look at the weekly here quickly, just before oh, wow, okay, yeah, you're coming from some highs there, Joey. COVID highs that we probably will never see again. But, you're above, you're getting into that area high that we got back into, I want to say, January of 24, February of 24. Looks like you're just a little bit above that now, so that's taking out a key level there. And then you're probably looking at some resistance around $40, given that shelf here that we had basically from April 21 to about November of 21 when we lost it. So FSLY looking real good on the weekly. Intraday, it is exactly what I thought it would be, a clean hold off the 10 EMA. The deeper retracement went into the 20, but most of the pullbacks are clean off that 10. I'd be looking for a move into the $0.50 here, 26.29, Joey, at the highs.
All right, brother. So yeah, I'm glad that we got out of that trade break even as USO took a little bit of a slide there, guys. I'm keeping my eyes on Bitcoin. I think that one's looking the best in my opinion. Starting to form a nice V-shaped pattern, and we're holding up on this. I'm looking at this as exhaustion volume print, and it's still holding up around that 40.26 mark, yet to have pulled back to the volume weighted average price. We know with yesterday's trade, it was definitely more of a grind, right? You had to sit through this a lot, ebb and flow, and essentially a lot of overlapping candles here all the way to that peak, and then eventually in the post market, you do give the majority of it back. More ideal to be in on this volatility. You get it significantly higher, I shouldn't say significantly, a couple pennies higher, but in a fraction of the time, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 40 minutes opposed to multiple hours sitting through this here. So yeah, we got out of that position near the end of the day, and sure enough, it did slide on the rebalances. We're gonna keep an eye out on the overall market. I think that we're just going to head into chop mode leading into 2 o'clock, right? I think we need to take that into consideration. Don't plan on playing the breakout as soon as...
RCAT's breaking out.
As soon as J Powell opens his mouth, you're going to see a volatility spike regardless. RCAT, let's see. Yeah, I was looking at this earlier this morning.
It's really going,
yeah,
Joey.
big time going right now. So a massive move and the volume increase. Sharif, you break that $18 mark and $34. Is that?
Well, it's my fault. John called it out earlier. I told him I didn't like it. I was wrong. He was right. Simple as that. It went nuts. You were right, John.
I mean, that's a drone play, no? So,
yeah.
So I mean, if you're looking to get involved with that space, then I mean, there it is. I wonder if there's going to be any news with this one. Did you see anything with RCAT?
I just see price spikes, but nothing.
That's all it says?
Adara's looking, but I don't see anything.
Yeah,
VEEE also moving. Thank you, Bovin. Okay, finally, we're starting to get some midday movers here, and they're looking real good. So RCAT is breaking out. This is the chart on RCAT. Absolutely right, John Del Segno. Good for you, brother. 17.5, flat top break. Then all hell broke loose up into 1840, now up 7.5. That's the cat. Keep your eye out on that one. Also, Bovin was mentioning VEEE. That's a former convict. Meaning that it's shown up before on our scanners and one that we know all about, VEEE, the ticker. Nice breakout there, Bovin, on volume, but I always get worried, especially with these topping tail candles that we're going to retrace. There's a lot of volume that came in there, 1.35 million shares on the 1245-minute candle. 1245 has 1.481. We haven't closed that. We have another minute. Probably hits 1.5 million shares on that. So great call out by the chat, man. You guys are doing great here, especially on slower days. So we're putting in VEEE on the side. Bovin, I don't know what your move is on this, brother. Enlighten me. Are you giving it to current bar low, for example? Like, are you giving it down into about 39, maybe even 40? Because this candle has a lower high and a lower low. So what's your move? I'd love to get your take on that, Bovin. Let me know. But VEEE on RCAT, guys, be careful. Little extended on RCAT, but NN I think is setting up in the way that I like. So I'm going to execute on that, Joey. Sending it to you.
Yeah, earnings after the bell, I believe. So thanks for pointing that out, Bearded Warrior. We're going to keep our eye on it. That's a nice move. I think at this point we're going to see a little bit more downside in USO. There's a bunch of buying pressure, and we're starting to form a shelf. So we just got to wait for a volume tick to step in. There's already been multiple volatility spikes in this, so you have to be cautious because this is just wicking a lot of individuals out here and here. We got to break even. We're fortunate about that. And as the market looks like it wants to head towards the low of the day, maybe you'll see a little bit of an uptick there. Right back to our entry price. You want to catch the lower end of the range, but something that I'm really in love with is what Bitcoin is doing. It's holding up. And I mean, at some point throughout the intraday session, I think you get that pop right back into the volume weighted average price. Could be wrong and sellers dominate the session, and then you won't essentially see that move. So moving forward, guys, let's take a look at some more names. Classic, says Dutch. Because, I mean, hey, man, trust me, if you were paying attention to what I was saying last week, yeah, then it happens. Definitely happens. And, I mean, March, you know what? Going back in my history, March is definitely one of my better months.
Really?
But, yeah, that has not been the case this year. So, I mean, it is what it is. And I'm not going to allow, I try not to anyways, get to me too much.
Good.
Now, as for our, I mean, it does. I'm not going to lie about that. But just facing off. Go to the park, go for a walk. All right, Rich Tech Robotics, IBIT, we've gone over that. ONDS has been hot as of late, guys. A couple of strong sessions. Now starting to come back in a little bit here. Not much other than that to say. The crowd strikes 439. We like that. We talk about waiting for those trend lines to be broken, like in NFLX. Gaurav was talking about this not too long ago as it broke through the volume weighted average price. Downtrend snap, and that's when you catch a 25% move in a name like NFLX Adara.
Boeing in focus here, guys. BA, we know yesterday lots of comments from CFO Jesus Malave at an industry conference that got this stock moving. Well, now we have the FAA saying that effective yesterday, they have cleared Boeing to continue advancing their 7779 vehicle here into the 4th phase of certification testing. That's reported by the Air Current. So again, the Air Current reporting that FAA could be clearing Boeing to advance its long-delayed 7779 into the 4th stage of certification testing. Now, while I have you guys, RCAT earnings after the bell, they're going to be reporting we're expecting $24 million in revenue. No, that is on a typo. And losses of 14 cents per share. Now, reading news for today, other than the earnings report tonight, I could not find any news. But I thought because we were talking about RCAT, why not mention the earnings?
All right, guys, so just heading back to that inverse correlation between oil, USO here, and the overall market. USO heading towards a key support level, and then you have a slight uptick in the NASDAQ and in the SPY. Help dragging Bitcoin right back up to 4049 IBIT, that is. So a nice look, multiple opportunities to engage, and we have that triple bottom almost essentially, double bottom right there at that 4025 mark, and then now you're off to the races. Key pivot level right at that 4050, but we are well aware of that supply zone over there at 42 bucks.
All right, just throwing in my stop here on VG. I've entered a new trade on NN, but VG looks like it has a triple top at the same area, 87, 87, yeah. So there's a monster seller at 87, sorry, just let me double check that, 87, 87, 87, yeah. All of which rejected. So I'm in at 77, it's into 76 now. Let's see how this one acts. Okay, so below, yeah, 75. Okay, so it's already below my entry. So let's go 1374. We're going to give it to that and none other than that. I had it at 69, but we're going to take that off. We're going to give it to 74 because I don't want to lose trend. Separately, NN got into this one for a hold at VWAP. I'm giving it to the high 80s. I'm looking for a hold here of the volume weighted average price on NN. Maybe a bounce back into 1930, 1940. We shall see. We'll pack the patience. Also, I want to mention IBRX is making a really good move here, coming back into the breakout level. So remember that 875, pardon me, that was a level that we got into. We triple topped, and then we broke out from that level. There it comes right back in after making another high of day 892, coming into $0.75 and finding support. So that is that's IBRX. Separately, there's a lot going. Holy cow. VEEE, good trade, Bovin, up into that 44 penny area. Still a little bit off that high of the day, but a good look nonetheless. 46 penny high. If this one breaches prior bar, just opened up a new candle. Prior bar high is 44 and a quarter. If it breaches that, we could be testing 46 and then maybe on the way to 50 pennies. That's the one look there. RCAT continues to go. It has a higher low on this prior bar. Now, it wasn't quite able to breach the 1839 high on that 1250 candle. However, it did hold the prior bar low. So prior bar low on the 1250 candle is 1809. This current low, 1820. So we're still holding that trend. Let's see if it moseys back on up. I've moved up my stop on VG, and I've given NN a little bit of room here. Now, what I'm trying to decide is whether I want to execute on IBRX at that flat top break at 875. That's my decision there. And then separately, whether VE is going to breach trend, breach prior bar high into 4450. That could be another good one. But the volume significantly dropping off here on VEEE. So prior bar had 1.7 million shares. This one's only got about 250,000. So that does concern me a little bit here. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go back up to the big desk with Adira.
I want to remind you guys, if you guys are trading Disney or if you're invested in Disney, I think either way, worth noting, in a matter of a couple minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get the DIS annual shareholder meeting. Now, this is significant because the man on the right, Josh D'Amaro, will be effectively the new CEO of Disney, succeeding Bob Iger as of this meeting. So again, guys, in a couple of minutes, that shareholder meeting will take place at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you are interested in Disney, or if you're trading Disney, invested in Disney, perhaps something to be aware of. Now, these shareholder meetings usually aren't massive unless there's a proxy vote of interest. So for example, Microsoft's meeting in December 2024, when Michael Saylor made the case for Microsoft to invest in Bitcoin, or the Disney meeting in April of 2024, when we had the whole situation with Nelson Peltz and that proxy vote. Because there's no massive proxy vote today that I'm aware of, DIS probably not on watch with this meeting. But again, if you are investing and you want to watch it, it's going to be starting in a couple minutes.
Right. Yeah, guys, just keeping an eye out on the same names. We had that break up in IBIT now starting to come back in. And USO hasn't been doing too much. I'm just watching out for the breakdown. We want to draw these lower highs that are starting to be established on the lower time frames. And you can see it on the 5-minute as well, too. So we run into the top end of this channel, and then we start to reject with this support system starting to be established at 21.40, something that we need to keep an eye on. Because if that breaks, then maybe we see some more downside momentum. start to pick up in U.S. oil. I've seen one of my boy here saying short oil, Showtime VP, VB saying, yo, go down oil, but SoFi is the one that's going down right now, giving back the majority of its move from earlier this morning. You break through that neckline at 1760, and then now you're trading at 1740. Going to keep an eye out on that one. Also, if this resistance zone holds up on IBIT, maybe we'll get an opportunity to go long. Oh, it is that time. All right, then.
There we go.
So we have one of our favorite guests.
Hey.
Oh, he's ready. He's already locked and loaded.
He's always ready, bro.
All right.
Hey there, guys. Nice
Luis.
to hear. I'm one of your favorite.
That goes without saying. You're a small cap trader, Luis. Come on now. You wanna start?
Fire it up, man.
Okay,
I know
all
you've
right.
got a lot of questions.
I don't want to, because you were speaking. I don't want to take your thunder.
I could start some things.
Sure.
Weather.
I get a lot of
Right? How we typically go.
Well, we gotta kind of keep up the tradition here, Luis. Enlighten us about the beautiful weather of Barcelona, because I can promise you, we don't have any good news this time on our side.
It is not that good weather anymore. I think we are getting tied to your weather. Something like 15 or something like that.
Well, I'll take 15 any day, man. I think it is -2 outside, Luis. And I know you guys don't have a problem with wind chill, but we have a big problem with wind chill. It's -2, but then it feels like -10 because of the wind. Luis, let's talk a little trading today, brother. Take us through with what you were looking at, what you traded today. Let's go through that.
It has been very, very quiet day, actually, so we don't have a lot to do. I think most of the people are waiting for a Fed decision. Rates, of course, small caps usually are very active, but these days are a little bit slower. We have something pre-market like OVID, this OVID trade. We shorted here against this resistance, which it was previous resistance. You can go 1 hour and you will see probably maybe more. Hours. There you go. You have this gap fill, okay, pre-market with a huge candle, and then all the way down. This was, I think, was phase one. Let me check. This was earnings and phase one news, so not that strong news. It was not a phase two or phase three. That we are more long bias if we are trading a phase three in the pharma environment. This was phase one, so we short against this resistance, and look, it was all the way down pre-market already, pretty fast, up and down. It's something that it's been happening for the last 2 or 3 days. All the pre-market movers are up and down pretty fast. We took that short there. I took a small long here trying to reclaim the VWAP, didn't work, has to stop out, and then we shorted in this VWAP, probably end of day trade now.
Excellent look there, Luis. Very interesting. I have to echo your sentiment. I felt that, in the pre-market, we were seeing those aggressive moves up, but they were really not sustained. And you kind of felt that the downward pressure was coming immediate. You don't look at the aftermarket at all? I know it's kind of late for you guys there in the aftermarket, right?
No, we don't look the aftermarket. Actually, since we trade with real trading, we have to close position like 15 minutes after the bell. So, and it's not that, when you trade pre-market, if something goes wrong or if you are in a good trade, you can hold it, because it's going to open later. So you got reference from pre-market highs or open or whatever. When you trade in aftermarket, you're going to hold it overnight? I'm not going to hold it overnight. I want to sleep quiet.
I completely agree with that. All right, Luis, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the big mover of yesterday and a good mover today, SWMR. Let me tell you what I was thinking about this one. So I had a good trade on this one through the break of 55 into 60. It ended up going to 65, but then it started putting in lower highs. I saw a bit of a compression pattern, Luis. I was feeling maybe we were putting in lower highs and we would resolve to the upside. So I was waiting for a break of this downtrend line. Exactly the opposite happened, Luis. We ended up getting a break down instead of up. Is this one that you would have been looking to go short if it had lost the volume weighted average price and that $50 area where it clearly had resistance or support, I should say, in the pre-market?
I longed this one yesterday and today. Why? It's an IPO. It's a very small IPO opening above the offering price and with a very strong underwriter holding the prices. So I was long yesterday in a couple of long washout, and I was long today. The good trade today was here. I missed it in these 40 holds, and the B was reclaimed here. I missed it. You can trade breakout here, 44, 45. I never trade breakouts. I think it's a very, very difficult strategy in regarding the risk reward, the speed of the executions and the winning ratios. For me, it's not that one of the most profitable strategies. So I just waited my chance again for after halted. I tried here. I didn't get filled for a penny, and then I took it after this halt and after this. We call this long washout. After a halt, if the momentum is very strong and we have an up halt band, usually, or let's say statistically, it opens, we see some selling and then recall the high, previous high. So that's why we went long here as we try to go long here. So.
Hey, Luis, what's going on? I hope everything is good. I hope you had a fantastic session. I want to touch a little bit here on the meeting coming up this afternoon and how exactly you would kind of navigate the volatility spikes. So if the market is essentially pricing in no rate cut, how is that? Because we know in the small cap land, rate cuts, lower interest rates is typically better for the Russell and some of the small cap names. Now, with the volatility spikes, what are some of your risk parameters and your rules based off of the volatility, just in case, you have that spike and then you're like, hey, do we wait? Are we patient? What is exactly you're looking for during and after the FOMC meeting?
Well, first of all, there is a couple of situations where we don't trade the small. Let's say we trade blue chips only, not the small caps. One is when we have big earnings on the big names with a lot of volume and a lot of volatility. And the second time is when the Fed decisions. We stop trading small caps in order to look index and blue chips, right? Regarding the risk parameters, first of all, I would say no limit orders waiting at any prices because there is unknown volatility. It could go up 0.50% or 1% or 2%, we don't know. So no limit orders waiting in the level 2, waiting to get filled. So you wait until the first movements, and then you can measure a little bit the volatility, and you decide if you want to play 10 shares or 100 shares or 500 shares, depending on the volatility. But you cannot set up previews of the decisions of the Fed decisions. You cannot set up a size that you're going to trade or levels because it's a known scenario.
Yeah, so with that being said, do you find that in some of the smaller cap names that you're trading, do you think that they have an equal or lesser reaction to some of the blue chip names?
Less reaction. They don't really care about the Fed decision. We're talking most of the times when we're trading here, we're talking about pharma or biotech companies which have very important news, much more than rate decisions or macroeconomic situation or geopolitical situations. We're talking about one phase 3 of the unique drug they are investigating. So it's a huge impact in the price of the stock.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Luis, I wanted to ask you something about float. So one of the things that really I looked for, especially for upside movements, is smaller floats because it tends to limit liquidity and you have those more parabolic moves. Do you look for the same thing when you're looking to go short, or do you try to stay away from ones that have smaller floats?
Yes, we are more cautious with the lower flow, with the nano flow. Let's say, we had today ARTL is a nano float. It's below 1 million shares float because of the reverse split a few days ago. So when we short the stocks, if it's low float or high institutional ownership, we are more cautious on the short side. We never front side something with low float. We wait for the backside. If it's a medium float or a high float, a little bit bigger float, always talking about the small caps, sometimes we do front side if the levels are okay. But low float, more parabolic, more risk, and everything on the short side.
Okay, yeah, so you tend to stay away from those. Okay, all right. Fantastic stuff, Luis. Really good trade, by the way, on SWMR. Hope you have a fantastic week and enjoy the beautiful weather in Barcelona, Spain. Thanks for coming on, Luis.
Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you. I think it's next time. I think I'm gonna ask him what the taxes are like over there in Barcelona.
I think it's like, I don't know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but it was either Portugal or Spain. They had like an incentive to come in. And so you got like income tax for like a few years off, something like that.
Couple rebates here and there.
Couple of rebates, right?
Yeah,
Who could complain about that? I know Italy had that. Katina, man, didn't Italy have that? Yeah, Italy did have that. It's like you could 5 years or something like that. You didn't get charged income tax. Portugal. Yeah, you want to ask him? He's still here.
What's the tax like there? What's the income tax like over in Barcelona?
I think he's Assassino setting it up. Yeah, because I can see Luis there. All right, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, well, there it is. He heard the question already. What is it like paying taxes over there in Spain?
It's a tricky question. Nobody wants to talk about taxes, right? So it's depending. When you trade for a prop firm, because we trade the firm capital, we pay over income that you receive from the prop firm, right? Okay. So in Spain, it depends on your year income. Yeah. Of course, you can deduct the costs, of course, of trading, renting office or whatever. So depending on your year profit, you pay between 15%, 12% to 47%, which is the higher tier. If you make over, I think it's something like 60 or 70,000 a year, you end up paying 45%. Of course, it's tires, right? So you don't pay 45 over everything, but you pay 12% over the first 5,000, 15%, like bandwidth or something like that. And if you are trading your own capital, because this is not it's a I don't know how it's called, like
capital gains tax.
Capital gains, sorry, it's like between 21 to 23% of your income. But the problem here is when you pay taxes over capital gains, let's say you got nothing in return. When you're paying taxes because of your ledger, then you have social security, insurance, health insurance, free schools, and everything. We are like socialists or more left party now governing in Spain.
And I wouldn't want to upset the tax man in Spain, because I know what they did to Messi. I know you remember that, right? And he had to go through that for many different years. He had to fight and he was going to go to jail. He was pretty close to going to jail. So don't upset the Spanish tax man. Is the lesson there?
Never upset them. But look, I am very progressive on mind progressive in this. If you make millions a year, let's pay for the ones who really need it and make few grand a year.
Fair enough, Luis.
Fair enough, brother. Thank you very much.
So it's pretty much close to us. About same thing. 23.5, 20 to 25% for capital gains. That's pretty much jives with us here. I think he said the highest marginal rate there was like 46. Which is it's higher here.
It's pretty high.
It's 53%, the highest marginal rate. If you make, I think, above 220 a year, you're paying. Again, you're not paying 53% of your income. It's that bracket that you're paying 53% of. It's what do they call that? Gradated system, or I forget the name that they call it. A graduated system, something like that. Anyway, it's eluding me at the moment, but pretty close.
Shut up taxes.
Marginal tax. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
That's what the
progressive.
Katina man, you start your taxes yet over there, bro?
We always see when the Katina man starts his taxes because he always does it over here, right?
Yeah. Are you getting somebody to do it this year or what?
They started accepting them February.
They only started accepting them February 23rd.
This is the what's our
VG, you little.
What's the CRA right? This is the CRA right now. As people are filing their taxes, just everywhere
Your boy Carney, though, he's going to come down pretty hard on it because they're hurting right now for money. So apparently,
they're going to come down really hard on it. But it was too much money. It was too much work for them to get all that money back from all the handouts that they were giving during COVID.
Well, that's a different prime minister. He doesn't have anything to do with him anymore. His hands are clean now, Joey.
Carney's pulling a Trump. It's all Biden's fault.
It's
all Trudeau's fault.
He doesn't say it that way, but that's kind of the implication.
What a laughable.
Tell me how you really feel, Joey.
I will.
You are. Guys, there goes VG. Oh, no. 13.95. There's the breakout. We're on our way to 14. That's the high of the day. Breaches the prior high by like a penny or something like that. So VG on the way up. Good look here. Above in your VEEE still defending generally that 40 penny area. But I want to say it's still putting in some lower highs. So something to be on the lookout for there. That's VEEE. SWMR. I saw Case getting all excited there in the chat that this one was coming up for air. It was Case, but then it comes up into that 58 flat bottom that we were holding initially, and then it kind of rejects now. That's what I want to see. Can we mosey on up past 58, on our way to 60, kind of take out the trend there, and then maybe make another attempt at the high of the day of 65. You saw Luis say he took a long on SWMR, and I was very pleased to hear that. So this one's still looking good. Obviously, still very much in a downtrend. That's pretty obvious there. You extend that trend line out, it fits perfectly. What I would say is, though, watch out for that 58 shelf that we were holding after getting up into 65. That 58 shelf gets taken out, and gets taken out decisively. Then you have a good shot of hitting 60, and if 60 gets taken out, I think we're probably on our way to test highs. Whether or not it does that during regular trading hours, your guess as good as mine. RCAT as well coming in to that down, I want to say about 17 and 4/5, give or take, is the area low. But when you look at this a little bit more closely, we're still putting in a bit of a downtrend. We should probably start the news because we only have half an hour to do it today. We're going to be sending you over to the big boys at around 1:45. They're going to be taking you into the FOMC meeting, of course. We get the rate decision at 2, and then Jerome Powell comes on at 2:30, and that's where the more,
Yeah, I'm not even going to take anything until 2:30 after JP speaks.
That's fair.
3 o'clock, right?
That's fair. Get the volatility out of the way, and let's start the news segment. Let me just open up my version of it that I mark up. All right, there's a lot to talk about today, so we'll probably skip some of these. The first and foremost, of course, is yet another, I guess, installment in the Nvidia China saga. Apparently, they've received approval, and again, from the Chinese regulator to sell the H200 chips in China. That's the second most powerful in their lineup. Blackwell, of course, being the most powerful. It does open the door for renewed revenue streams from China, which have basically come down to a halt. Zero, according to Jensen. No revenue from China. In fact, when you look at their earnings reports, no revenue realized, whether by AMD or Nvidia now, for 2 straight quarters from the country of China. The approval does follow prior U.S. policy allowing some advanced chips to be exported. We had, gotten word that the H200 as well as the H20, which is now defunct, both got approvals. Then later we got AMD's approval for the MI455 export variant, none of which, though, have been sold in China despite the approvals. Now, that is, of course, in addition to the 25% that both Nvidia and AMD have to pay the U.S. government of their China revenue. Underline that. That's China revenue, not their total revenue. And that would be basically zero at the moment that they've paid to the U.S. taxpayer because they haven't exported any of these chips. CEO Jensen Huang indicated that Nvidia already received purchase orders from many Chinese tech companies, the Tencents, the Baidus, the Babas. They're all gung-ho for this H200. The company is now restarting manufacturing to fulfill this demand, of course, with Taiwan Semiconductor, which does have a limited capacity. We had gotten word earlier that they had about 700,000 of these H200s ready to be exported. We'll look to see what the new purchase order was, because a previous report had indicated that they received 2 million. An order for 2 million combined from Chinese tech companies. They had only about 700,000. So the 1.3 million, obviously, I don't know how much of that Taiwan Semi can actually produce in a short period of time. Last but not least, we also reported to you guys about Nvidia shifting gears a little bit, getting into the ASICs kind of field, the application-specific integrated circuits, to try to take on, the new inference trend that we're getting for agentic AI. And that's what they're reportedly planning to do. They're planning an exportable version of their Grok GPU, which is for ASICs. It's going to be tailored to the Chinese market, Joey. So if they can do all this stuff, I think it'll be good. It's just got to get done.
Yeah, it's got to get done. I mean, a while ago we were talking about this quite often. often. And I don't know if we're going to fall into that same loophole. It's good to go, it's not good to go. Until they physically receive them, then I'm just going to take it for how it is. China was about 13% of Nvidia's total revenue before things were cut off, and you kind of went into this tennis match of if they're going to receive them or not. But, I mean, if we're talking about $1 trillion in backlog, what is this going to mean for Nvidia now, especially when they do start shipping them and the Chinese institutions and corporations actually start receiving these chips? You're going to see it north of $1 trillion. Do you add a 13% on the top line of that? Maybe, possibly, I think so. And if considering they've been waiting so long, maybe you have an increase in even more backlog, which I think it can send this stock to the next levels. And I like what Katina Man was saying, is like if the next big thing is going to be Nvidia, I think we start right here by shipping these H200s over to China.
All right, sounds good. Let's talk a little Tesla expanding their energy push with a $4.3 billion deal with LG. This was not their deal. In fact, it was GM's deal, but they backed out. So Tesla stepped in and signed that $4.3 billion deal for battery cells. Cells will be produced in Lansing, Michigan, at a facility previously tied to that LG GM joint venture, which is now dissolved. General Motors exited the project, allowing LG to fully control and repurpose the plant. Tesla's objectives a little differently, though, or different, I should say, than GM's. They continue to expand beyond EVs, as we know, into their fastest growing segment. Yes, that is energy storage. The Megapack and the Powerwall products are designed to store energy for peak demand, which are all of a sudden back in vogue now because of data centers, and the power stability that these GPU racks require cannot, rely solely on the power grid. Steps in Tesla and their Megapacks. They have them, I believe, in Memphis or wherever they've got the XAI thing there. They signed a deal locking in supply to support scaling energy deployment. Energy revenue in Tesla's last earnings report, as I mentioned, their fastest growing segment, grew 27% year over year, $12.8 billion they brought. That's a 13% of the entire revenue now being generated by the energy segment. The core business, which is autos, obviously saw a 10% decline. Giving you an idea here, they're trying to focus on what's trending. Energy segment to deliver very high growth long term, according to Tesla management. And, looks like their actions, jiving, or their words jiving with their actions here with this deal with LG. Last but not least, Joey, LG will build dedicated production lines for these LFP batteries, which are lithium iron phosphate cells. They're optimized for storage systems, and LFP batteries are cheaper and longer lasting.
Yeah, I'm just reading up on this a little bit too, Sharif, and I found it interesting. LG essentially had a deal with GM before they pulled the chute on their EV, now signing this big-time deal with Tesla. I think that's pretty good for them, considering the Korean-based manufacturer is definitely going to start making bigger or doing whatever they need to do. Energy storage segment in Tesla continuously growing, and one of the stronger performing ones, considering the EV decline across the globe.
Absolutely right, Joey. And I want to mention that the GM backed out of this deal because they shifted their focus from BEVs, battery energy vehicles, to now these long-range or extended EVs, EREVs, which is essentially like the Li Auto model, where they put in a gas engine to charge the batteries, but not to propel the car. Get about 1,300, 1,400 kilometers of range on some of these, so you can kind of get why it would be interesting for GM to do that, because, well, the BEVs don't have much of a demand here, at least for the moment in North America. This is an interesting story. Microsoft is weighing legal action against the OpenAI Amazon deal for AWS. So Microsoft is considering legal action against the Amazon OpenAI deal over that $50 billion agreement between OpenAI and Amazon, AWS specifically. The dispute centers on whether the deal violates the exclusivity clause that Microsoft has with OpenAI for cloud. Microsoft signaled a willingness to pursue litigation if the contractual terms are breached. More on this in a second. Microsoft's agreement requires OpenAI models to be delivered via Azure and exclusively through Azure, while AWS, they're offering now OpenAI's new Frontier platform that could challenge Microsoft's exclusivity. The outcome hinges on, yes, the interpretation of the contractual terms around cloud distribution rights. AWS is deepening their partnership with OpenAI, as we know, through that multi-billion-dollar investment, and they maintain that Amazon deal, OpenAI does maintain that the Amazon deal is absolutely compliant with the existing Microsoft contractual terms. I guess, you know, they're not going to say, hey, we're in breach of contract. So according to them, Joey, their compliance discussions are ongoing, apparently, between all three parties to try and resolve this without litigation. But something tells me this might go. I got to tell you, I'm trusting Altman less and less the more I learn about this guy.
Same.
Look, I don't typically agree with Jason Calacanis on many or anything. But one thing that I think Calacanis was spot on about was don't trust this guy.
Really, eh?
Yeah, and he was quite specific.
Did he say why? Yeah, okay, so tell me.
Well, I'll tell you why. So he was he's been around for a while, Altman. He's not new, right?
No.
Apparently, his modus operandi was that he'd give you something for free, like ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Study the hell of how you're using it as a business, and then come in, disrupt you, undercut you, and go into your space.
Okay.
So that's kind of been Altman's MO.
Well, we know that Elon doesn't like him because
Elon hates
right? Because he's supposed to start open source. He wants to close it and start turning a profit from it. One thing I'll point out why I'm starting to trust. It's not like I had any form of rapport with this guy. Anyways, I just don't like the funding rounds and how he has multiple partnerships with. I get it. You want to diversify, but the way he's going about it, I've never experienced an IPO like this where they just go through so many funding rounds. You're with AWS, you're with Azure, and just going around in this weird circle. You're striking deals with Nvidia. I just find it really fishy.
Yeah.
Especially with something, it's like, hey, we're thinking about this name at $1 trillion valuation, but yet we don't know anything like from a fundamental standpoint about it.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, I think that he's just trying to go to whoever is going to give him money, because he's so in need of capital.
He's so in need of it, and I don't, like, it's hard for me to grasp the fact, I guess because it's still a very new technology, but how are we basing ChatGPT when Google's Gemini, I think, is such a more diverse tool than what ChatGPT essentially has to offer, right? It's just a LLM.
Yeah.
Like, what outside of it is it? It can code, it can do, you can ask questions, you can have conversations, but what outside of a large language model is ChatGPT?
Yeah, they got the agent capacity, and they did get that OpenClaw guy to come work for them. So we're still waiting for their version of OpenClaw, but it's still not out.
We don't have anything outside
and
of that.
their competitors do.
Right.
Perplexity Computer, Claude Cowork, there's others. Let's go on to the next story. Meta expands their push with Manus desktop agent launch, so that kind of builds on what we were talking about with OpenClaw. So Meta Platforms via Manus launch a desktop AI agent application. It was previously cloud only. The agent can now interact with your local files, your apps, your system tools through its My Computer feature. It enables multi-step task execution locally, which is, you know, that major step towards personal AI assistance. The agent can read, it can analyze, edit files, control applications directly on a user's device. It supports advanced workflows like organizing large data sets, coding apps, automating desktop apps. It integrates with your existing services like Gmail Calendar, and it creates a hybrid cloud / local AI ecosystem. And I believe that's how some people are using CloudBot now, or OpenClaw, whatever. It competes directly, this Manus competes directly with OpenClaw because it's an open source local AI agent, which is obviously gaining traction in the market. OpenClaw, you know, given a lot of credit by Jensen, basically calling it the next ChatGPT. Its founder did join OpenAI, as we mentioned, intensifying competition. But unlike the free alternatives, Manus operates on a paid subscription model. So looking to, you know, generate revenue on that. But the Manus deal is not without controversy. We know that Meta acquired Manus for about $2 billion, and they're fully integrating Manus's team into Meta. But the Chinese regulator was none too plussed about this. But Meta says, look, we expect a resolution. We expect it to be fine. Manus, Joey, Meta trying to get their name into that, you know, whole personal AI assistant OpenClaw look.
Yeah, well, they're going to need that because we know what's going on with Mark Zuckerberg and company. He's spending a lot of money, and he's got to find a way to monetize this stuff. So He better hopes this works out, because I don't know. Do you think that llama or avocado is going to fall into the realm of what we've seen here with the metaverse? Like, what if no one's using it? I'm sure there's people there, but is it going to come to the point where it's like, hey, we're spending way more money than we're actually potentially make on this stuff? And does he throw something out, like another segment out like that?
Can you imagine if avocado was as big of a bust as llama? Llama 3 was a bust. Llama 4 was a bust. And here comes avocado, and it's delayed, and they're licensing Gemini from Google, which Alphabet.
Yeah,
whatever.
and I mean, like, and Meta's signed some big deals as well too.
Huge.
They plan on making their own in-house chip, but we know from
that's delayed too.
That's delayed, but they're not typically as good as what you have a pioneer like Nvidia in the
All right,
space, so.
Let's talk a little SoFi. So this story is obviously from yesterday, but let's get a little bit into it. SoFi really pushing back against the accusations made by Muddy Waters in that short report, and they strongly disagree. They called the report misleading and factually inaccurate. Essentially, amongst other things, it's not the entire scope of the allegations, but amongst other things, Muddy Waters alleges that SoFi's true loan charge-off rate is around 6%. When you looked at the earnings report, though, by SoFi, it was around 2.89, so about double. Right? The short seller claims SoFi may be managing optics by offloading these bad, or what they're calling isolating the risky loans before defaults are recognized. That they wouldn't be the first lender to do that. That's kind of like lender fraud 101, right? To kind of move the bad loans off the books, put them in a shell company so that they're not reflected on your accounting. SoFi stated the report shows a fundamental misunderstanding of its accounting and how it operates its business model, and it, instead of responding to the allegations, it emphasized that they comply with U.S. GAAP standards and the SEC disclosure rules. And they also wanted to point out they're a bank and they have the bank charter. And as a result, they're now subject to the Federal Reserve rules as well as the OCC rules. So instead of, responding factually to the allegations, they're pointing out we're already regulated by very, very, I don't know, what am I trying to say here? High standards by these regulators. They also pointed out that Muddy Waters disclosed that they are short SoFi, which is implying that they have a financial incentive to make the accusations that they made, and legal action signals SoFi is willing to defend aggressively, which may stabilize sentiment. I don't think anything has been filed as of yet, but an interesting look here against, but Muddy Waters, they do what they do.
Apparently they're undefeated, Sharif. That's what Muddy Waters issued a report on when they issued the report on Tuesday. Do you think it's a panic move by Noto here, buying some shares, saying like, hey?
Oh, he bought?
Yeah.
It was insider buying today?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
snap.
he bought, Darryl was talking about earlier today. So he bought 28,900 shares today. So
insider buying is interesting.
Very, very interesting, considering you have that spike. So I look at this two ways. It's either a panic move saying, hey, I have confidence, I want to display that I have confidence.
What's the notional of that?
SoFi. I had 1732, 28,900 times 1732.
2,800 times.
No, 28,900.
Oh, my bad. 28,900 multiplied by 1732.
Yeah.
$50 million.
$50 million.
That's not small. Yeah.
It's not small.
No. Okay.
It's not small. So, I mean, how
does that possible?
But the thing is, though, Muddy Waters is like, hey, we're short.
I think I got that
wrong.
I
think a question to be asked here is, how long have you been short for? Right? Because the chances are they've been short this name significantly longer.
I don't think that's right.
What?
28,900
times.
Yeah. It's 500,000. 500,500. Yeah, my mistake. That was Siri. So it shows you how good Siri is.
Wow.
Yeah, that number didn't seem right. Yeah.
$500,000. Because I thought I heard Adair say that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think it's funny that they dropped this report, and then sure enough, it's like, okay, you're releasing this statement, but how long have you guys been short for? Like, we have to take into consideration the stock has been down 40% before they even mention this. Right? So it's just like, that stuff is fishy to me because it's like, now you're going to try to trap a bunch of individuals. As Sean said before, it's like, hey, I'm not going to provide the liquidity, and as they slowly start buying shares back and get all the retail space to buy things when you've already been short for the past 3 or 4 months.
All right. Let's go on to the next story. Disney leadership transition. D'Amaro taking the helm. So Walt Disney officially appointed Josh D'Amaro as CEO. He succeeds Big Bobby Iger. His background is in theme park, which makes about 57% of the profits for Disney. So you can tell they're very much relying on theme parks right now for profit, not revenue, but for profit. Investors are focused on his strategy around AI, how he plans to kind of make streaming profitable, and then the content competitiveness as well as they compete with other streamers. Disney faces declining traditional TV business. We've seen that, the cord cutting and the dollars, the advertising dollars moving away from linear television. Now ongoing streaming competition, whether it's the likes of the new tie-up that we're going to see with Paramount and Warner Brothers, or whether it's Netflix or Comcast, who else? And then there's also box office fatigue. Apparently their movies have not been doing as well. Activists had been previously pushing for an ESPN spinoff to kind of unlock value, as there's still a lot of value in sports. But as I mentioned, theme parks remain Disney's core profit engine, driving the majority of the earnings, not revenue, of earnings. And this D'Amaro guy was paired with Dana Walden, who has media expertise, and their aim here is to balance operational, things, and then creative, as well as tie that with creative leadership. Let's pause for a second. Let's go to Adara.
A couple of different stories here, but I'll start with the one that is definitely actually moving a little bit here. That's FOXA. That's Fox Corp. Report here is that Fox and Kalshi are in advanced talks on an expansive deal. So again, just a report as of right now, but Fox and Kalshi reportedly in deal talks. That is FOXA. Furthermore, I have an Amazon catalyst here. Some more talks on this USPS situation. Amazon saying they have submitted a bid to the USPS as part of their new auction concept. They want to continue their partnership, quote, even at a reduced level. They're preparing to meet delivery needs regardless of the USPS auction outcome and lack of long-term certainty. So just, again, Amazon and this USPS story, which is a story we already heard a little bit about, AMZ, and actually saying they have submitted a bid to USPS.
We skipped that story just because, you know, I get it. Amazon doesn't want to rely on them. They want to do it on their own. What's your take here on Disney?
I think it's interesting. Like these theme parks, I listened to some of my friends take their kids in, and I understand now that why it's 57% of the profits. Those things are an absolute rinse job. Let's not beat around the bush on the streaming segment as well too. It's probably going to get more fierce for Disney. It took them a long time for this company to turn a profit in the streaming business altogether. But now you have the Warner Brothers or Paramount Skydance allocating Warner Brothers. So that's just another strong move there. And in my opinion, they absolutely destroyed Star Wars. I wish Neil was here. They ruined it.
Really?
Yeah, they ruined Star Wars. They ruined Star Wars. That's
by making all those prequels?
All the like there's only one good one that Disney made. Rogue One was the only one. The rest, it's corny. It's cheesy.
Really?
Yeah, it's really corny. It's cheesy. It's not like anything fierce. And it's funny, I was thinking about this today. Kylo Ren is the worst villain of all time. Yeah, you have no idea who this guy is, but he's a villain, and then he turns good at some point. Yeah, it's like he's on the fence. Yeah, it's just really bad. They destroyed it. They came out with multiple series. They've ruined it. It's not as good as when Lucasfilms was doing it.
Okay.
Right. So
George Lucas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
So, but yeah, other than that, like this stock has been in trouble for quite some time. I don't know what they're gonna do. Are you gonna increase margins? We know Nelson Peltz and Bob Iger. They had that proxy war not too long ago. Nelson sold all of his shares. I heard that was a good thing. No one really likes Nelson Peltz, anyways.
He was using somebody else's money too.
Well, yeah. So off with that. I think there's a lot for this name to do, and how much more share can they grab in the streaming world? To be honest.
Yeah, and there seems to be a lot of stiff competition. Thank you very much.
It's getting more difficult, to be honest with you.
Well, there was more money coming into it too, and more competition. That's my understanding. Not like I know anything about streaming because I don't watch any streaming services.
I mean, Mandalorian sucked. No offense. But someone's saying I'm 100% right on that. 7, 8, 9 is unwatchable. 1 through 3 are obviously the classics. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. They didn't do as good as I would like. And I think that's going to be the same case with Paramount. Yeah. I think Adara agrees with this on me as well. Some of the HBO series, I think they're going to butcher them. But hey, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I am terrified for them to get their hands on my HBO series. And then I think this is like a creator who always, when I grew up, my goal was to like hopefully write or work for HBO. And honestly now, kind of something I'm legit reconsidering because of this Paramount deal. And I don't like it. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But Joe and I, we've discussed this on camera, off camera.
Yeah.
It's kind of dicey.
It's very dicey, so
interesting.
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Thank you very much, Augustus Plays, for the $1.99 super chat. Why is MA and Visa getting destroyed? MA, April level. Let's take a look. Not a space that I cover all that much. Is there anything on the blotter today to kind of explain what's going on? Let's have a look. I'm just looking at the blotter over here. What y'all missed. Did you know anything about MasterCard and Visa getting hit lately? I haven't been following this space. MasterCard slashes up to $1.8 billion in bet on blockchain future. Payment companies are preparing for a world where transactions are in digital tokens. That's probably something else. Any take from you as to why MasterCard's been getting and Visa's been getting clipped? I haven't been following this space, but the tech, I think the fintech sector has also been getting clipped lately as well. 10% talk. The 10% talk. Thank you, Katina Mean. Yes, that's right. President Trump wanted to cap credit card rates, and he had has support, I should say, on the other side of the aisle vis-a-vis Elizabeth Warren, who did kind of echo his sentiment there. Fintech, DeFi space for me, all getting clipped. Only a couple of names that are green. It's SoFi and Okta. Everything else is red. Upstart, Hood, C Limited, Domo, Affirm, PayPal, Blocks, Melli, which is that Latin American one, Visa, MasterCard, they're all getting hit. Even Tiger Financial, all getting, that's my understanding. I think that possibly credit card limits or credit card.
So.
Yeah.
Bang, implement that, if anything.
I'm not a big fan of government creating anomalies in business by creating artificial regulations like that, because it changes your business model. Now all of a sudden but I think in this case, especially with rising debt levels, and that's something I keep my eye on this side of the border.
Right.
Credit card delinquencies are up month over month, quarter over quarter. Missed payments on your car payments up month over month, quarter over quarter. So it does create.
It's weird because it's a double-edged sword. It's like, hey, people who unfortunately are a little financial illiterate, it hurts them significantly more, right? And it's like, hey, sign up credit card after credit card, and to the point where it's like you're not even paying off the principal, you're just paying interest, which is essentially just going into these entities' pockets at the end of the day.
And it's not a recurring cycle. If you keep paying the minimum payment, you're never going to pay it off.
You never get it. You never get it off. So I can understand just like how you have a cap on that at some point, because if you continuously want people to use your service, essentially, I think at some point there has to be some push and pull and some leniency whatsoever.
Brother, I see what you're saying, Augustus Plays, not for credit. I see what you're saying. Record debt is good for Visa and MasterCard, but not if the repercussions of that are capping your profitability, right? If they do pass something like this in a bipartisan way, in Congress, where I'm not saying it's going to be 10%, but let's just say they come to a meeting of 15 or 15.5, whatever it ends up being, it does cap your possible profitability. So even though debt is good for banks because obviously they receive more in interest income, when the regulator steps in, as I was saying, it causes anomalies. And so I don't think that that would be good for them. That's my take there. Let's move on to the next story. Alibaba raising prices as monetization push accelerates. So Alibaba is raising prices across its AI and cloud portfolio, with increases ranging from 5 to 34%. The key services here are going to include AI computing chips and cloud storage. Cloud storage is going up by 30%. We already know that cloud computing is a high margin business. Take a look at the margins of Amazon and AWS and Google Cloud. You'll get the idea. The move does, though, reflect this next shift from a heavy AI CapEx into revenue monetization for AI after spending that CapEx. The price hikes also follow an internal restructuring aimed at improving the profitability and the operational efficiency of Baba, with the CEO Eddie Wu reiterating his plans to spend up a storm. The storm is going to be about $53 billion in storms into AI infrastructure. Competitors like Baidu, though, they're also raising their pricing, so it's across the board here. They're bumping up, prices up to 30%, showing, there's that industry-wide pricing discipline. AI pricing power suggests, tight supply as well as sustained enterprise demand, especially in China, where we know AI is much loved. Compare that to North America, much maligned, especially if you believe some of the polls. The opinion polls. Alibaba struggled, though, to translate its open source push into AI into commercial advantage. This could be the start of it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want. You want to start to see them turn a profit, considering all the CapEx these companies are putting into. You have Alibaba building data centers in Brazil and across the globe. So increase, that's going to maybe, hopefully, I'm not going to say it's going to increase the demand, but it shows that the demand is there, and that's when you want to see them start turning a profit, and that's going to be more money when you increase prices. But we have a $5 super chat. So let me get this straight. Joe hates pie, Star Wars, and he has no idea that Rush is the greatest Canadian band of all time.
Oh, because you said it was.
Yeah, I tragically hit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the case. Selling my Joe shares. No, my friend, we're just reducing costs.
My friend.
So we're shoring up. Yeah, we're just shoring up costs, essentially. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to have higher margin because I'm involved in less things. So that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea.
Get him, Joey. Thank you very much for the super chat. Optical networking, very much in vogue.
No, I don't. No, sorry to interrupt you. No Neil says, Joe, you hate Star Wars? No, Neil, you were gone while I said that Disney ruined Star Wars.
Yeah, he agreed.
Yeah, 100%
You couldn't hear him, but he agreed.
I said I wish you were here because you would agree with me that Disney ruined Star Wars.
All right, let's talk about optical networking. As we've been telling you guys, very, very much in vogue lately. You got LIT, a name that I've been giving you guys for months, up another 9%. Not at all-time highs, but pretty close. So let's talk about this. Multiple networking and semiconductor firms unveiled the next-gen data center solutions at the Optical Fiber Communications Conference, OFC. The key players include Coherent, you got Lumentum, you got Marvell, you got Keysight Technologies, even Broadcom was thrown in there. The focus of the conference was AI-driven demand for faster, higher capacity optical networking infrastructure. Coherent, let's talk about the different announcements from the different companies at this conference. Coherent, for their part, introduced that 4.6T socketed CPO-based silicon photonics, targeting next-gen speeds and data centers. They also showcased a multimodal optical CPU design. Good look. Lumentum, for their part, a 1.6T DR4 OSFP transceiver prototype. Highlighted the next-gen laser solutions designed to improve AI workload speed and efficiency. Marvell also partnered with Lumentum to demonstrate that co-packaged optics and DSP solutions. They also showcased a similar product, and they're emphasizing power, efficiency, and scalability. We've been talking more about this price per token or token per watt metric that the data center people love to talk about now. And then Keysight as well. They achieved first public interoperability test of that 800G Ultra Ethernet in collaboration with Broadcom. Demonstration includes advanced error correction and flow control. I think we can just summarize this to be they're looking for better networking speeds in data centers to make sure all these CPUs or GPUs, pardon me, are on the same wavelength. The only way to do that is to make sure that the data speeds are fast. Looks like they're looking for optics rather than fiber optics here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but see, like Streep, I was going to say, I have no idea what introduced the 460
lasers
socket. I don't know what the 16T DR4 OSFP is or anything along those lines. That's way past my my tax bracket.
Fair enough. Let's go on to Boeing. Interesting take today from Boeing. What are they doing on the day? Down 1.5% because they warned that their margins are going to take a near-term hit following their acquisition of Spirit AeroSystems. The commercial division operating margins expected to drop down to -7.5%, down to about 8%. Higher than expected costs are tied to integrating Spirit and driving that downside surprise. We're going to end here, sadly, because it is
USO
time.
is tanking.
USO is tanking.
Yeah, it's move action. It's picking up momentum and volume to the downside there. So USO's taking a little bit of a slide here, guys.
All right, and RCAT just got into the high of the day for anybody who's interested. We're going to send you over the big kahunas, Neil and Sean. They're taking over 15 minutes early because we have the FOMC rate decision at 2, and then at 2:30, Chair Powell gets on the mic, and that's when the wild card becomes. Hope everybody has a great day. See everybody tomorrow.
All right.
Welcome, everybody. I mean, I see what's going on with USO as well.
What's up with that?
Like the last headline was literally Iran's Arghachi spoke with EU's foreign minister's chief. Yeah, I don't think that should be a reason why we're dropping a couple bucks here. But remember, okay, look, we get the Fed in 13 minutes. We know what we're going to hear at this point. It was 99% chance of no cut like last week. So, you know, you get this close. There's not that many things that are sure things in life. You know, the love of your kids obviously is one of those things that you can count on. Death and taxes you can count on for sure. In this particular case, I think we're not getting a cut. I think that's as close to as a lock as it's going to get. But keep in mind, there's a decent chance. I'm not saying it'll be true. There's a decent chance that all of this could move more based on what's going on in Iran or headlines there, like the move in oil that's dictating, I guess, the market bounce that we're seeing, and right now this drop in USO. So that right now is dictating a lot of things. If you look at what's happening with the Qs going into this, that was that little spike up that we just had, nothing too crazy, but it was on these oil futures headed downside. I got eyeballs on IBIT and Bitcoin because I think a fade into VWAP. Here we're probably going to get the same rubber band action that we usually do after 2 because we know what we're getting, and then we'll see what Jerome says at 2:30. We'll get the dot plot, and we'll get a sense of what their feelings are. They have to react to that number that we got this morning, potentially. I'm sure there'll be questions about that PPI.
Yeah, I don't think they have too many numbers early, but we'll wait. And like we said, Adara will be here live, so join us in 12 minutes. We are going to get the Fed interest rate decision of no cut, but then it will be all about the discussion afterwards. I'm short Tesla right now, just off this. We were trying to go short into here as well, but we got stopped out once it broke through. Then we waited for the 200 period and was able to make a little bit back here on Tesla. We were able to go long a couple times as well. And we'll talk about all this. We'll break down trades as we go. But right now, it's all going to be about the Fed. And we just had oil. We're going to throw to Adara in 2 seconds. We just had oil making a little bit of a move as well to the downside. So we'll see what that's all about. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in that oil move yet, but I am, of course, keeping my eye out. I did want, with like 11 minutes now until that Fed decision, I wanted to remind everybody what we are expecting. So we are expecting like 99% chance, as Neil said, of no rate change. But this is also going to be the summary of economic projections as well, or that dot plot. So looks like last time around, 1-year rate expectation 3.4%, 2-year 3.1%, 3.6% for the current term, and then longer term about 3%. So again, we're going to get that dot plot, the slash SEP, as well as that rate statement. Now, again, as we mentioned a couple times now, like 99% chance here that we're not going to get a cut. In April, we're seeing 97% chance of rates being held. June, 82.5%. July, 70%. September, 58%. 53% for October. December, if I can click there. Oh, hello. December is... Actually, at this point, we're also not really seeing a cut in December either. So at this point, as of right now, and it's narrow for December, it's 41% to 40%. But like, so 41% thinking no change, and then 40% thinking we could get a 25 basis point cut. The moral of the story is, even as President Trump continues to ramp his calls for a Fed rate cut, there is very little chance of that being priced in by the market currently. So I think it'll be interesting to see if the SEP and dot plot changes anything, because as Neil said, we are expecting the rates to be held. That's not going to be what's surprising. What'll be surprising is what the expectation is.
Yeah, that sets things, I mean, it sets things up potentially bearish. Like everything that you sort of would have heard there would seemingly be a bit bearish for the market. But overall, I see some in the chat saying, one says Powell, JL808282 says Powell's a patron saint to bears. And then we have the next comment, literally Powell going to cut to rock the market, and then laughing. No, if you got some, like, let's be real, we're not going to get a cut. But if there was like that kind of a surprise, you just see this gap in the futures. to the upside. We're not expecting anything along those lines. I think the bigger moves are going to happen after 2:30, barring something crazy happening in energy markets or any headlines coming through in that regard. I think that caveat has to be thrown out there. So I want to be looking at IBIT. Well, there's also some other names that we'll be watching. I want to look at SoFi in that 17.5 again because it's actually getting back into that level. But I'm looking IBIT at VWAP if it can pop into there. SoFi at 17.5. Well, it finally was a short at 17.5, and it only went to 17.30, but that could come right back up into this level. Ideally, after 2 o'clock is when I'd want to be playing this one, allow the number to come in. I am in that TPET. That's that. It's one of those oil small cappers with that move down in USO. It's basically been hovering under some resistance. I doubt this moves based on the Fed. Like, it broke down into a buck. I reloaded it. It hasn't really done much since. So I suspect it wouldn't move on the Fed. If USO spikes, however, this would go against me. But let's be real. I'm looking at IBIT and SoFi. Those are the two names I'll be on, looking to fade the initial move. Market's sliding slowly to the upside, but pretty quiet, which I think, outside of this move in oil, was a little bit expected here. I don't think anybody really expected fireworks.
We're going to, I think the right thing to do would be closing most of your position. They're going to close Nvidia right here at 182.80. It's a good, I mean, we're $1.50 in the money here. And then I'm just waiting to see what Tesla does, man. Like I said, we were short on here. I have less than, about half of this trade left. And as we get closer and closer, I'll just bid right there. I bid 45s and get filled. I'm bidding at 20. We're going to get out. We don't want to be necessarily in this as the Fed announcement is made. And all this talk about, I hope Powell does this, and it's nothing that he can do about it. This is a voting mechanism. He has one vote. So hopefully, they've agreed and there will be no cut. And that's what we're seeing right now on the Fed rate watch tool. So let's go back over to Dare with 7 minutes to go.
I have a couple oil headlines, Sean, and everyone ahead of this Fed decision. So I am seeing reports that the Trump administration is expected to lift summer gasoline regulations to curb energy prices. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance said earlier today that we should be expecting some kind of gas price decrease announcement in the next 24 to 48 hours. So that could be related, but either way, this headline on watch. Now, furthermore, Axios reporting that apparently some certain aides in the White House and to President Trump are seeing that there's a divide in the Iran endgame plans between the U.S. and Israel, saying that, quote, Israel doesn't hate the chaos. So basically this idea that the U.S. and Israel are not necessarily aligned in terms of when they want this conflict to end. So that interesting look as well here for USO. Back to you.
Recap where things are at. It's not a huge difference, but it's at least worth noting. Like, you have the Russell here. Typically, when we have a rate decision, you know that small cap names are going to be a little bit more sensitive to rate changes. That said, right now, you look at the IWM. Oops, I want to show you over here. Like, everything's in a bear flag or at least downward trending, but this is holding uptrend above VWAP, so it is relatively strong if we want to compare it to the SPY and the NASDAQ, which are, very distinctly downward trending and downward sloping the entirety of the day. So there is a little bit of extra strength in the IWM. I would suspect if we do get a pretty anti-cut tone or the dot plot moves in the wrong direction, assuming that you want cuts, that change might, or that differentiation might actually correct itself between the IWM and the SPY here. So worth keeping an eye on that. Obviously, if you like Bitcoin, I think that'll probably move with the market, which is what I'm going to be looking at. But IWM worth watching. We haven't really taken too much of a look at the metals. I suspect that could be a place you would want to play as well. They were moving distinctly with markets. It was all morning long. It was like a no flight to safety kind of deal as everything was falling. That shifted a little bit because you can see gold above VWAP and kind of in an upward trend since the open. So that is also very different from what we're seeing in the SPY and the NASDAQ. A little bit of strength there in gold. Not a good day overall. Don't get it twisted, but doing better than the overall market.
Yeah, no, it seems like a very violent day out there for the gold and silver markets as well. And those are going to move for sure. So I just saw someone in the chat ask me about like why exiting positions or whatever heading into Fed. It's just because it's just a random event, right? I mean, whether or not, I think it's going to come, it's not that random this time because we're going to get what is expected. But, to sit here into a trade and just watch it, you're going to see as soon as it comes out, it's going to whip up and down. So, stop orders get hit, bids get filled. It's just like, it's put the odds in your favor. And right now, we're kind of just sitting around waiting to hear what the story is going to be. So it's not necessarily a great thing to be sitting in. And then, because when you get stopped out, it could just run your stop and then it comes right back in. So we're just going to wait for it, see what winds up happening. Right now, we'll probably get out of our Nvidia pretty soon at the high end, and then we'll just wait. I mean, heading into this number right now, you've got, Neil just showed you Bitcoin. We can go over the DXY right now to see what the dollar is doing. This is always something that's pretty interesting to have a look at. 1 day, 1 minute. We can have a quick little look and just zoom back out a little bit here to see what the dollar is getting ready to do. If it comes as expected, probably no movement there, but remember, it's the dot plot. We're looking forward to the dot plot, and what that is every member is going to put out where they think the rates are going, and then that will give us a better idea of if there is that 2 rate cut. Most likely, that's what we're looking for this year, is the double rate cut. So if we wind up getting that, then the market will probably act positively, I would think, and send the dollar a little lower there, as more certainty will happen for the market. So let's just wait and see what winds up happening with that number. I think gold's going to be a good one. Bitcoin, you already hit that, and then I don't know. We'll just wait. I mean, the TQQs, I was looking to short those as well, but just because we're underneath VWAP, we've hit VWAP there, we hit it again, and now we're kind of just hanging. So, just all ears, man. 2 more minutes. So the announcement's going to come. It's going to say no cut. So, rates steady, and then it'll be a prepared statement by Fed Powell, and then at Fed Chair, and then at 2:30, he'll hit the podium again, and the questions will start flowing.
Well, for the last time. That's the other thing.
I think this is it the last time or second last?
Oh, he does get one more?
Yeah, he gets one more.
Fair enough.
It's one more chance there. So, I mean, if it's a cut, then this market will rally like crazy. If that comes
It would just gap. It would be like
I don't think you'd be able to get anything on it.
Yeah, like if you have stop orders already out there,
my stops will be
you'll get your fills. But if there was a surprise in either direction, you wouldn't be able to catch any fills. Yeah,
it's not going to be a raise.
No, it's not going to be a raise. But
that would the market would be down.
I don't even want to think about it.
1,000 Nasdaq points.
Flash crash.
Dow Jones will be down 2,000 points.
Flash crash. Because the problem is if it's unexpected and in the direction of the less likely, then it would get like chaos because there would be nobody making a market on it. USO just made another fresh low. So oil continues to be weak. Let's go to Adara. 1 minute till we get no change.
1 minute and 15 seconds exactly, Neil. Now, I do like to get here a little early with you guys so I can remind you all of what we are expecting. Again, this rate is not expected to change. 3.75% forecast, 3.75% previous. Now, again, median rate forecast for current, we're expecting 3.375% compared to 3.625% previous. And as Sean said, in terms of how things are going to go forward here, compared like 2 versus 2:30. So at 2 p.m., you get a general statement from the Fed, and you'll actually get to see what changed from the last statement as well. So how do they feel about jobs? How do they feel about inflation? Which members dissented or didn't dissent? Because we know we've had tons of dissenting votes as of late. Then we get Powell's prepared remarks at 2:30, and then it'll do the Q&A. So we're not getting anything prepared from Fed Chair Powell himself, just the Fed body, until 2:30 p.m., just to clarify that. So again, 20 seconds now until we get that rate decision. This will also be, and this is why people are saying it's the last Fed meeting, it's Powell's last summary of economic projections. So he does have one more Fed meeting after this, so that's just a point of clarification there. Now only 10 seconds to go until the FOMC decision. Guys, again, forecast for this FOMC decision, 3.75%. Prior rate, 3.75%. We are not expecting a rate change. No change. So again, as expected, no rate change here at the FOMC. Longer interest rate projection here, that's going to be 3.1% versus 3% prior. Current rate projection, 3.4% versus 3.6% prior. 2 years out, rate projection remains in line, 3.1%. 1 year, a little bit lower now, 3.1% versus 3.4% previous. Here is, we'll take a look here at the market that is still USO. Market pushing a little bit higher on this. Here's the S&P 500. That was just the NASDAQ S&P 500 also pushing higher in this. Let's take a look at the US dollar, which is dropping. So as Sean mentioned, there is a likelihood if you get a positive market reaction, you might get a negative reaction in the USD. That is, in fact, what's happening here on this US dollar as the market does react. In fact, no change as expected, no rate cut. I'm going to wait to get the statement, and then I'll come back once I have more details. Back to you.
Yeah, so the first thing that happened is, I mean, the market with a little bit of a bounce here, but like not even into VWAP. So this is a SPY. You're barely moving. It's what's interesting is you're still actually seeing the bigger move here is USO just took another leg to the downside as it continues to flush. So that ends up being probably something that draws the market and the NASDAQ up as well. So I don't know how much you can even attribute this move to the upside in the futures to the no change. It almost feels as if this is still just reacting to the price of oil as we speak. And of course, the dollar's going to move around as well, but big flush happening over here in USO. IBIT did pop into VWAP, close, but actually did not get there. Close. So we'll let this one settle down. It's not a big of enough move to even think about the whole like rubber band action or anything because we haven't moved that far. So this might be a situation where it's more about Powell at 2:30 or the next headline that comes out of Iran as well. But yeah, there are stocks making some power moves. I saw in the chat people are saying SNDK another fresh all-time high. What else?
Wow.
What else is new, man? We'll get Micron after the bell today. Just a reminder, if you happen to be trading in SNDK or Micron, remember, Micron reports after the bell. I think at like 4 or 5.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, Micron rate immediately.
Or is it right away? Okay.
Well, yeah, whatever. Either way, you're going to get a Micron report coming out soon. So, yeah, man, I wish I would have. Well, the dollar didn't move that much, but we did mention that it was going to move down. So thanks to Derek for that shout out there. Not much happening at all right now in the market. So we basically got our Tesla came out, but you know, as right where we got in, so we're okay with that. Although it is coming back down a little bit right now. And then we got our Nvidia trade out at that level as well, just to get flat. So we were basically flat into it. We still held some Tesla, but as soon as it came out, it ripped up there. So we got stopped out right where we were, but still. Excuse me, still took some profits there. I'm going to start a new position right here. I'm just going to go short on the futures now. I did misspoke there, and Adair was right. The Fed that's already out. So at 2 p.m. they released a statement. So they'll parse through that, and you know, any sort of a change in wording, Adair will find that for us. And we've already sort of talked a little bit about some of that. The Fed's policymakers see 4.4% unemployment rate. That was what they thought before. So if we start getting some headlines, I mean, Neil and I will start to maybe throw them up there at the bottom if we see anything that's as of interest. But for right now, not much, man. I'm not even seeing too many notes. I'm going to go short, which I am right now on the TQs. I'll put, just like always, man, I'll put a bid for about 10% at 42s just to make that one. There it is. If we get it, there we go. We make 10 cents on that. And now we'll wait to see if we do get a continuation down to the downside. So all I'm really seeing here is everything pretty much as expected. Like Adair will run through some of the more important points of this release right now.
Thank you. Yeah, Sean, I just want to talk about some of the statements that were changed because there actually wasn't that much. I mean, most of the changing was just who voted because, again, we know that we've had like a change here in these voting members. Now, it is worth noting that we actually had, in terms of these votes, we actually had Fed's Myron, the only dissenting Fed. Looks like they're talking here about some signs of stabilization. They did mention, though, and I think this is pretty key, one thing they were concerned about here was the fact that they don't know what these outcome is going to be here with regards to the situation in Iran. They said the uncertainty over the economic outlook does remain elevated. That's some things that have been said here. Now, it is also worth noting in terms of the dot plot, kind of an interesting look. I'm going to pull this up so you guys can see. This dot plot says that at least one, or just let's say one Fed member may be seeing almost 4% for this rate here in 2027, 2028, and even in the longer run. The most bullish, or sorry, the most dovish look here is between 2.5% and 2% as of 2027. So again, on average, you're seeing one rate cut in 2026, one rate cut in 2027, based on the dot plot of the summary of economic projections.
Yeah, and
Market going lower then.
And 7 officials see no cut in 2026. That's not bullish.
I can't believe the market's. I really can't believe the market's not tanking. Honestly, on this news, I think that's all that we waited for was that dot plot. I'm saying that I'm short, like, so it's like, okay, obviously I want it to happen, but I just thought that we were looking at just a couple days ago those rate cuts as being 2, maybe even 3, and now it's looking like 1. So yeah, not a great look there. I think.
What, with half of them saying none?
That's like, so I don't know, man. I mean, I'm going to sit here and, slowly start to piece this out a little bit here, but I am surprised. I thought we would be going lower on some kind of news like that. So here's a note. We'll send this over to you right here. This is what we were just talking about right now. There you go. Median see 2 cuts in 26 to 27, so that's up to 27. 3.4% unchanged. 7 officials see no cut, so that's to your point there as well. So, okay, here we go. We're making a little bit of a move down. So, yeah, we'll be happy on that one, and we'll wait to see what happens now moving forward. We're short the market right now. For me, it makes sense. If somebody says something, or once Powell comes on, we still have 24 minutes, then that will, potentially affect this NASDAQ trade. So I'm just going to just piece it out, take a win where it lies for now, just remain short and see if we can break lower here on the TQQQs. My stop, just in case you guys know, is 66. Shout out to Mario.
Here about the summary of economic projections, specifically in terms of some of these inflation metrics. So in the December projection here for 2026, PCE was 2.4. They're now seeing 2.7%. So again, the PCE inflation expectation for this year has gone up compared to the situation we saw in December. Now, core PCE inflation also higher than what we were seeing in December of 2025. So at that point, the Feds were seeing 2.5% as the median PCE inflation for 2026. Now that's gone up to 2.7%. That is worth noting. The longer run expectations are more or less in line compared to what was being projected in December. Back to you.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind is oil's still heading down. So that there is that which could be, it could be a factor as well. Oil's been in this downward trend for the last hour or so. Maybe it's only 30 minutes. And with that happening, that can give a little bit of strength to the market. We've seen that counterbalance in both ways. I saw in the chat someone say the Intel is stronger than, stronger than the market. Intel just broke high of the day. All right, so
Bam.
You can see that one coming, 3% to the upside there. What's Micron doing? Just want to peruse some names that I know will get thrown in the chat. Micron's bouncing above the volume-weighted average price. I'm getting out if VWAP is broken on IBIT. I think that keeps it relatively simple. So we short it into VWAP, and we'll just look to play inside the range for the next 20 minutes until Powell comes to the podium. But there is some strength. A couple of chip names looking pretty strong there. Darryl, what else do you have for us?
I have a name that's looking weak, Neil, and it's actually stock-specific catalyst. That is ADBE, Adobe, to the downside. Google announcing, I guess, a vibe design, quote-unquote, feature here with Stitch. So looks like Google has a competing product, ADBE, which reported earnings last week, not responding well to this news, everybody.
Yeah, not good. As bad as that chart Adobe is, hey, it's much more fun when the things go up that you can point at. Fastly, unbelievable day today for Fastly, 13% to the upside. So if you are looking for some strength, they're on one. As I said, Micron was breaking out a little bit. SNDK, I know you guys pointed out as well. AMD going to show some strength. Usually that means Nvidia as well. Looks like maybe the memory names are a little bit stronger than even Nvidia. All-time highs on SNDK. That's intense. I wonder if SoFi is getting a bit of a bounce here. No, it can't get past 17.5. The only reason that matters is basically this is where it fell apart on the what do they call it? Muddy Waters, the short report. Muddy Waters 1750, and then this morning it held to support. If it can't break that, we're past 2 o'clock, so it hasn't done anything with that level. I might enter back into this one. It was a scalp trade before. It kind of gives you an easy out, a couple of pennies above. But this feels like a continuation style trade. I like SoFi. I still own it in the long-term account. It's just the whole idea was if it could recover above 17.5, I'd like it a little bit better for the long trade. Doesn't seem like that's the case.
Here's Figma on the same story. Downside right there. So yeah, downside down 9%. Right now for Figma, so this is getting hit on that. It's funny about Adobe.
Great IPO that was, eh?
Yeah, exactly. I know. Well, if you see the chart on the IPO, we can go back to that in a minute. Sure. But yeah, so Adobe only down 3%, Figma down 8%, and I mean, we showed you that IGV chart, the software ETF, and I mean, Adobe had a real nice battle back, man, from 250 to the lows, all the way to 280, but then smashed off of the 50-period moving average right back down to lows again. So. This is looking like, again, another bottom break-ish situation at 245. So What's Adobe at right now? I mean, we might be able to get into that 245 situation today. Okay, well, maybe we shouldn't have just discussed it, because here we go, man. Here comes 245 right now. Is that the low there? Yeah, I mean, we were here right. Yeah, this is it, I guess. This is yesterday. So that's 245, or a couple days ago. That's 245 right there. 244, I guess the official low, 244. 50s, 244.48s or so down there. Double check it on your charts. But if you are trying to play a downside push here in Adobe, that's the low break. And I can actually, right here on our chart for 244.28. 244.28 is the E-signal 52-week low. You guys can probably confirm that on any of your platforms as well. All right, man, here we go. We've got it. That was a good idea. It's only a good idea if we can take some profits. Let's bid a bid now. Okay, well, there it is. We just bid some 33s. So we talked about this little play here on the TQs. So shorted it against VWAP, kind of just played it like normal. We had seen VWAP there. We had seen VWAP there. I was okay taking this because I really did think that there was going to be no cut. I mean, I just trust the numbers there, and the odds were forever on our side this time around. And so I just kind of played it off VWAP there, right? We took it early, then it spiked right there at 2 o'clock, or 2:03, I guess. Got that little level, and then now it's downside. We did wait for the 50-period moving average, so that's a chicken dinner winner. So we'll put that in our pipe and smoke it a little bit there. And now we'll wait to see if we get a little lower there. I'm sitting at 47.20s, and then I'm sitting at 47 flats. See if, well, 47.05. See if we get down here as well. So nice little retracement back to the 50-period moving average. With nothing happening, like I'm out now of about 30%, thinking about getting out a little bit more here just ahead of Jerome. But, or I mean, you know what? Let me put out 5% more right now at 31. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But that's what we're going to wait for now. Wait for 31. We already got a 32. If it feels us good, then we're bidding 20s, and we get a little bit lower. So as you guys saw, and thank you for watching, and hit the like, hit the subscribe. No real news happening right now, other than that.
Outside of Figma, yeah.
Yeah, other than that Fed. I mean, here is sort of the most recent news. I mean, Adair sort of already brought this to us there. The dot plot, right? So it sees 2 cuts in 26, 27. It's the second line there that you need to read. The 7 officials, this is my opinion, I mean, we're holding short. 7 officials say no cut in 2026. And what is there, 13 voting members, Adara, is that right?
12 voting members.
12, so it could be 6-6, and then what happens then? Right. So,
well, actually,
strange to see an odd
go
number.
back to that GDP target raised to 2.4. So the outlook on the on the economy is a little bit better.
That's better.
So you could look to that as a
long
maybe a
run
reason why we're
neutral
not
ticked
that
up to
bad.
3.1 versus 3. Oh, hotter. That's inflation. Okay. We're seeing.
Yeah, the inflation is hotter now that they're seeing here, like PCE and core PCE compared to December. That's, I think, like the worst thing. But then even if you go like to the forward rate, like if you go to like, the longer term, like 2028 and beyond, their expectations aren't changing. So it's still kind of mixed.
Yes, to infinity and beyond. No, look, it does feel like we did not get anything that looks remotely bullish. Again, I tend to think that the only reason that we're even holding up, and I'm going to try and reload IBIT in here, is this move in oil. Like, as long as there's this downward pressure on oil, it's hard for us to fall all over ourselves if we're being real about it, and we haven't broken this downtrend in USO. So if that's what you're watching, what's weird is how long some of these other small caps have taken to go. We just saw a headline here. What is one word Jerome Powell will not say?
This is something fun. I thought I would ask you, because it's just something fun I just saw there.
Will not say? I thought we could go. That's a tougher one than what will he say.
You guys put in the chat there.
What will he not say?
But related to the economy, I mean, he's not going to say Blue Jays, for example.
Yeah, like what's something?
I think he's gonna. I think he's not going to say the word transitory.
One thing I think he will say is, "I don't talk politics." That's something I for sure he will say, but that's not what he will not say.
Well, I want to say something about the because he won't comment on this thing about the renovation. So I don't know, is the word renovation, or is there something else?
But yes. He might say it in response to a question. That's why I can't say he won't say it. Like, same with people saying he won't say Trump. He could say Trump in response to a question about President Trump.
I don't think he'll say
renovation. He's not going to comment. He's not going to comment on it, but he can still say, I'm not going to talk about that, right, and say the word, which is why this is tough.
I don't know any other way to say it. I'm going to go with that. I'll say renovation will not get said, because I think he'd avoid that word altogether. But we'll see. Again, who knows? You can go on to Kalshi and you can bet some of those things.
That's why I think maybe that's where it came from.
But last time,
here we go, market.
Yeah, it didn't even matter. The shorts are working here as far as I'm concerned, so it doesn't really make a difference what he does or doesn't say. As Fed votes to hold rates steady and uncertain impacts from the war, I think that's not going to surprise anybody.
Something must have just happened.
Well,
I don't know.
Whatever it was, we just got another spike down.
Yeah, like the market just went to the downside. So we're spinning it right now on the money side of things. I mean, look, man, we took this trade, thought we did a decent job justifying why we were in this. So now we reap the benefits of the trade, and we'll just wait to see how low can we go. We just got 12s, 47.12 right there. So we're going to take it easy now and wait to see what that story was. I don't know. What's up with that, Adara? Okay, we don't have anything there. Sorry, I thought you said you saw something. All right, we can check out USO. Remember, like right now, the war. Okay, there it is. That's why. So there it goes, man. I was just going to say, like, we just had the war in Iran there. Is there a fight? What does that mean?
Yeah, there's something here. The Qatar Interior Ministry saying civil defense is dealing with a fire in the Ras Laffan area. USO is spiking higher on this, but we already kind of knew that there was this issue here in the Ras Laffan area. That area is not new. I already reported this at least once. I saw a headline about that. So yeah, again, Qatar Interior Ministry saying their civil defense is dealing with a fire in the Ras Laffan area after an Iranian attack. If there's anything else, I'll let you know.
All right, so thanks, Adair. Yeah, I just was floating through USO charts there, and thanks, Andre, for showing that USO floats and USO, and oil. So both upside right there. Let me just check. Hold on a second. CLJK, right, would be the next one. So that was 100,000 units, 400. Okay, so this is the better one to look at, K right now. So we'll look at the May contract instead of April right there. Yeah, looking good. Nice upside play there as oil goes flat on the day right now. Market bouncing a little bit back now. So wow, take advantage of those spikes that we did. That's for sure. 18, we got our 20 fill like we said we were waiting for. And then we were waiting for 47.05s. I put a 12 bid there once it went to the downside. We didn't hear the story, so I did take some 12s. Still waiting for 47.05er to come. What's up, David? We got a super chat up in there from David.
Throw it up.
Yeah, I'll throw it up if I can find it. I got it. I got it, Andre. I got it. Okay, did Powell announce if he's staying on? Okay, so that will be something from Adara. I don't think it would have been in his.
That wouldn't have been in the first statement.
It would not. It was not in the statement. It would never have been in the statement. And I'm not sure this is even something he'll necessarily address in his prepared statement. I think if anything, if he's asked and he feels like commenting on it, he will. But so far, everything we've heard from this has been through his lawyer. Powell's really not the type to speak out of turn on something like this.
Nah.
Okay, so as David said, they're fun times if that would happen.
Doesn't matter if he does. Like I don't want to be that guy, but.
I think there's some part of it matters. Yeah, I think.
Like, maybe a little.
Just for the mentality of the Fed and of President Trump. Like he might.
How much more sway would he have?
Oh, yeah, nothing.
I mean, in the room, it's just kind of a.
Wait a minute. He doesn't stay on as a voting member.
No, he just.
I don't.
He's still a governor.
Right, so if he stays on, he would still have a vote? Because I know there's some of the governors.
They rotate the voting.
The governors always have votes. They rotate out the other people.
Oh,
so like the regional Fed presidents, my understanding is those vote, other than New York, so my understanding, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the governors always vote, as does the New York Fed president. All the other regional Fed presidents are on a rotating basis.
All right, so there you go.
Yeah,
so
if you get one vote, I don't know how much you're going to make it much of a difference, but. Given the way the dot plot already was, I guess it wouldn't take that much, right? Like if we're already leaning into a situation where more than half of the voting members actually think that we're not getting a cut, don't want to cut for this year, then maybe it could slide. It's already 7 out of 12. But for now, the market, even with that spike up in USO, we're still sort of sliding back in. With 10 minutes to go till Powell speaks, just understand we've seen this action before where whatever you're doing before 2:30, like after 2:30, it can change. So I want to, if we get into support here on IBIT, I would want to jump out. Also want to jump out of this small capper as well. Like, by the way, this small cap TPET, like this is an oil one. So when I see that spike up in USO, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that it came down in the first place here. But I'm jumping out of Dodge on that. As long as USO is battling back upside, whether it's TPET or maybe BATL or any one of those small cappers, they can start squeeze on you if oil prices get any higher. I'm still offering SoFi if we get that. We'll be able to get IBIT, but I didn't get that SoFi fill after the topping tail. I'll leave. I don't know why I have 2 orders. I'll leave that one in. Try to get picked up on the way back up in the next 10 minutes. Here for sure. And oh my goodness, yeah, we see Fastly. I know there's other things going on, and Fastly is an absolute rocket ship. absolute rocket today. This is one of the better looking. Look at the daily on Fastly. Just
Well, they had that great report, didn't they, or
pretty,
something?
yeah.
They were a rocket ship.
Absolute rocket ship after earnings and making a fresh high. Like, there's always something out there that's super strong. Maybe Micron does something like this today.
I just took another piece out of the cues here. I don't know
about that.
Look at Tesla. Tesla just falling right back in as well. We got stopped out. It does go up to 58. We got stopped out there at 20s, right where we were in. So kind of glad we didn't hold too much further. But look, it kind of goes right to that top and then stops and drops. So, okay, decent opportunity there. We have 8 minutes now until we see what's going on with Fed Chair Powell. There we go. Hey, there's our little look there. That's where Sharif and Brendo sit in the morning time. We've got Joe to the left of us and Neil to the right of me and our whole crew in the back. And we got some song. There it is. There's right in front of us right there. You can see Brendan. If you see him there on the left, right there, you see how he's pretending to work right there? You see how he's, there's Ramin going
getting
through
lunch.
the view again right there as well. See, Ramin, the thing about Ramin is she knew we were talking about it, but she still didn't wave. You noticed
Hey,
that.
Ramin.
Right there.
Is that Snickers bar in the fridge yours? Is it yours?
Of course it is.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'm planting the seed.
she's
Ramin
smart
is
like
the
that.
kindest person when it comes
Why
to
don't you
sharing
start putting some Snickers
candy.
bars in the fridge, man, and then you can share with Ramin.
I don't keep that stuff in the house.
I know.
Man. You know
but
me.
bring it here is what I'm saying.
I try to be very disciplined. Like I try not to buy myself that stuff like that because I will be bad. I know. That's the type of eater I am. So as I mentioned, there was that spike up in. The Gunners.
What's happening?
Did you put the glasses on?
I did not.
So anyways, there was that spike. I'm conditioned. There's certain things that we hear. If I hear a certain prompt, I turn around thinking Randy's behind us. If I hear this, I think you're putting the shades on, which wasn't the case. No, but I was just mentioning with that spike up in oil, I was just going to jump out of this. But first time I took the short, I wanted it from 110 to 1 even. Not this time, not with the spike up that we're seeing in USO. So I'll just take it out at 104, 105 and see if we get the reload on IBID. This is now into Fed trading. So in the next 7 minutes, we'll sort of I want to focus on this at the volume weighted average price and hopefully getting into some SoFi. We might have, we missed a super chat.
Again? No, what? No, we didn't.
On ELF? You got that?
ELF? No, I didn't see the one on ELF.
Yeah, this is, okay, well, let's throw it up there. Gary retired. Congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. Thoughts on ELF? It has retraced. How does 90 look in the next 3 months? Seems oversold. Wife said it's a bargain.
Same as my wife.
Isn't that interesting? I was going to say that's exactly what you say every single time.
Yeah.
Look, when a chart looks like this, I always zoom it like way out to sort of look at where the levels might be. There is something brewing structurally on the monthly chart, like double top here at like 140, and then in the bottom down all the way at like 60. So it feels like that's the area that maybe you catch a bit of a bid, but it's a broken stock. There's a quote that I'm going to start using more often that Brian Shannon said last night. We say penalty box, but he's like, but it's just like until proven otherwise, or it's like a fade until it's not, or it's got to prove, like it needs to prove itself. Like it's just the burden of proof is higher for something like ELF when it's in this kind of a downward trend. Like, allow it to show you something that proves it's putting in this lower high. This monthly candle doesn't, that I see. And when you zoom out far enough, I think, sometimes it makes things a little bit more clear. And the monthly doesn't really show me any kind of a definitive bottom here yet for ELF. Doesn't mean it can't.
Yeah, eyes, lip, face, ELF. All right, so this is Ulta Beauty. So, they miss as well, coming right to the downside there, 660, missing all the way down to 540, and all the way here we go. So we saw Lululemon got a little underneath there. I still think retail is strong, right? But, some of these cosmetic plays right now just downside as, I don't know why. I mean, our cost of inputs going up, maybe that's probably part of it as well, as you got to, create these products. So potentially cost of inputs going one way. And then, I don't know, different options of buying cosmetics. We saw Macy's upside there yesterday. So
wanted a bull case
I don't
too.
know. I have to ask for a bull.
People are fearful of the whole like AI disruption thing. If you there's certain segments of the economy that are not going to get completely turned upside down. That would be one of them. So you can make that kind of a case that if you like something particularly that's in a space that isn't getting disrupted and you're afraid of all that disruption, you want to I don't know, I don't want to say like risk-proof your portfolio for it, but like add something in, it would make sense along those lines. The chart just doesn't look good. Alta doesn't look as bad.
No, they don't. Well, Alta just tanked hard there, but yeah, it doesn't look.
Oh, like right now?
No. That was what I was showing you on the daily there. It was pretty bad. 660 down to 540 in a couple of days. But okay, just back over to some stocks here. Let's just check out the broader market maybe actually before we get Powell to come through, because in 4 minutes it's prepared statement, then it's Q&A time, and then that's a problem. Not a problem, but that's where the market's going to move based on some of the things that he says and what he's seeing in the future. Someone will probably ask him about that no rate cut, and he'll probably explain it a little bit better than we could right there. MasterCard, Visa, so the financials downside, but Morgan's up. JP Morgan now up as well. Robinhood was down 4% today. It's only down 2%. Coinbase only down 1.6%, as we can take a look at BTC in just a couple of seconds. The health technology names have been absolutely crushed. I think it's about time for me to step in and buy some XBI at some point coming soon. Really like the ETF in that space. Also, Eli Lilly, one of my picks, down like, I don't know, 15% since we made that in January. So I think Eli Lilly is something to be looking at. Down 20% or so this year. Eli Lilly may be something to look at. Amazon, I mean, look at the retail side of trade today. We just talked about ELF, right? Eyes, Lip, Face, and we also talked about Ulta Beauty. Look what today. Amazon down, Walmart down, Home Depot down. So, like, I don't know. If they're not going to cut rates, I could see, that's a little bit of a problem for the retail side of things. More rate cuts hopefully creates better opportunities for all of us on our payment schedules and payment plans with a lower rate cut. I know it doesn't affect credit cards overly, potentially more effect on the mortgage rates, which are already actually trending the right way, mortgage rates right now. Procter, PM, Philip Morris, Altria, Nike. Look at Nike down again. Lulu's the funny one here, up 5% off their report last night. That's about it. We'll look at more of these, but it looks like the safe play, and we said it already. I said the next big trade is going to be Nvidia. I still do believe in that, but look what's going up today. Micron, RTX, Raytheon, AMD going up, Netflix up almost 1% as well. So things happening in the tech space, upside, downside there in energy and in healthcare, health technology. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on Powell. He will start speaking very shortly at 2:30 p.m. I will let you know when he started speaking, but I also wanted to share with you this fun little visual that shows how all the voting Fed members voted. So shocking, approximately no one. Fed's Myron did vote in favor of a 25 basis point cut. He was the only dissenting vote at this meeting. All of the 11 other voting Feds decided to hold rates in place. You can find this fun little visual on X at TTV Research if you are so interested. Back to you.
Looks exactly the same in this picture. So yeah, thank you very much. And in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes now, Powell will hit the podium. It doesn't matter what kind of tie he wears, but it probably does matter.
Statistically speaking, it will be purple.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. He likes his purple. Keep it neutral.
Yeah.
But let's be honest. I think he's gonna get. There should be some questions with regard to that hot PPI number and inflation and the effect of oil prices on inflation. You're gonna want to hear that tone a little bit because, like right now, you had enough leaning to that's leading us away from further cuts. And if there's just more that gets piled on there, that will be interesting. And then look out for any signs, and I'm not saying there will be, but any signs of hikes. Like if there's anything that points in that direction or that gets said that leads in that direction, just, the market's not gonna like that too much, and it could get a little bit crazy if we get any of that. And I'm not saying we will, but these are some of the things that you're gonna want to listen out for. And of course, Adara will let us know as well. So we'll keep the headlines flowing. We'll go to Adara when there's anything big, and we'll be able to throw those headlines up, or even just tell you guys what's going on. Pop them into the chat. That's what we're all about. Thank you everyone for joining, and not just YouTube, on Twitch. As well, we're everywhere.
TikTok.
We're on TikTok as well. So
Rumble.
For everyone joining in on Rumble, enjoy. We got about 15 seconds to go. He hits the podium. It's not like anything happens exactly at 2:30, but that's when we start seeing those comments come in, and we'll try to react to them. I did want to quickly point out though, Lululemon, for anybody that, I'm not saying I did, but hey man, it doesn't matter if your guidance stinks. Lululemon hits the high today, up that 5% and still looking pretty strong. Not so much with most of the market, but hey, not bad for Lululemon. And it was pretty nasty, that report. the guidance was just misses across the board. Miss on the quarter, miss on the full year guidance as well. So we got Powell now.
He just hit the podium. We just got the good afternoon.
Yep, I just heard him saying economy is expanding. You know, he's talking. We'll get this to you. The policy currently is appropriate. I mean, just talking about things like this right now. So we're going to get more and more of that. Promotes progress to 2 goals. I'm not sure what that's meaning right now. The crude futures right now closed, right? So at 2:30 right now, that's a futures market closed. So CL, we said we look at the K. It's just a futures market closed at 2:30. But this is currently oil right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Adaro's going to listen or parse through some of those notes, and then we're going to get that to you ASAP. Consumer spending is resilient. We sort of just talked a little bit about that as well. That's what they're saying right now. But all right, so that's what it is. So far, so good. Not moving much in the markets. Yep.
Yeah, he's just talking a lot about uncertainty here. Inflation still elevated, not much of a change with employment. So he basically is saying things are same old as such. We don't really need to move rates right now. We feel like they're appropriate.
Okay, so, well, we kind of knew that would be the case there today. So I'm interested to hear what he talks about the dot plot there. You know, he's the unemployment rate there. Very little change on the unemployment rate. I'd like to hear if he's any comments about that and what needs to happen to the rate, to that rate before he makes a decision, or the Fed does, to move forward. That would be an interesting talk so far there. But yeah. We'll just continue to okay, here comes a little bit of a move down. I'm going to put a bid here at 16. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't, but that's what we're going to do. There it is. Give me that 16. Did we get it? No, not yet. All right, a little bit of a dip down there. So we're going to pay attention. Adair will come up to us with everything, but I'm not really seeing that much right now. We could check out the dollar just quick, and then we'll see. Maybe we'll throw it back and see if you're doing anything. The dollar's not doing anything. So just hovering around. We did get a little bit of a dip there at 2 p.m., right back into the day's low, and the USD right now on the DXY not doing a whole heck of a lot. A little bit of a spike there at 215.
Yeah, and the VIX and the TLT all very, very quiet. So you're not seeing any of the normal indicators out there reacting yet to any of those moves. I did pop into SoFi because I actually bounced to the upside. I don't think there's any reason to change course now. If you liked something before, which is shorting some of the pops, and I think staying the course makes some sense. Adara?
Yeah, just as Sean was saying here, I mean, the theme of this really has been in Powell's comments, things haven't changed. Things are as they were before. So it's not like things are getting worse or markedly better. They're just basically, they're going to react when something changes in one way or another because nothing has fundamentally changed. They do not see a fundamental reason to cut rates. That is the thesis that's been given to us by Fed Chair Powell.
Okay. I'm just going to tweet this out here, but I'm short, and there goes the market. So we'll just go as we continue to go a little lower here. I just took a 0.09 fill there. I'm still bidding 0.5. This was my ultimate target in the first place. Like if we just sat on our hands, it looks like we would get this target maybe. So let's continue to go down. We'll see if we can do a little flush action here. Would be surprised if we test. Like I don't think there's been anything here that we've seen that really means we go lower, but you know we're right near the lows of the day in the market, so we're pretty happy with being able to hold on to that one. Obviously, if I look back at this Tesla trade, it's not moving too much, but we were short heading into this and got stopped out right when it came out, which is fine. Nice downside play there. We're getting close, man. 0.7s. This is where I think about like switching it because my bid is at 0.5, and I'd hate to miss it right there. Okay, forget it. I'm bidding 0.8s now. Maybe we get it. Oh, we didn't get it. Or did we? No, did we get 0.8s? No, we didn't. So there it is. Now we get it. Now we would get our 0.5s as well. But there goes, yeah, let's go. There goes to the downside, man. We're flushing just a little bit right now on the futures. Glad we talked about it. It's going lower, the TQQs.
Talking here about the Middle East conflict, saying it's too soon to know the scope and duration of what's happening there in the Middle East and that conflict. He also said that inflation expectations have risen in the near term, which we know they've generally said things have kind of been held in place. Looks like he does not necessarily feel that way when it comes to inflation expectations. Furthermore, saying that because they had those rate cuts last year, late in the year, I believe there were 2 of them, he's basically saying that has brought the Fed to, quote, a plausible estimate of the neutral rate. So again, implying there's not really going to be much of a need for rate cuts right now unless something fundamentally changes. That's your rate update with Fed Chair Powell, as brought to you by me.
Yeah, you're starting to see some, well, there's already weakness is in the shorts, but I'm looking at Intel might break its trend to the upside. I still am going to stick with the bid at 40.40. If we get that on IBIT, want to try to get that 1% move. But if you see what's going on, the strongest, I don't know if it's the strongest, but one of the strongest names out there, Intel's trying to press through highs. If we don't hold these lows, and this can break the trend line, it's just a trend line break from 2 o'clock, not from the entire day. I'll flip to look for a quick scalp short, like in here somewhere. Gotta imagine it hasn't broken the trend line yet, but in here, and then play it back into 45.1 as such. But let's see. I mean, again, there's been nothing too crazy, and just no shock, no surprise just yet. And the market's been weak the entire day, so it just feels like we're going back to the same. He definitely hasn't said anything about renovations, so I guess I should have gone to Polymarket. A lot of it's been about Iran so far again.
Powell's taking questions now, and oil's actually pushing higher on comments from Powell. Powell said right before he started taking questions here that he does believe that near-term higher energy prices are going to bring inflation higher. The implication of these higher near-term energy prices, USO popping.
All right, there will be some effects on inflation coming forward here, is what he's saying. As
inevitable.
Well. So thanks, Adair, for all of that talk. And we'll just keep on putting up any sort of thing that we see on the news side of it. We'll put it up there, and Adair will keep coming back. We did get the low. I mean, honestly, I don't know if we just had some good ideas here this afternoon or what, but like we said, we would look to see if it does hold near the low of the day. And I didn't see that there would be anything in here that means that this market would completely tank. So we did take out, a decent spot right here near the lows, and we actually get the very low right there of the day at 46.92 on the TQQs. So, we hit that futures trade pretty good. And I know it's not the futures, this is the TQs, this is the product, but so far so good. So here's a little bit of a rally back, man. Let's take some out at 25, put another bid down here at 18. We don't know where it's going to go. So we'll bid 18s again. We just took some 25s out. My stop is still going to remain the same. You now have VWAP up here sort of helping us. We may or may not reload it. For now, I'm just happy sitting in this trade. I only have about a third left right now. Bidding 18s out, now a third left. So we'll hold on to this. Oil prices, he's still talking about that as well. So he's talking about looking down maybe 5 years or so on oil. I didn't hear exactly what he had mentioned there, but oil just doing, I don't know. He's talking about inflation.
Yeah, he just said that near-term energy prices could be pushing inflation higher. That was generally the gist of what he said here for oil.
Okay, so...
And like you said, with the unknown duration, it's like you can't really project anything with regards. Because like if the conflict ends tomorrow, then there's really not much of a long-term effect. And then if it goes on for months and months. So I think there's nothing too crazy that would be out of expectation. I haven't heard anything that would suggest it would go in the other direction in terms of cases for rate hikes. So nothing yet. But I suspect there might be a question in that regard. At some point. And if you get that, things could get a little bit crazier. If you're watching that move up in USO, because I know I am, this is USO, some of those smaller cap energy names, like Battle, like if this fails VWAP and turns around, because if the only thing popping it on this secondary move is Powell talking, then there might be a retracement. I was at VWAP on this earlier and might go back into that regard, as long as USO tries to go higher. But it's getting close to an inflection point there. For oil prices. SoFi, I mean, it bounced a bit, but, just another lower high got put in, so shorted into that move. And I'm going to tighten it up here in IBIT because we did bounce off the support. Yeah. Tighten it up. I just want to get it out at this low. Like, this is when the market bounced the low, this held the range low here in Bitcoin. And I want to look at that oil trade and potentially, I feel like if Intel turns, it moves way more than anything else. Because this is, I don't know why it's at the high of the day on Intel. It's supposed to be Micron's day. And here Intel up 3.5% decides it wants to run away.
I think it will be Micron.
There was an Intel thing earlier. I didn't even mention it because it didn't move the stock at the time, but I was seeing some kind of report suggesting Nvidia is saying they don't want to directly compete with Intel. I mean, not that shocking because we know they are, invested in them, but that's basically what they said. Also, I'm just seeing more comments here coming through. Fitcher Powell saying they will not see a rate cut if they do not see inflation progress. So again, just implying they're not going to cut rates all willy-nilly. That will only happen if there is a change in inflation.
No willy-nilly, huh? There it is right there. Thanks, Other Zinc. Yeah, it says, thanks for not showing Powell, and thank you for having Adara. So you are welcome on that one. So we will not be showing any more live coverage of anything. So, all right, here we go. Nice downside move there on the TQs. Bang, ba-bang, ba-bang, bang, flush. There we go, man. So that was obviously a good one. I've been sitting in this trade ever since those numbers came out, and we talked about where I actually think if we run it back, we've probably done 50 of these, rate cuts, and I think that I would think so, right? It's 8 a year or so, close to those numbers anyways. But is it 10 a year? I can't remember how many there is a year. But anyways, downside play there for the TQs. I think we do really well on almost all of these there. Like I wish we sort of had this action every day. And the reason why I think, as day traders, good opportunity to trade it. Whether or not we do good or not on the opportunity, I don't know. But I remember before we had Apple, we've had these TQQs a bunch of times here. Today was more not lucky, but we were right at VWAP, right when the decision came out. So for me, it was kind of gave me a reason to have an out there. So that faded. And then when it came out there, all we saw was what I thought was negativity there, almost no rate cuts coming this year, right? And we'll discuss all that as it goes down, but here it comes to the downside rate now on the TQs. So just getting some more outs right here at 47.05. I'm not just gonna put another bid here at sevens. There it is. So we'll just take another bid and we'll wait for lower moves here. I wonder if Powell, well, it's not his decision, but I was thinking about, we saw the SEC yesterday make a call about looking into quarterly reports.
Getting rid of it.
And maybe getting rid of those.
I would suspect that would be a question. That's a fair question for him. I don't know.
Is it a fair question for him? I don't know if he's supposed to worry too much about corporate earnings.
But it would be a fair question. I don't think he would care about it.
I was wondering if he had an opinion on that. So we'll see if there's any sort of talk there. You know what, to me would be interesting if it was you could choose as a company.
I'm ambiguous about it.
I just wonder if you were a company, what would you choose? I don't think Elon.
How big are you? What industry are you in? Like there's.
Yeah, I think energy and financials probably would want to because they have such huge balance sheets, and they're pretty standardized. But like, I know Elon doesn't love them, because it's hard to justify. It's 90 days.
Yeah.
Like your business, every 90 days, you got to kind of come and justify it, what's going on. But anyways, I don't know, just a little talk there. I wonder what people in the chat are thinking there, especially if we had every 180 days, you got a report instead of every 90 from a company.
It's already kind of arbitrary.
Yeah, it's pretty, I don't really know the point of every quarter, but some businesses it makes sense. And the thing too is that you want to be aware of the fact that, not that it's lying, but you get sandbagging and all that. If there's only 2 reports, maybe there has to be a little more honesty, maybe.
I think you would get more honesty.
Yeah, in the outlook there. So that would be potentially a reason to do that. I'm getting like a crazy headache, and the weather outside I think is fine. So we have breaking news, says Andre.
And it's not Fed related either. KHC, a big spike, as you can see on this. Financial Times reporting that Kraft Heinz and Unilever held talks over a food merger to unite ketchup and mayo. Now, as you know, we heard reports a couple days ago, Unilever considering splitting off their food business. KHC has been in certain talks about changing the structure of their business as well. They had a new CEO, which started at the start of this year, so new leadership, relatively new leadership for KHC as well. Let's talk Powell as well. Some comments have come in through Fed's Powell since we've spoken last. He did say that he believes there will be progress in tariff inflation, but it might take more time than they expect. And he also said that it's really, really tough to know the extent to which the energy prices in connection to the situation in the Middle East, it'll be tough to know how long that impact's going to be and how that will actually affect rates. In fact, he most recently said he wants to, quote, emphasize that no one knows the economic effect of the Middle East conflict. It's worth noting most of the questions he has been asked have had to do with that.
I see the note.
I forgot to refill my water.
I see the note in the chat. I do have my water here. I mean, we will go and get another refill right now. I mean, we went to the gym. Everything was fine. I just sitting back down here. Sometimes if it's a low pressure outside, it will, for some reason, affect me. Okay, so
we're bouncing again. Just every time we bounce off the lows, it's probably a good place to take some out. Ketchup mayo.
Unilever, KHC, they might merge, reported by Financial Times. I guess the idea is that, you got ketchup at KHC. I guess you have mayo at Unilever. Unilever wants to get rid of their business. That's what the headline is there. I guess I think they have Hellmann's is what I'm seeing.
I didn't know. Hellmann's.
I don't want to get all stereotypical. I'm just not a mayonnaise dude. I don't get it.
Yeah, mayonnaise is so tasty.
Mustard on a sandwich.
Yeah, I like mustard too, man. Like all that, man. Mayo's a staple in our house for sure. But yeah, I know it's not very healthy for you. You can make your own mayo.
Oh, that's way better. I'm like, yeah, if you actually make like homemade mayonnaise, that's way better. No, but KHC, yuck, right back in. Yuck, and more yuck. Like you just bounced $1 to then make fresh lows. Like I know the market's weak and like the shorts are all coming in, but yeah, they got to do something. They absolutely got to do something because this is about to hit a 52-week low, and it doesn't seem like that wants to help it at all. But it's been 15 minutes since Powell's come in. We haven't really done anything. The IBIT came into VWAP, is like slowly fading. I feel like I'm just going to leave this trend in, and if it gets the target, great. If it breaks the trend, I'll probably jump out in that regard. And maybe if SoFi doesn't really have an obvious trend line as well. This one's different because I don't know. First of all, I kind of like the company's response. And I know I was critical this morning. If I was critical of the response from SoFi, it's because I was half hoping Anthony Noto would just go off on X, and he didn't. I wanted to see him come out firing against Muddy Waters, and they came out with the standard, corporate response, which there was nothing wrong with their response at all. But it is underneath that 17.5, which that was the line in the sand for me if it couldn't hold. And I think you give it a few days. I think Muddy Waters got their liquidity event. Great, good for them. They obviously won on their short, so congratulations, Muddy Waters. But as long as we don't make a fresh low, see, we hold this here at 16.8. If we don't make a fresh low on this stock in the next couple of days, then I think you've got yourself a potential entry point there. The only new position was that Intel trend break, which I kind of lost my trend line. We'll go back to Adara in a quick little second at the desk. But yeah, Intel broke this trend, jumped into the short. I want to play it into support, not into VWAP. Adara?
More energy news and energy commentary. We have a report from MER, I guess an agency based in Iran, that there has been an Iranian missile attack on Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. We already heard comments, again, about Riyadh, so not super shocking here. But again, Chair Powell is still talking about this oil impact as well. He's saying that oil companies are going to be wanting to see a consistent rise in oil prices to a degree that they believe is persistent in order to actually see them increase production. Now, he also said that the net of this oil shock, regardless of how long it lasts, will likely be a downward pressure on spending and employment, as well as an upward pressure on inflation. Again, the bulk of the questions, as far as I can tell here, with Powell do have to do with inflation, specifically with oil. He also just commented that rates are roughly between restrictive and not. So unclear exactly what he means by that.
Someone in the chat asked if the TQ or the Nasdaq short is still on. Yeah, I'm not bidding anymore till the lows. So I'm not bidding anymore till 90s, and then I think lower. I mean, everything I'm hearing is not like full steam ahead over here. We have to balance risks, he's saying, and just consistent rise in oil prices, he believes, to increase production net of oil shock. We'll still see some downward pressure on spending, downward pressure on employment, upward pressure on inflation. It's been 5 years now of above target inflation. He's just going off a little bit here. So we'll just wait. I mean, I think there's more to come. I mean, the Nasdaq is kind of sleeping right now, right? I mean, this is a sleeping giant. It's down. There's the highs. We keep getting lower, lower, lower. That almost tried to go. That's basically where we're short. And then boom, right back in now to these lows again. So we are starting to make lower lows as well. So lower highs, lower lows. It seems like I don't want to say we're just getting going. I mean, this is going to be my P&L number 1 today, and we only traded it once. It was right into there. Yeah, we're just going to wait. Maybe more labor market talk. I'm not sure. In the chat, though, I think, what was it, NASA? I forget who it was that was mentioning, just said just buy Circle. Yeah, that would have been a great thing to do. Pretty much any day since their earnings report, you could have bought Circle, that's for sure. 60, the only red mark, it seems like, on OB right now is Circle, as that goes all the way up, $60 there. This was roughly where their IPO was. I think their IPO was 60, or maybe it was 70. What was that price? Yeah, 69, 65? 68. No, it's whatever this price is right there. 69.50, and then rips all the way to $300. That's it. Yeah, just under $3 there. And then just comes all the way back to the downside, giving you a 50 print at some point. there. And then earnings happens, and then everyone starts talking more about USDC and how awesome that is. And now it's straight upside for Circle. So, but here we go, man. We're almost right back down to the day's low again. We said we were going to wait for it, and here it is. So day's low coming in. I'm bidding 90s. Hopefully we get that filled. Then we just go lower, man. I don't even have any bids after that. We'll see how low we can go. I said I thought this trade was still on. So I hope I answered your question. It looks like we're going lower right now.
Yeah, Lyndon Meyer saying look for long in Microsoft at the daily lows. I'm not seeing any reason for a bounce here. Like, there's nothing Powell has said. Sometimes Powell will yo-yo us. We're like, you'll get a comment in there and you get like a little bit of a bounce. We haven't really seen much of any of that. You've just been stick to the course of action. Like, if you liked it before to the short side, you liked it still. I'm not seeing anything. We haven't looked at the metals here. I don't know why I always go to silver before I go to gold. That's just probably, it's a recency bias. But like, you look at the metals here, silver and gold and GLD should be the first thing on the drop down, not the fourth. And that's still breaking lower. There's not much that's looking like there are going to be some bids. And I haven't looked at Microsoft today. And I'm not saying, everyone can sort of, you like what you like. You do what you got to do. But Microsoft chart looks no different from anything else. It's right back at the bottoms. If you want to talk about Microsoft as being oversold and a value in the long term, that's a different conversation to have. Let's go back to Adair, and then we have to address this super chat, Danny.
So we're actually having comments here from Fed Chair Powell over what happens if we don't get the confirmation of Warsh before Powell's term ends. According to Fed Chair Powell, if there is no confirmation of Kevin Warsh, which is a real possibility given comments made by the Senate, by the time Powell's turn's over, he will be serving as chair pro tem until that time when they actually do have a new Fed chair confirmed. He also said at this point he doesn't think that employment is necessarily more at risk than inflation, nor does he think inflation is more at risk than employment. He basically says that these risks are balanced. Now, we know that's been a comment for certain Feds who have argued for being a little bit more hawkish, being a bit more dovish. They think either inflation or employment is more at risk. Fed Chair Powell saying that in his view, they're both equally at risk as of this time. He also said he has no intention of leaving the Fed board until they end that DOJ probe. So he's not leaving the Fed board even after his term ends, guys.
That's
not leaving.
He's not leaving, so there you go. That's another vote out there that is probably going to make it a little bit bearish for the time being. I said we got the super chat from Dan. Oh, it's Danny Boy's Bear Market Bingo. You've changed your name once again, Bear Market Bingo. At the end of his speaking, Powell should I should have read this before potentially. Pull a bear out of his pocket and toss it at the crowd while yelling, hint, 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 run for your lives. Look, if he pulls a bear out of his pocket, then that's just a fantastic magic trick.
That would be awesome.
Kudos to him. That ain't no dove, man.
I'm sure that would be nice. I don't know.
That would just be pimp, and it's like just throw it out there. And by the way, Nancy, I'm short the market. Deal with it. No.
And Nancy would be like, yeah, these puts are fine.
Yeah, she'd be like, what are you talking about? I shorted the market way before you.
She'd be like, perfect.
That's how they. But right here we go. We actually accelerated to the downside just so you didn't necessarily say anything. So Intel joined the party of the shorts that are also going in. So even like the strong chip names are starting to head back into the downside. My guess is like Micron. Actually, Micron isn't rolling over any. Yeah, good for Micron. The report after the bell time, almost right after the bell. So Intel, the target's going to be where it broke out from at 45. Like if this gets to VWAP, that'd be a different story. IBIT's a trend trade for now. I'm going to let SoFi go. It just broke the low of the day. We shorted into the low. I'm going to let it go through the low if it can and just sort of slap a bit of a trend line exit on it here from VWAP. I want to do something like this where I sort of work with this trend line at least until like 3:30 or so when we get closer to the imbalances.
Oh, shoot. That's right. It's only 2:53, man. We got so
still
much
early.
time left.
Yeah.
I'm bidding 70s here. I'm just going to change. I'll bid 71s and bid less because here comes the market, man. I mean, this is really, we talk about, books and all that, one good trade. I mean, all I needed today was this trade. We have many other ones, but that was a good one right there. Let's check out some other stocks. Right now, Tesla down to 395.50. That's going lower. Damn, man, we were short that one as well. We've been short everything there today. Alibaba was a long. And look, when we're wrong, we're doing it like this, okay? So we're in and out quickly. There goes Alibaba downside. Everything is absolutely coming in right now. I was going to say crumbling, but coming in right now. Look at Nvidia. See you later. That was a good out at least up near the top there for NVDA at 182.80. That was right off the release as well. But there it comes, man. Zero net job growth in the private sector, something like that I just heard from Powell. There's our 70 fill. Oh, baby. Props up to anybody short over there, man. And all the nice comments in the chat. Neil and I want to thank you for all of those. Oracle, let's have a quick little look at Oracle. Good structure again, nice downside. But look what's happening right here. This is what just came up on my, here. I'll show you right on my scanner there, Oracle right there hitting VWAP right now. So Oracle at VWAP and giving me that little look saying, you know, do you want to take me long here off VWAP or not? I'm going to say pass, Oracle. The market is heading lower and we're short already, so we're not going to take that. But if you're looking for a long, this isn't too bad, man. Now, remember I said like NASDAQ,
At least it's over VWAP.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's right there at VWAP. And if you want to go long, you have some kind of support. So right there, if you think that the market's going to bounce, I would choose Oracle or so right now. I mean, there's probably other names, but this looks good there. And thank you. Always be thankful. Without instincts, man, you have nothing. So we want to say thank you to all of that. And sometimes you make the right calls, and sometimes you don't. But there it is right there. Thank you. Always be thankful. I'll always be thankful for comments like that as well. And it wasn't even instinct. It was just like we went short there on VWAP. I mean, if you're talking about the Qs trade, if you're just joining now, I was. You know, the number came out, it didn't rally the market, so I was like, okay, we're close enough to VWAP. So we took our first fill, our second fill, and then even as it came back up to VWAP, I was like, okay, well, you know, this trade right here is a risk of about 10 cents. We're in the money 77, and we thought that this could have been something that would happen, right? So we take out a bunch there, and then we're just trying to let it fall down. We still have a decent amount left as well. We have about a quarter left on this trade. So just letting it bleed down. Thank you for the kind words there, but at the end of the day, man, all profits are what they are. You know, we'll be back tomorrow. So everything that we make or lose today just gets put right back tomorrow as I'm a risk-on situation every day. So here we go, man. TQs, just making those lows again into the low of the day. And we're only down 1%. I mean, could get worse. I don't know. No interest rate cuts all year. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. So it's not been a good one. I think you were, I was going to say, I thought you were in SoFi, but now you are.
Oh, no, I'm still in SoFi.
Still going lower.
The only thing that changed was IBIT got to the low of the day. It was either going to break the trend line down or it was going to get to the triple bottom low of the day. And, you know, this morning, whatever, I got out when it didn't break. It didn't break the trend that I should have been observing, and I got out of it. Like I should have been holding it somewhere into here. But this time it got to LOD, and when it did, I want to respect it. The other two still look good. We're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, but I want to point out, with all of this weakness, you got to give respect to SNDK, SanDisk. And Micron's not that bad, but SanDisk has barely pulled back off the highs. And by the way, they are all-time highs. Yeah, someone in the chat mentioned that Andrew Left is still short this. I'm like, really?
Was he ever short SanDisk?
Well, if you are, like, you would ever, who would short, because like, the triple top broke. Like, isn't that your out? I don't know, man. I don't know if he is or isn't, but yeah, it sucks if you are, brother. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, Fed Chair Powell speaking about this oil supply shock or energy supply shock once again. Now, we know he said like a couple times here, unsure how long it's going to last and the extent of it. However, he did say, regardless, that it's a one-time thing. So regardless of the length of the conflict and how long that impacts the change in oil, he does believe the shock itself is only going to happen the one-time thing. It's not going to be like a reverberating incident as of right now. Back to you.
I didn't know either.
I don't know if
I didn't know he was short
that or not. I don't know. Doesn't seem like something that he would be short, but maybe he is. All right, so again, NASDAQ going lower. Let's look at something else. All right, Tesla, we already looked at that. What other stocks you guys want to look at? What about Robinhood right here, 75.50? Actually not doing much. Robinhood's still holding out okay. I feel like it's just the market, and we're in the market, so we're doing fine right now. Obviously, some of those positions as well. Intel, we saw Nvidia falling down as well, 181 and change. Let's check out Mr. Softy right now. Little soft today on the stock as well, down 2%. Making those lows, watch out, you're about to break as well, down lower on Softy. My number one ironclad sort of, I mean, I just said Nvidia is about to go on a run. I do believe that. I think they can go on a run more than Google, but remember, some of the competition, let's go, man. The NASDAQ's at today's low right now, and we still got on, decent spot here. All right, we actually just took some out right now as well. I'll go back to that in a minute, but Google, I do think with the TPUs, this is another possible connection with Nvidia. So, you know, if Nvidia goes for a run, some of the competition here is with Google with their TPUs, right? The tensor processing units, yep.
Sorry, we're just getting comments here about a potential rate hike, so I wanted to mention this right away. Fed Chair Powell saying the vast majority of participants are not seeing a hike as a base case, but they never take things off the table. So again, very unlikely we're going to get a rate hike, but he's not going to say never.
Okay, well, thank God.
He could have said no.
I mean, it would be great. I mean, that's probably, I mean, again, and this is why we're short right now, right? There was nothing in this report that led me believe that the long was in. So if the long's not in, it's a short. So we're short the market and watching it bleed down. I mean, this is right now, guys, this is $1. It's actually much more than that. If you're trading on the NASDAQ, you're basically short right here, 24,690. It's at 24,520. So about 170 handles right now in on the NASDAQ. And we just look at it like this. Right there, short and still getting lower. I'm bidding 50s right now. What I was getting at with Google, you know, if this market bleeds too much more here, and I don't think we have to make a decision today, obviously, I was looking at 280, but I wonder if we just make a little bit of a call at 300 over the next couple of days if we do slip into this spot right there. Maybe we can dip by some Google. I really like that space, obviously, as we go. But yeah, you know what? If that idea of an interest rate cut doesn't send, or sorry, hike doesn't send this market much lower than where we are right now, potentially we're entering the power hour. Did we get that graphic there?
Did it happen?
I don't know. I can never hear it. Potentially a turnaround then, right? If we're getting all this bad news and the market's kind of like hold my beer, maybe it is time to think about a log. So I'm going to start to cover a little bit more. We just take a 68 right there. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, there's some oil news. Happy Power Hour, guys. Associated Press reporting that the U.S. was informed by Israel about a Iran gas field strike plan. Unclear the timing of this, like if this was a past plan or if this is a current plan, but either way here, USO, of course, going to be on watch. Nice bounce for this one after we're around the time of that Fed decision. Now, here's the other thing I want to mention with regards to Powell. We know I mentioned a couple minutes ago here, Fed Chair Powell saying the vast majority of participants aren't expecting a hike as a base case, but they don't take things off the table. But the other element that he added as well to that was apparently there is a possibility the next move might be a hike, and that was discussed. So they're not saying they will hike, they're not saying they won't hike, but they did discuss the possibility that their next move might not be a cut, but rather a hike. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, talk about things that will enrage a lot of people. I'll leave it at that. But certainly, it's got to be out there with inflation. So a couple of things. I mean, from 2:30 when Powell hit the podium, SoFi, it got to the low. It's not just today's low, but it was also right at the close. This had support at about 17.20, bounced there, and then did a reversal candle. So I'll jump out of that one as well. So IBIT, let's see what that's doing. It's bouncing off the low of the day again as well. And Intel, which was actually a strong name, that's bouncing in front of its breakout price. So I still have a bid down at 45, but I've tightened the stop to, instead of the prior bar high, just going to give it to the break even. I'll allow this one to get back into break even, and then we'll play it a little bit lower. But so far, it's been pretty standard. I don't know how much I like the longs usually. This has been a weirder one, more weird, I think. Because by now, I feel like we would have seen, usually we've seen like a trend change or two, like legitimately, in an hour of the Fed. Like this is the first time I can remember where it's like, it's like what you first did was valid the entire way, and there wasn't ever, oh, I want to reverse into this or this. I just haven't seen any of that. So I don't know about the long. I don't mind getting out of the shorts, but I'm not seeing any too much of reason to make me love the long here. Maybe it's just not the right names I'm looking at.
No, well, like we're actually seeing things pretty good here. I mean, we just talked about that long down here, and now it's been bumped up a little bit now. So I'm starting to get just a little bit more out. I don't know if it's going to be a long or not. I was just thinking to myself, like, out of all the stories, we're sort of starting to come up now with positive things to talk about rather than negative. So I don't know, because if what we've already heard is not sending it downside. Okay, so quickly here, what's hitting on the trade rate? Let's just have a quick look here. SOXL, okay, so we know about, what's going on with the, here, we can call up SOXL. It's just a little one, isn't it? Is it SOXL? No, it's the other one, SOX S, I think, is the one that's only a couple bucks. But right there, SOXL, SPY, XLK, that's basically the Qs there. That's a technology ETF. Apple moving around. Let's have a quick little look on Apple right now. Yeah, so there's the bounce. So it does look like, hey, man, we might have got it again right there. I don't know, man. We called. I'm going to take another piece off on the market just in case this is a start to move higher right there. So there goes Apple off at 250. Nice little bounce right there as well. Tesla maybe finding a bid here. Oh, man. I wish we would have trusted our little instinct there a little bit more. As we had that from thing, always be thankful, says trust your instincts, and we've been right on that. So that was a good one there. Tesla goes down to 395. Sorry, shouldn't say 295. Scare some people. But yeah, that's a nice move there, back up to the upside. Microsoft, looks like just all the usual suspects right now. Oh yeah, let's check out Alex Karp and Company. What is Palantir doing now as we check out our watch list and our scanner? This scanner brought to you by eSignal, and of course, this is just a trade rate. So you can drop down many different things. Percent gainers, quarterly gainers, most volatile, near highs, near lows, above VWAP, below VWAP, whatever you want. I have something on here, it's called trade rate. So that will show you just a stock or stocks that are putting through a lot of trades, right? And it's based on, it's an algorithm, so it's just based on the historical run rate of the trades, right? Otherwise, you'd always see SPY up there and everything like that. Amazon down 2.5%. We saw some weakness in retail today. It looks like Amazon took it on the chin a little bit there as well. Look at this 200 period moving average downside play there into 210. So that's a look there as well. Oh, just so we know, I am stopping out of the Qs at, I just put it in 47.05. So here's the Qs, it's right there. The break of the 50 period moving average, we are out if it does break 47. As it looks like it's coming back up. So another out there at 87. Other than that, like nothing really going too crazy. I don't know what VGI is. We can have a quick little look. Sometimes different names just spike on here for no reason. And yeah, it just looks like a bunch of dark pools, trims, nothing going on there. That looks terrible. Other than that, DVLT, Data Vault, that had some moves. 52-week high of $4, low of 25 cents. DVLT, Meta down to 617 again. Wow, not great for Meta. If anything, we're going to look at, maybe it's a Micron story here, as they're going to report after the close. We could get some movement here near the end of the day there as well. Man, do you guys remember, if you just rewind basically 10 minutes, and I was like, man, I think this might be a good spot to get long now. Good idea, but bad execution because, well, not really. We got out. We have very, very small piece left, 10% left now on this trade. But despite he said we're going there, so that was a good one right there. But yeah, NASDAQ and Bitcoin both looks like they're heading lower, 71.3 on Bitcoin. I'm gonna go get some more.
You know, at least
Aqua.
Actually, at least for now on Bitcoin, the only thing that changed for me is I said we go break even stop on Intel. Of the 3 shorts that got put on, this was the one that was an actual strong stock. So, you know, you can't always expect it to be perfect. And if it ends up being a bit of a top, it's 307. I might want to wait till Powell's off the podium to make the next move. Usually like 320, 330, you think he'll be done. It's actually not an exact science, let's be real. But when that happens, I think look for the next move then. IBIT, it did end up bouncing pretty cleanly off of that low, so you could have gone long there, fair enough. And the other side of it is just getting out of your trade. And then the third short we had in SoFi, that was another trail out as well. That one could at least be a reload at that 17.5 if it gets there. There is a halter and a small cap removing, that's that GXAI that's gonna be opening up now, and $1.50. So, this one going a little bit ham, just halted to the upside, but off of the highs. It got to 164. So anyone looking at this, I'm not saying the top is in, but you go into a halt and that's the high. Ooh, sometimes it gets pretty nasty if it can't immediately retake that high after putting in a halt on a small capper. And the term I like to use for these is, this is a habitual line stepper, right? Like look at the chart. There's a distinct difference, and I'm not saying there's a lot of small cappers that look better than this. They often do this. Look how great it's been if you just bought it at $1. Look how bad it's been if you chased any kind of move. You get the win, and you get the you-know-what out of dodge when the stock shows you this. I don't even know what the story is with the catalyst here. It doesn't, to me, sometimes it doesn't matter in terms of the notion of knowing you have to take your profits when you get a chance on a stock like this. But look at the buck. Sometimes they respect that dollar. Adara?
I just looked into the story here in Gaxos, and I remember this now. This is the company that randomly does the press releases whenever they want to. So at 3:02, they did a press release, and they just said that their portfolio company, America First Defense, the name also, doing a lot of heavy lifting here, securing acceptance into Anduril's Lattice program. This was released at 3:02:07 p.m., so this was clearly not a pre-timed release. And again, this is a company that likes the random press releases to hype themselves up. So be aware that is happening. Also be aware of this market. We get more comments from Fed Chair Powell about, I guess, the nature of inflation and what that means. He said that inflation is not just like a one-time increase. It's about ongoing increases in prices. With that in mind, he does believe that, theoretically speaking, tariffs are just a one-time inflation increase. He also says that it's really unclear how long it'll take for tariffs to pass through the economy. And he has, quote, slightly more confidence that tariff inflation will come down by the middle of 2026, at which point he won't even be Fed Chair anymore when you think about it. Back to you.
I think the interesting part of that is, none of the tariff pass-through in the economy has been predictable. Like, if in any sense, I think this probably surprised a lot of economists. If we're being real about it, like, it's not a political take or anything, but I think they should be surprised. Just going back to looking at some other things, I don't see, and IBIT's looking a little stronger, so reshorting that doesn't necessarily make sense. Silver, maybe not as much off of the low. So that's looking relatively weak here if you're looking at silver. And again, I went to silver before I went to gold. But silver and gold already starting to roll back over after bouncing. So that doesn't look all that strong in a few names. IBIT, it's a better bounce here in IBIT than anything else. I'm looking for something that's at resistance, and the only thing that actually got to that point is SoFi. Like, it came all the way back into where we at least entered again. So if it puts in this topping tail, or just give me, I like topping tail candles if you can get them, or consolidations. If I get something like that, I think popping back into this, at least until 330, could make some sense. But I don't know, he probably has, I hate to guess, but I would be guessing 10, 15 minutes. Maybe no more before he's off of the podium, and sometimes that can cause a bit of a shock.
I'm surprised he's this late. I feel like he's normally off.
I feel like it's never more than 3:30.
Oh, 3:30.
But it can be anywhere between 3 and
and
3:30
on the average time he's got.
You could ask them anything.
I would have said like now. I would have put like I'm. Yeah, like I wonder.
It's earliest I've seen is probably 3:15. Latest I've seen it is like 3:30.
Okay, so that's
okay. So 3:30. I don't remember it being that close to close, but okay. Okay, so there it is. I was actually an interesting level here, I think, for Micron, right? I mean, up 1% right now, and risky. Obviously, you still have 40 minutes till imbalances, 50 minutes till the bell, but. And I always look at stocks like that, right? I mean, it's how long until the imbalances? Because if Micron comes out a huge bid, no matter what the chart looks like, it's going higher. Or if it's an offer at close, then you're going lower. That's just how it works. But there it is, man. First break right now since the number of VWAP. So right there, that's now coming back in just a little bit. Just coming right back into here. This is 465. So I think we're getting a little downside pressure. I don't know. We're still short the market. I think I'm gonna take a piece off another. So we only have 10% left. I'm just gonna take out a couple. I'll take out small, I mean, like what, 1%? It feels stupid to do that. I got to do better with my. Well, no, I don't really. Anyways, I just wish we had a little bit more shares to take out a little bit more, but that's so is the trade. We get out there on the 50 period, 25 period break, and then look at that, man. This is why we have these. Look at the 50 period moving average. It had nothing to do with up here. That was a VWAP trade, but since then we kind of wicked to the top there. Believe it or not, we got it there again. There it was again, and there it was again. So. To the individual or individuals who asked about, shorting the Qs, I think we got a good answer now. You basically want to stay short until we break this 50 period moving average, which is, I'm actually going to keep my offer at 47.05, my bid, to see if it goes through that, because now we just have less and less on it. So to lose 10 cents on a slippage would be fine for me. So if it does wind up breaking that, fine. Why am I hearing the smoke alarm?
Are they still doing this
again? Like They were doing it early in the morning, and I haven't heard anything since.
It doesn't take all day to do the fire test.
They must be testing another sort of piece there, because they did stop doing it. Okay, Oracle. Oracle is an interesting one. We did talk about it when it was coming into VWAP. So basically, it does hold. But when you see a wick down like that, that's enough to probably punch me out of that. I'm trying to run some studies about like, you know, when we break VWAP, how much do we normally break them by? Because there's so many examples, and I don't really, I mean, maybe I have one on Tesla somewhere. Oh, right into here, it broke. Like, so I was going long, and then it broke a little bit. That was just the low of the day. So we got stopped out, and then it ripped up, and that's where we sort of started the shorting again, which obviously would have been fine. But there are some situations, I don't really have anything today, where we get wicked out at the complete highs or lows. Maybe something on Nvidia. Yeah, like right here, how about that? Right there, we get taken out. So I'm trying to think, like, why did we make that decision? I know it was the day's low at that time, and it broke, so it broke twice, so we got out the second time. But that cost me, right? Because then Nvidia just shoots right back up, and we're able to get the long, but not until the prior bar closes right there. That's where we went in. So, you know, got hit on the way down there for Nvidia and only put on like a third of the size for all the way back up. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to figure out. But anyways, Nvidia comes right back in, right? Look at that. When we take a look at that, there's another trade that when you sometimes you zoom out, and I wasn't even talking about Nvidia, and then there we go. It just gives us that trade right there. Basically off of 181. That's where we were long the first time. 181.17. It just came back in again. So it could be some potential support zones here for Nvidia right now as we look at the minute chart here for NVDA. So if you're looking to go long something, potentially right here, right now on Nvidia. And then interesting to watch out what happens with Micron. So it's bouncing off VWAP right now. So just a couple different ideas.
15 minutes till we get the report from Micron, and they're expecting to blow it out of the water again. Last quarter was impressive, and same thing with SanDisk, and they're expecting it to be another big one. Adara?
Oh, last question.
Oh, last question now? Okay, so there we go. Powell's going to take his last question, so he'll be off the podium, and I guess it'll depend on how long it takes him to answer the question, but then he'll be done. So it's basically 3:15, so almost right on schedule. There, we'll see. But I saw in the chat someone saying they're holding Intel for that 45. Yeah, I moved the stop. That's probably sometimes moving the stop doesn't make sense. But I will always like if a trend trade goes back into the prior high and bounces there. It's like, well, that's like it's made the one stop move. That's when I want to tighten up the stop and not let it get all the way back into losing money. But that is what it is. This one could still head lower, but I think watching Micron makes some sense. I'm still going to have eyeballs on SoFi. IBIT might look a little bit too strong, but if it can hold this high, bless you.
Hey-oh, that was
this
bad.
is one to watch going into both the end of this Powell press conference and the imbalances and then pre-earnings here for sure. So we'll see. He's still answering that last question.
I just put another bid down here because if he's going to be off the podium very, very shortly, here it comes in, man. It just filled out right there. I know I was putting out the bids and then I sneezed. I couldn't get the mic there. I apologize.
It happens.
You can see my face, like my eyes are feeling much very heavy here. All right.
Allergies.
46 maybe, but I don't have allergies. That's the thing. So maybe I do now in my old age. Can you get allergies as you get older? Maybe you can. Maybe I need to get a test for that. I've never had allergies.
Usually it's more like when you travel, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, different atmospheres, I guess. All right, so yeah, right back into the low again. I'm still bidding 50s, so we'll just take smaller by smaller, little by little. Shout out to Oasis, and we'll see if that comes through right now for that trade. Micron, you know, that's another one moving around a little bit. We could check back on Apple. I mean, there's lots of stuff. I mean, we could go back over to oil, not really hearing anything in our ear about oil. What's the dollar doing right now? I mean, since I'm short the NASDAQ, I wouldn't mind the dollar getting stronger here. But hold on a second. This is okay. I mean, look, man, I'm definitely not that smart, but there it is right there, right? I mean, we're short the NASDAQ, dollar getting stronger. Dollar breaks actually right there. Wow, didn't even see that. Awesome. Breaks at 100. If you're going to go over here, we haven't had a move like this in the futures, in the dollar in a minute. So there it is. Good little level there. This is a 1 hour chart right back up into 100. I guess we did break it back a couple days ago, early this week. Right into there, $100.50. Powell's done, right?
Powell's left the building.
Oh,
I repeat,
Adara,
Powell's left the building.
Oh, the
good. What I wanted to ask you was, we forgot to mention his tie.
Oh, it was...
Oh, no, Adara.
I didn't even look at it.
It was purple. And it was, in fact,
Oh, can you confirm the purple?
I'm rewinding. It's purple.
It was the same. I just confirmed. I just went back to confirm. It is the same color of purple. And for those who don't know, Fed Chair Powell really likes purple. Now, you might be like, Adara, why do you know this? Well, he actually said so himself. And he said he partially likes to wear these purple ties because he believes they're politically neutral, but also because he just really loves the color purple. So, fun facts about Fed Chair Jerome Powell with Adara. And if you want to look at my tie infographic again, I did repost it at 1:45 p.m. on X at TTV Research, and I will update it once his time as a Fed has officially come to an end, and we'll look at all 60 or so meetings of his ties.
Well, you know what? We have something in common, Jerome. I too love the color purple, but I just can't watch. I just can't watch that movie. It's a difficult movie to watch. It's not easy. Like that, I'm managed to say like that is the one movie. No matter how many times I've seen it, that's bringing me to tears, man. That and like Field of Dreams. You can't, especially now that I'm a parent. I cannot watch that final scene. You just start playing the final scene where he plays catch with his dad.
Right.
And like I can't stop right now. That's like the the
baseball's starting up again. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I signed up to coach again this year,
good.
and then they sent me an email and they're like, can you coach again this year? And I'm like, I signed up to coach, which is a bad feeling. That must mean they spammed it to everybody without even checking because they must not have enough bodies, is my guess.
Maybe.
And volunteering, like man, if you volunteer for coaching, it feels like coaching and umpiring. I'm glad that G is doing it.
Yeah.
It's like harder and harder to get people to do for these sports.
Maybe, I don't know. Well, I don't know. At High Park, we have opposite problem, believe it or not. It's
they're adding a girls league.
Oh, good, yeah, good.
It's 11, so I'll let her play with the boys for one more year, but then next year.
Yeah, Gia plays with the boys. Oh, I just coach the all-girls rep.
So she does both.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah. So Gia
Aaron's
plays,
only do one.
Gia plays, so we'll be on the diamond 5 times a week, starting, I think it starts April 13th. So we got an email yesterday, so but I should have about 3 assistant coaches on both teams, so it should be good to go there. Shout out to the High Park Little League, and one of the best Little League anyways. I don't know of another one around here. There's one in Ancaster, I believe. Anyways, Little League. So we'll see if we go to Williamsburg or Williamsport, Pennsylvania, for the Little League. Our mixed team made it to the Canadian finals last year, but did not. A team in BC went to represent Canada. And by the way, my bid is about to get filled at 52 right now. Nope. Right now. And then?
No and then.
No and then. No, 54s. Okay, I'll come in a minute, but there it goes. The TQs run right down to the bottom. We were sitting there, never got filled, but there it goes. Nice move. And then?
No and
then. Still no and then? Nope. Okay. Anyways, we'll come through there. I believe and then that's Adam Sandler or Rob Schneider. There's something there. And then.
Oh, it's one of those movies.
Oh no, it's Dude, Where's My Car? Isn't it Dude, Where's My Car?
Oh, it is Dude, Where's My Car.
And it's a Chinese. It's a lady in the Chinese.
Who is the second guy in that movie?
No, isn't it the fast food? And she's like, and then.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They're ordering. Yeah, Dude, Where's My Car?
Who's this? It was what's his name? Ashton, whatever the hell.
Ashton Kutcher and another guy. Was it Owen Wilson? I don't know. Anyways.
I can picture his face.
I don't know. Anyways, yeah.
You guys save us in the chat.
That's
you guys
what it
know.
is. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Stifler. I was trying to think of the actor.
Stifler.
I was trying to think of the actor's name. Sean William Scott.
Yeah.
It's so bad that I
heard something about Stifler's mom. I don't know what's going on with that. But anyways. Coolidge over there.
Yeah.
The original, if you guys know what I'm saying. Okay.
We all know.
So, downside play again happening. There's our fill. We didn't get our 52s. I just put it at 58. I'm still going to wait for 52s. We'll see. Screw that. Forget about that. I'm canceling my 52s. You don't want to give it to me? Then you got to give me lower than that. So we're going to go down into the 40s now and wait to see if we get a fill down there. Right now, we took a 58, a little lower as we go. We'll see what's going on right now. Was that a call for Adara? Then let's go.
We have a new stock galloping onto our radars this afternoon. It's John Deere. I don't know if Deere's galloped, but keep an eye here on DE. Washington Examiner reporting that President Trump will be meeting with the CEO of John Deere next week. Now, it's worth noting, he shouts out John Deere and its CEO an awful lot. Basically, anytime he talks about manufacturing. So this isn't like super shocking here. We know that he enjoys and appreciates John Deere and its CEO. But yeah, DE on watch President Trump to meet with said CEO, for whom he does have a lot of affection, next week, according to the Washington Examiner. Back to you.
Yeah, look at the monthly chart of Deere. But we get a super chat from Easy Peasy. I'll get to that in a quick second. You missed yesterday's work, 2%, so 0.2%. We always get from Easy Peasy. We appreciate you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. You spent 15 minutes looking for Stream Monday, then went to TikTok. We appreciate everybody that moved on TikTok. We're still on TikTok, even though we are here. Suggest a streaming page for us to start from, metric ads. That'll always be YouTube. And then our website will always have, the Trader TV Live website will always have the primary. It's YouTube as a primary. But if anything ever happens, you can always just go there and see all of the places that we're streaming.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We'll build it free, thinking of starting a TTV fans Discord after this. You want to build it? Actually,
I think if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, we were just talking Field of Dreams. Which, by the way, as much as I love that movie, I will make one correction. I actually think it's not the best baseball movie of all time. Nor do I think it is Bull Durham. I've said it, and nor do I think it's Major League, Dara. If you've never, no, and it's not a League of Their Own. If you've never seen Bang the Drum Slowly with Michael Moriarty, and most people probably haven't, and Robert De Niro, that's the best baseball movie ever made. Just when you watch it, you'll know, but it's not a very well-known film. But if you're a fan, you're a fan. So as we get back in low, the only thing that looked like a reload to me, which was it set up the lower high, was SoFi. So I jumped back into that one. I guess it wouldn't have mattered what you got into. Sandlot's pretty good too. I see everybody trying to get my daughter to watch The Sandlot. Showed her the trailer. She's like, meh. I'm like, you think you'll die laughing if you watch it. But then she was like, meh. Looks like Intel's gonna get to that 45. So we enter into SoFi. We'll look for that to get to the low of the day, but Intel going to the downside. Pretty much everything is. Let's check back in on a few other things. I know SLV and some of the metals. I've done it again. I looked at silver before gold. Bouncing off the low, so there's not much showing strength. Is Micron showing any strength 30 minutes before earnings? Nope, not so much. SNDK, probably. That's even starting to roll over a bit here on SanDisk. Yikes, yikes, and yikes. But it's been a good, productive afternoon. Kind of a meh morning, but the afternoons turned it green, for sure.
Yeah, the afternoon's been huge. Just about an hour ago, 50 minutes ago, we posted that we were short the TQs. That's when the TQs were down 2.12%. We update that right now. Oh, hi, says the bear, right now, 3.38%. So right there, about 1.25% downside since we've last talked about it, and going lower right there. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean there, both on X and on Instagram. I'll put that in the chat, and you guys can go give a follow or unfollow, whatever you want, right there into the chat. But we're getting a little lower, man. I told you I wasn't going to bid 52 no more. And we go lower than that because we said that chicken balls, rice, very good, but we need more. So we're going to see if we can come down to the downside right now. 46, 45. I'm bidding 41s. We'll see if we can get that into our account right here. A nice little downside play, as it is now officially a Dollar Club member right there. I think that's important. You just mentioned there in the chat. I saw who it was, but I don't remember the name. You said you had your best trade there after reducing size. I mean, I think that's important to mention that because, sometimes if you're trading with less shares, it does give you more of an ability to hold it, right? I mean, the reason why I'm trying to hold more on here with the TQs is, I don't have many shares left. If I had like 1,000 shares on right now or something like that, then I'd be like panicking to cover, right? And we wouldn't have that much left, which is why, and that's exactly pretty much what happens to me every time. And we always look back and say we should have held more. So we're doing better, trying to hold a little bit more. I'm going to get a bid out here, some more at 48s. Again, we didn't get our 41, so here I am getting antsy again. We get some more out at 48. There's only 20 minutes left. Until the imbalances. I don't know if you showed them yet. Wow, I don't know what
the heck is that?
IAUX.
Whatever it is, it's going on.
We can click on it. Oh, it's $1.30.
Oh, never mind.
So this is 80 Gold Corp. It's called 80 Gold Corp.
I love gold.
Maybe a buyout or something right there. I don't know.
I would know.
Down 18%. No, maybe drill results or something not good. I don't know. Because actually, you know what we didn't look at in the last little while, man? Since on Fed Day, we should be sort of looking at gold. So this is just the imbalances. There's GDX. That's a gold miners ETF. So there's GLD down 3% right now. Hi, everybody. This camera. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, Target's a little bit of a sale on Target. We were waiting for a little higher. We did get out of some target in and around here, I believe. Maybe 118, 119. We're waiting for 135 on target. That's my target. If we can get that as well.
Roblox is a...
Yeah, there's a couple big sells on there. There's Oracle as well. Yeah, Roblox is bigger as a buy, but Oracle with a sell. Now remember, all of these don't matter really right now. They're just giving you an early indication of what's going to happen at 350.
Even BP, that's pretty big. BP's only done 8 million shares on volume. It's a 5 million sell imbalance.
Okay, yeah.
That's legit. So I'm going to throw that one up. Whatever that AIUX thing is, the bid ask is so liquid that it's like there's like 500,000 shares on the bid and 500,000 shares on the ask. It's all relative. It's a dollar stock. It's not the notional value of that's basically nil. It's not nil. It's just it's like $20 million worth of shares. Whereas BP, like you're talking about significantly, it's a $40 symbol here. So it's like 200 million on BP. So I'm gonna watch that one. Look for maybe like a flip trade. It's close enough to the high of the day. What I mean by that is it gets a short right now. So it could give you a fade off the high if it happens to get close to it and it stays a short imbalance. But it could also maybe go into VWAP or the low, and at 355 that pairs off. And that 5 million isn't that big. That's another way, and you play it in the other direction. GDX, we probably mentioned, as a sell. Roblox, I think that's pretty significant. But it being 330, it does wind things down here. So we got the re-entry into SoFi. If it breaks the low again, you know, it's a weird one because I'm disappointed in the stock price reaction of SoFi today, because I think what you want to see after a short seller report is a firm rejection of, you know, that all the prices where all the selling happened, right? So that would be everything under in my opinion, under that 17.5 where it fell apart. But at least it's holding on to the morning low. It hasn't made a fresh low from the morning. So technically, this actually does, I know like I'm sitting looking at it from the short side, but it does have that, hey, the support that got made after the news had been disseminated and after it had settled down, that low has held, and that's at about 17.20, and that's still holding. So the day two response to SoFi doesn't look all that good, and I had a failed long in it early. I know the shorts worked on it, but so far it's not falling all over itself. I think that's a very good sign post the short report, at least temporarily. Tomorrow, I'm going to probably do the same thing. If it's trending above 17.50, I still think it can be a long there. And if it's trending underneath it, you look for the short. That price is still very valid here for SoFi, but it's not all doom and gloom. It could have been a heck of a lot worse for them. I'm
surprised how much it recovered.
Yeah, like look at the trade desk. And I know it's a different, like it wasn't a short seller report here, but look at the difference in price action on the trade desk. Fell apart. Today was well underneath last night's lows, and it hasn't really done much of a bounce. Like that's just much weaker. It could have been worse for SoFi.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy with that bounce. But SoFi, as Golf Franchise says there, SoFi is a loser, and you are correct. It's been a big loser so far this year. It's been an absolutely horrible stock, and looks like a big losing stock. I mean, there is no doubt about that. Yeah, thanks, easy peasy there. TTV, we did lose our stream Monday, so you went to TikTok, so that's awesome, man. We really do appreciate you moving over there and then talking about it here live as well as, yeah, man, the more support, the better, and we always appreciate all of that, so thank you, easy peasy, for your kind words there as well. And for your donations that you're always making. So really, that does mean a lot to us. So thank you.
Have we pulled up Boyle yet?
No, I mean, there's a bunch of different ETFs. We could have a look there. NASDAQ's going back down to the lows right now. Before we pull up any sort of a Boyle thing or anything right now, just real quick, I just wanted to say there is right now a stop, and I put it at 46.75. So that's where this line is right now. So if 80s, I put it at 80s. A break of 80 will be out. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. If the TQs does break above 46.80 right now, then I'm going to be out of this one. Otherwise, let's just wait to see where it goes. We're about like 7% left or so. It's not very big. Neil's going to call it Boyle. I just want to see what Micron's doing.
Only because it's going ham, that's all.
Oh, okay. Well, then we should look at it. Yeah, Micron does, oh, wow, right into those lows again. Right there. Look, I mean, this is the thing. Like sometimes we always say it's not rocket science, and trading's a lot harder than sometimes it looks. But right there, right back in, once, twice, thrice, upside there for Micron.
There's a bull market somewhere. Like is, you know, whether if it could be a reverse ETF, but that's kind of like cheating if it is. But Boyle, since 2 o'clock, has only done one thing. The market's only gone down. This has only gone up. It's not like USO here, where USO caught a bid, but there's a big difference between catching a bid and getting back to the volume-weighted average price and catching a bid, breaking out the top, consolidating, breaking out again, and continuing to go absolutely ham. And I get it. This is going to be, the leverage is going to move a little bit more. But nat gas, every single strike, and we had some news this morning, of course, probably helping that along. You can see at like 8 o'clock, this was already going to be strong. But that can be in your wheelhouse. We always talk about like USO and some of the individual names, but there's nothing wrong with looking at Boyle and the nat gas futures as well. So about 15 minutes to those imbalances. I don't know why I still have that IAUX stock up. I'm going to put that over to Micron, because I think that's what we should be watching. I believe they're the only notable name today. Oh, Dara's not at her desk. But we just got a super chat, so we'll put it up there. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm not saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure what happened back in, it's the comment. Oh, okay.
I just put it in there.
Back in July 1929 to July 1932. But let's make that 89.42% dip.
Is that how far it was? 89. I think next time we should get a little more exact.
Yeah, they had a name for that.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah, it was not too good.
There, but
yeah, let's not do that. No, let's not.
Yeah, we don't want to. We don't want to. I mean, I don't think the market's set up to go down 90%. But
let's. You got other problems.
If it does, then yeah, you'll just you'll see me around. Okay.
Buy a shotgun.
If that winds up happening, I'll shout you out later. Okay,
the bunker,
yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll figure out where to be. Don't worry about it. For right now, that's not going to happen. So
you seen the movie the TV show Paradise on? Is it on Crave or where it is?
I didn't.
It's a pretty good one. But it's like one of those like.
Is it about the market crash? Oh, end of the world.
It's like one of those, where they the government keeps secret and whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting stuff. I'm not one of those kind of guys, but I mean, I love watching those kind of movies. I just don't think the market's going to do anything like that right now. The key thing about the market right now is earnings. Like, earnings are really super strong, and as long as they can stay there, and we've just been through earnings season, I could again try to figure out, but I think it was 78 or something percent of companies beat. It might have even been higher than that. So I think as long as that's fine, that's fine. We do have to worry a little bit about the war.
That number was 100% correct, but it was after all of the big Mag 7 ones. I don't know if anything, because there's not a lot of earnings after that, but at the point where we had gotten 70, like 2/3 of the earnings, it was for sure like that 78%. Yeah. So it's been really, really good. It just hasn't mattered as much as you'd like it to.
Yeah, so we'll just hold out hope that everything is going to be okay in the market, and I think as long as earnings are there, we're fine. The banks are much more well capitalized now than they ever have been before with some of those reforms in some of those acts and whatnot. So I think that's okay. We do hear that the consumer getting maybe a little bit weak. That's something for sure. And then all the cost that's going to be associated with however long this. I mean, hopefully it ends soon, but however long this conflict lasts, there's going to be costs associated with that. The government's going to have to figure out where to pay for it all. And as we know, the debt keeps on getting higher and higher, but the ceiling keeps getting raised, right? So government not obviously on strike, but I think there's partial shutdown right now, but they always seem to get that figured out. All right, 336. So this is silver right here, down 4%. I mean, if you are worried, and it's just funny that we were just talking about the world coming to an end or whatever, market being down 90%. I don't know. I believe if the market falls that far, gold will also be going to the downside as well. But this is known as a safe haven. So if some of you are a little nervous, obviously this has well outperformed the S&P 500. It did yeoman's work all year as it just kept on going higher and higher until we eventually found that sort of top right at the beginning of February, end of January. We made that move up to 53 or 5,400 an ounce, and now you're back down into 446 on, this is just GLD. I'll have to see what spot gold's at. It's just probably hovering right around $5,000. Maybe it broke it today, I have to look. But 446, downside breaking through the 50-period moving average. I'm not ready to do anything here yet. I was thinking more around this area here, 420, kind of like this little gap fill back in on GLD, and then even here at 401 or something. I finally got my first.
What price was that?
That was 420, I know, coming through there. I actually bought gold on this little breakout rate down here. Or maybe it was even earlier. I thought it was 260 something. Maybe it was right here that we got gold last. Yeah, right around 260. So we were doing pretty good. It was definitely not enough money to, hip, hip, hooray. We're still in it. But yeah, nice move there as we almost got a double up on that, which is kind of just fluky. They're not into silver. That might be a play as well. But yeah, I like the gold trade, I think, moving forward. I'm going to put another bid here. We only have a couple more seconds until the imbalances. I still was bidding 41s, if you guys remember. I'll put a 45 bid. Maybe we catch that tail to the downside. And then Bitcoin's actually holding out pretty good, I feel like, considering what the NASDAQ's doing, down 1.2%, and just bleeding all afternoon. IBIT stopped and actually had a good bounce.
Got a triple bottom.
Yeah, it's been holding that bounce. Like, we came back up to the 200 period moving average, good enough, then fell back in, but you are holding the bottom. So, you know, Bitcoin bulls, you know, here we have.
It is worth noting though, like that triple bottom in Bitcoin, it is some support from last week.
Yeah.
So like it got to like a support level. So you got to respect. That's the thing about support and resistance. Like momentum, if the buyers step in there once, twice, and thrice, you should respect it. And that's exactly what happened to Bitcoin. It might get back into those lows, but yeah, not looking too bad. What is worth mentioning in crypto, though, as well, is ETH down. It's down more significantly, but if you look at this one on the daily chart, I'm not giving up. We liked the long in this to start the week, and it doesn't look very good today, but it's still kind of, there's your consolidation on the daily on ETHA, and then still a potential breakout over the 50-period moving average. Like, it formed a pretty solid consolidated bottom. It just hasn't quite sustained the breakout yet. I don't want to give up on that notion. I know it doesn't look good today, and obviously the shorts in Bitcoin were, or anything crypto this afternoon were good. But this still has a chance, Tom Lee, although he probably cares more about his AMD. AMD's just hanging on. This is another stock. AMD, more expensive than Nvidia. One of them is a value. The other one isn't, based on traditional metrics. And it is just barely hanging on to the 200-period moving average. What do we think happens if AMD loses the 200-period moving average? That could pull back 15, 20%. Don't know what the catalyst is going to be. Because they had a positive story this morning. Actually, it's up 1.6, believe it or not.
Oh, Danny's boy. This guy never stops, does he? Over here. Okay, I'll put the super chat up right now. All right, so this is a funny one. Stop talking so negatively, Sean. Funny, we watch the show so much. Like, the SEAN is the funny part about all this, in my opinion. But all right, so when the Trader TV live stream went out the other day, he got nervous. He went to 85% cash without Adara covering the news. So he needs a market to crash to get back in. Well, you might be wanting to get back in at some point soon. If you went offline with us the other day, the market, I don't know, it's probably around flat to where we were the other day. But yeah, funny story there. We did go offline, and then you know, if that happens again, guys, flood over to TikTok or go over to our YouTube page, and we'll have a note there about where to find us. So Instagram Live, whatever you want up doing, Kick, Rumble. No, Jerome, I'm already short, my guy. We're already bear riding this rate into the lows of the day. And there it goes, man. I mean, one trade on this whole time, and it looks like we will end the day at the lows of the day for the NASDAQ. And we still have 20 minutes to go, but we all good, man, in all of this. And yeah, hopefully we get going just a little bit lower. We might as well just hold now till the end of the day. Remember, the imbalances are now 8 minutes away, so that will... Okay, well, that little extension there, we'll put a bid at 34, get that. See, like every time we just bumped out, there we go, we fill that one up as well. That's your face slapper right there, man. Now $1.20, we're in the money about, if you're trading the NASDAQ, you'd be at about 24,680. It's at 24,480, so about 200 handles there to the downside. And I know it's not the NASDAQ, so don't at me for that. We've gotten in trouble for many of you before for talking like that. But yeah, well, I know it's not the NASDAQ. So we're ready to go here and looking for more fun, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it should be more fun, and I think it'll be more fun after 4 o'clock on those Micron earnings. And maybe Micron's good enough to turn things around. I'm not optimistic about it because of what we were saying before, how it hasn't always mattered how good the report has been. If you're at the all-time high and you're breaking all-time highs, you can be priced to what people call perfection, but it is stronger than the overall market. And on cue, it's almost like we knew it was going to happen. David has his, I don't want to say daily super chat, because sometimes you send us a million ones. David, appreciate you. Oh, it's a dumb Irish overnight trade. Well, hey, we're past it, but we can give a belated happy St. Patrick's Day to you there, right? So your overnight trade, Micron,
yesterday,
$500 calls. That's well, I guess that's 1 month expiration from now. If it goes down, we'll drag SNDK, so a bit of a hedge play there. Okay, so obviously that means you're in SNDK, but yeah, Micron. I'm a little skeptical of how big. I don't know what the expected move is on Micron. Adara probably had it for us, but I feel like it's going to not exceed it, whatever it might be. Like last night, literally nothing did. Exceeded the expected moves. And I feel like that's been more of a theme where you're just not seeing the volatility that you would expect on some of those. But we'll double check in a quick little bit. 5 minutes to imbalance. It's still all the same names on the imbalance locator. It's that IAUX. You got BP up there. Still 5 million. That's pretty big for BP. I don't know what SNUB is. I want that to be snub, so it'll be cool. 4 million. Cliff. 2.5 million to sell, CPNG 2 million to the sell side. Roblox is still a buy, 1.7 million. SMR wasn't there before, I don't think. 1.3 million buy imbalance on SMR. Early look buy imbalance. It'll be official in 5 minutes if it comes out that way. SMR, hey, only down 2%. Ooh. You know what? If you're not breaking the low of the day right now, it's not all bad. And when I say only down 2%, I mean today. SMR has been a dumpster fire. It's holding the line at support here at $12. That's that low back in April of last year.
Hold the line.
Holding the line is all it's doing right now. It's holding steady. If it loses this, if this loses the bid, it could pull a Weeble when it lost $10. You know, like it's a longer.
Yeah. I don't even want. What is Weeble at right now?
Probably $5.
I think it was 5.
That's I don't know. I'm gonna check.
No, I think you're.
Yeah, 520.
Yeah, I was gonna say we looked. I think we looked last week a little bit there when SoFi was going down, and Robinhood, and all these names, man, absolutely crushed. I mean, if you're looking at Webull, like around that 10, 11 mark, it's down 50%. It's something similar. SoFi's high was like 32, 33. It's down to 6,
yeah, it's not
17. So you're getting pretty close to that one. I just want to thank.
Cut in half.
I just want to thank everybody who's on X, man. I mean, I just looked over a lot of nice comments today, so thank you so much for that. It does mean a lot. So not only do we get a lot of love here on YouTube, but make sure you go find us on all the social media spots as well. Even Brian Shannon shouted out some trades today because guess what? This is VWAP right here. So Brian like it. He like it a lot. Down to the downside right there. I'm bidding 23s. There's some famous guy that was wearing it a while ago. I can't remember who it was. But we'll bid there and see if we can get that fill. Actually just bounced off of that number. Maybe it's not so lucky of a number. After all, but yeah, I don't know. Is Adara's not there? We can find out the expected move on Micron. There's actually, yeah, I think, don't they even have it on?
It's market.
Yeah, it's Market Chameleon.
Oh, it's 7.9%, and the previous was 10. And they are the only ones. Like who else is after the market?
Probably
today? 5 below.
5 below. Okay, that's not bad. I think 5 below has a good chance to perform well. We talked about some of the dollar stores there. What is that? FFIV? What is that?
It's
symbol?
Just 5.
Oh, 5. FIV.
What's that doing today?
What? $211. What the hell? This stock is that expensive? Okay, 5 below is. All right, not even close. What? I didn't realize that 5 below was this hot.
I clearly haven't looked at this chart in a while.
This was $50 back at. I mean, you talk about some of these other names that are hanging around. You know, Disney's down 24% over the last 5 years. I only saw that stat because of Disney today with their new CEO. But yeah, 5 below, $50 at the April lows. So a year ago, this name was $50. You're at $211 right now. I mean, when we were in Boston, we went to some 5 below. That's a pretty good store. I definitely like it. There we go, man. Yo, what's up, Brendan? There it is, man. $1.30 now as we do get that magical number 23s back into our blotter there, into our account. So good job there holding on to this if you've done it. We are now 2 minutes away until those imbalances, and I'm down to that lucky 5% mark right now. So I'm just going to adjust my stop, man. We've been following it down the whole way. So right there, 46.60s right now. I'm just going to put that offer in, or sorry, that bid in, and I just do it automatically, 46.61, right? Hands off. Put in the order. It says down here, how much do you want to get out? 100%. It goes by quarters. So I'll just do a hunch, and then we'll push enter, and then we'll get out. So if the market does spike in 2 minutes, we're covered by this order type. So that's what we're doing right now. Thank you, Anko, and everybody else holding on to this short. And it was, for me, it was an easy one. It was just, and we've both been short into this number. So it was just, there was no reason to go long, I didn't see. And Powell didn't give us confidence to do that either. So Yeah, that's it for me. What's up with the super chat?
Southern Smoke with the super chat. Look at these dividend plays. UPS at the moment pays $164 per share. 575 shares paid $9.43 on the 5th while it's dipping. J&J gives a good dividend. Pepsi as well. Well, look, don't get me wrong. There's nothing against. I don't have anything against dividend plays. I have a different. It's like a dividend ETF that's part of my RRSP account, which is like a retirement account that I have. And I have some dividend stocks that are okay. Like I think the banks do. Like, in Canada, most of your dividend plays, they're all energy banks. That's all you're going to be holding, mostly. But you don't want to chase yields. That's what you got to be careful about, because if the stock's performing too poorly, I don't care how high the yield is if it's just getting beaten up. And there's only one example, 1 minute till imbalances here. There's one example I want to give. Think about Intel for a second. Like Intel used to be like for a tech company, actually the dividend was pretty good. Their best performance in the last few years is when they got rid of the dividend and focused on the turnaround. And then you got price appreciation. In that particular case, it's actually been a good thing for them. And certainly anybody can look at the chart and know that if you've been invested in it's like that actually ended up being the reverse. They cut that. They didn't get rid of it. They cut it to basically nothing. I feel like 90% or something like that. And it was a good thing. So be careful chasing yield. But yeah, there's always a place for dividend stocks. That's a couple of good ones in there. I don't own any Pepsi anymore. I used to.
Just 15 seconds, but look at Tesla, man, 393. This name getting hit right now, right? Like nothing but the downside here for Tesla as it continues to make lows. Okay, here we go. 10 seconds away, and we've sort of sorted this already, so we'll be able to see if we are going to get any sort of a talk here on the market and close imbalance. So you are getting a nice little move right now. Comcast, Sabre rattling, Cisco with a buy. What? I'm just watching. This is Tesla right now. You can see the markets doesn't have too much action. I'm not really seeing anything on here that is overly interesting. That's Coupang. I don't really see.
Mara is a sell. Lyft was a sell of 1 million shares. Broadcom's a buy of 1 million shares. Hey, Broadcom being a buy of 1 million shares, I guess would be something. Rigetti is a sell of 960. I haven't looked at the quantum names in quite some time. You said Oracle already. There's no big names. Like I don't see Nvidia. Microsoft down here, 700,000 buy for Microsoft. That's very, very small buy action. Amazon, if you scroll down, 600,000 buy for Amazon. So like the NASDAQ overall market might end up being a buy if there's like small buys. Palantir's in here for a sell of 500,000. Nothing big. Lyft kind of stood out. It was 1.6 million to the sell side, but it's already at the lows and not doing much. Lyft is it's an incredibly disappointing stock. Lyft. Give me Uber 10 times out of 10.
Oh yeah, I like what Uber is doing, man.
Look
I like
at
what
Lyft.
they're doing with Zook.
No, for a second we do that and then we get Uber. There we go. I'm not saying it's the greatest stock, but it's definitely doing a heck of a lot better. And as a matter of fact, it could still be breaking out that 50-period moving average, which once it does this, it's been riding the 50. Once we hold above the 50, I think you got a good spot there for Uber over Lyft. I don't know. I think at the very beginning, I used to be back and forth. I was like everybody else. You just take whichever one was giving you the better deal. I stopped that years ago.
Yeah.
At least 2 or 3 years ago since I've been in the Lyft.
Yeah, no, same way for me. I'm only really pretty much Uber, and then around here, man, Uber's got Uber Eats and all that kind of stuff. So obviously some big advantages.
Uber One saved me money too.
As well. Uber One, yeah, that's only $10 a month or something like that, so you can get that subscription service for sure. As we go, I like what Uber's doing. They signed that deal the other day with Nvidia.
That's the bigger thing, the autonomy.
Yeah, so if they can get some autonomous drivers there. If Nvidia can make autonomous driving a thing, then yeah, there's going to be millions of Ubers that are autonomous just rolling around out there. So we'll see if that deal is the real deal or not. But Uber right now down 1.5%. Still like the stock, but yeah, getting hit here. And just more covering. Tonight's we're going out for dinner with the family, and my parents are going to be there, so that should be fun. As we just do something. It's March break around here, so yeah, my son's building a computer. My daughter's been at hockey since the morning, and she only goes till 2 today, and then we'll be back. And
where are you going for dinner?
I think we're just going to Italy, I think. Just, yeah, a little Italian spot there.
That'll play.
Yeah,
hi to
so
George.
We'll do that. Yeah, I'll say hi to them.
Always. Your brother going?
No, I don't know. He works. I'm not sure if he's going.
I haven't seen them.
All right, so.
Just very quickly, I did trail out of, it was a consolidative low on SoFi. I'm rooting for this thing. If we're over 17.5 tomorrow, I think we have a shot that this ends up being a long, as opposed to just being, you know, a short all day. If I didn't have the bias over 17.50, I would have been short earlier. But I do have a little bit of a bias, and the stock still does stink, by the way. Like, just so you know, like I'm looking for this to be a hold the low after the short report, not like everything is all roses for SoFi. But it hasn't made a fresh low from that short report, which does give it a bit of a chance for a bounce. Good look for them on their covers. I'm going to make a guess they probably made like 30, 40%. Easy. Because they would have been short here. Muddy Waters, maybe not the top. But if I was a betting man, I'd say they were short 24, 25 when it broke down over here in January, February, because that's when it lost the bid. And they timed their report perfectly at a key significant level for it to break, and good response from SoFi, at least so far. And I do like the fact that it's not making fresh lows. It didn't break yesterday's bottom. That's a good sign, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, we like it. Oh, what I want to check out was Netflix quickly. The FTC saying they're not going to fast track any kind of deal. So it's like more looking at Warner Brothers. Netflix does make the move down into VWAP right now. We're not VWAP trading this thing or anything right here, but Warner Brothers down. So you get a little bit of a spike there as the deal's not getting fast tracked. It's only $27, and I don't know what the 31. So, you know, a couple percentage points there, 20, 30%, not 20%, sorry, 10% of an upside opportunity.
They're saying they're not fast tracking, but there was a comment from the FTC earlier saying that they didn't expect any regulatory hurdles on this deal. All of the expectations on the close still say September, which is insanity. If they actually close this thing in September, then everyone's missing out on free money. I think the likelihood it closes in September seems pretty low if it's yielding over 10% right now. Like, it's giving you 10% plus, like more than that. It's actually giving you 14% to the deal price. And if it closes in September, that's straight cash. If it gets to 25, I'm buying this in my personal. If it
even if that deal falls through, man, Netflix will probably come in and buy it at that
That's what I'm saying. Like, if it tries to like fill the gap or maybe even bounce here, it's worth a buy in the personal. I think sometimes when deals do this, sometimes they just get irrational and you get these opportunities. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. I think the more disappointing thing, oh, that's right, our Netflix chart isn't split adjusted. Just let me pull that one up really quickly. I think what's more disappointing is the brick wall on Netflix at 100. Great breakout trade on Netflix, but man, did it lose just right there at $100. You get the trend reversal, everything you want, and we couldn't get to 100. Needs to hold this consolidation because I think I like it to get to this weekly chart. 50 period was kind of the look to get up to 109. But so far so good on Netflix. Just needs to get through that $100, and the market's not helping it at all, unfortunately. I feel like if the market was a bit stronger, the Netflix would have broken this 100.
All right, yeah, no, I think I'm just going to cover this right now at 26. We'll end that trade right now. Let's have a quick look at oil. Just need to bid 26. There we go. We're out of it. So that's the end of that trade there. The only trade we had on all afternoon was the TQQ. Of course, we did have Tesla on right before the announcement and got stopped out, and that goes to the downside. Wow, tomorrow's trade today, Tesla coming into some levels, boy, right now. This 390, let's wait to see what happens there tomorrow. That was rejected right there, upside up to 405. It looks like we're right back into 390 tomorrow morning. So that should be a good little look for us to see what happens to Tesla tomorrow in and around then. Yeah, Micron, let's look at that right into the close. Hovering around, what a surprise, man. On earnings day, we're going to close at VWAP. So nobody wins if you're taking a position today on Micron. It's going to close at VWAP pretty much right there. And then we'll see that earnings play come through in a matter of 5 or so minutes, just after 4 o'clock right now. Yeah, we could do a little quick look at everything here today. Just to review, we want to thank everybody for watching. It was a pretty exciting opportunity to trade there into those closes as the market went down. Not exciting if you're long. Amazon, Costco, Walmart, some of these retail traders downside today. The shorts really printing Home Depot now, wow, 330 downside, down 3%. I really like Home Depot. I think I want to buy that on any weakness as well. Talk about a dividend payer. Google down 1%, Microsoft down 2%, Meta, Oracle, Palantir down. What is Palantir's price? 152. Okay.
Credit card companies.
Yeah, watching out for that. Yeah, credit card down here. Yeah, not good. Visa and MasterCard getting hit. The price will come up over here, 298. There's Eli Lilly 19s. Yeah, sorry, 916. I thought it was 919.
In the middle of that board.
Tesla. In the middle of this board?
Well, it's producer manufacturing. Nova gets thrown in there, but
where is it?
It's also kind of an energy.
Oh, right in
like dead middle. What's the other name?
This,
I can't.
Caterpillar?
That's too small. No, Caterpillar's down today.
EV Parker or something? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, because Caterpillar and Deere were both down today.
A Deere down little, Caterpillar down little. That's small. All right, so this is just a little look at sort of the broader space here. Consumer non-durables also getting hit as, I don't know, these are normally risk-off names. Wow. The TQs, man, are really going down at their lows. We did a good job there.
Irony of Lululemon.
Yeah, Lulu's still up. It was up 6 or something at one point. What's it at now? 165. Okay. Monster, Nike, Philip Morris, as we said here, Coke, Pepsi, all downside. So, yeah, not a great day, man, broader market-wise. This is definitely not a good day to check your account because I feel like every stock, like there's really been nowhere to hide. S&P 500 also. I mean, how many times do we see realistically, man, the ES and the NASDAQ down the same? So very much a broader market sell-off happening. There goes Micron.
Everywhere. Gold, silver, like they're all down. Everything's down.
So short the Dow, fine, makes sense. I don't know what SRG is.
Yeah, I don't know that. It's probably like an energy play. If you're saying long something, then it's nat gas or it's oil at this point.
That's Crescent Energy, so good job there.
But it's not much of a guess of what else is strong. Nothing else is strong. Fastly, there you go.
You want to go short the Dow Jones? I don't know. Dow Jones 30 over there. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. Looks like somebody doesn't like it on Micron earnings. But
no,
we'll
I was
see.
just looking at that. Wow.
It doesn't always mean something. The first thing people usually think about is like, oh no, somebody knows something. It doesn't always mean that, but it doesn't seem good. As we got the closing bell, it's hump day. It was Fed day, and it's going to be Micron after the bell day as well, as they close on the lows, or at the lows of the afternoon, like pretty much every.
Yeah, the market absolutely tanked. I mean, there was really no bids, man. We got a little bit of a bid right here where we got stopped out a little bit there, but it's a nice downside play for TQQs all afternoon, man. The Fed came out, no change. We saw potentially no rate cuts this year. So that's not going to be good. And then it was, 2 into 27? So not a great movement today for the NASDAQ and many other names, started by Tesla downside, Nvidia bled down to, did Nvidia break 180? We didn't even know, almost. So many names at key levels, man. Tesla at that 390, Nvidia at that 180. And then, you know what, like whether or not someone knew something on Micron or not, I don't know. But that's a nice little downside play there for Micron at the end of the day, down $6. But Micron's still green in a red tape. So, all right, man, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
SNDK 4.6%. So there's a few other things that are strong. It's not just energy.
Micron's out, and there it is. So a little bit of a blast higher there. So whoever was shorting that into the close.
Doesn't always mean something.
Yeah, there's your fail right there as it's going huge upside. Micron. So, I think it was David's Irish trade of the day or whatever was going long on MU, and that might have been the thing right there for you. So it looks like Micron does go upside and potentially continuation on that one.
$24 billion revenue versus 13.6 prior quarter.
SNDK just hovering.
Huge. Huge. GAAP net income, $13.8 billion or $12 per share. $12 per share EPS. But that revenue almost doubling quarter over quarter, like 80% increase on revenue quarter over quarter there for MU. But it's right back to where it was after that little bit of a pop. So you can't overreact to initial moves on these. We've seen it time again. It doesn't matter. You go up initially, and then we come back tomorrow morning, and the stock beats up top bottom, and then they're down like 5%.
Yeah, I mean, so right now, just watch out. Now you are getting a little bit of a bump up there. Remember, the implied move was only 2%. We are flat on the day. Remember, we were down up 0.22. So if you do get that 10% boost, that'll be about $500. Onto 460, give it 10%. You're close enough to that $500 level. So if you want to get an order out, put it out there and see if it gets filled. The thing is, man, put your orders out and make sure you select extended hours if you know that you want to get filled, because with Blue Ocean and whatnot, I don't know if you're if the brokers out there are filling on Blue Ocean, but if they are, you can ask them because you can get those extended hour bumps. So watch out. All right, man, 4:02. All right, have a good
Enjoy
evening.
dinner.
Yeah, it should be good, man. Just Italian food, so it should be all right there. I know my dad won't be ordering any lasagna or anything like that. He refuses to do anything that's not homemade for the lasagna side of things there. So
That's fair.
Yeah, we'll get on that. All right, thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks to Derek for all the work today, and everybody else. Brendan, Sharif, Joe, Ramin, Andre, Fabian, and Randy, of course. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you to
Shout out to Luis.
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you to Luis as well for him coming through twice today, both on the midday and earlier. Micron trying to go right back up, man. 472 right now. The high printed 476. Like I said, put your orders out, get it all figured out, and go have yourself some chicken parmesan. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Ciao.
Tasty.